never die. I have laid my eyes on you, a glistening piece so sparkling blue. I never want, but I can't own. You'll be mine and mine alone. Your wild heart glitters, your mad eyes shine. You fit so perfectly with all the golden things of mine. Won't you be my loving liar? You're the story I desire. It doesn't matter if it's fake. I love to own for owning's sake. Your wild heart glitters, your mad eyes shine. You fit so perfectly with all the golden things of. Like many times a deal was made, a decent pact and honest trade. What isn't real can never fade. We prefer the masquerade. Your wild heart glitters, mad eyes shine. You fit so perfectly with all the golden things of mine. You know I'll be fine. I got the golden things of mine. How long have we been talking? No, it's fine. Don't worry. I don't have anything tomorrow. You should try. Close your eyes though. And it's late nights, and it's skateboards, and it's too bright, and it's in the noise, and it's Charlie, and it's milkshakes, and it's Harley, and it's heartbreaks. The right words never come. It all comes out until it's done. And all the things I need to say, and all the things I seem to stay on the inside, on the inside. It's funny you should mention the place. I used to go there all the time. We should go together someday.
Welcome in, everybody, to the
Lord.
Game Awards Episode 2. As you can see, we had an issue that caused us to get started a little later than intended, but if you guys happen to hear of the whereabouts of our good friend Aravan, please send a DM to Prince Devi #0001 and we can find out what happened to our good friend, where our friend went. So
We really miss him. We love him. We want him to be safe. But
yeah, we're hoping he's
I've barely
healthy.
been able to eat.
Yeah, honestly, we're stressed. We're worried about him. We don't know where he's at. We don't know what happened to him. We have no idea. At 2 p.m., 6 hours ago, he said, "So we're doing the thing tonight, right?" And that's the last we heard of him. So If anybody has heard of him between 2 p.m. PST and now, please let us know. Before we jump straight into things, I have a couple things I wanted to say. Number one in particular, I on my channel and a couple members of Otherworld are championing a specific charity called One Simple Wish. If you are interested in checking it out, type !charity in the chat. I highly recommend it. It's a very cute and wholesome thing to look into. And because of the hype trains that we had on my previous God of War streams, I just wanted to let you guys know that I will be making another $25 donation after stream tonight. So, with that out of the way, where do we want to begin with the Game Awards?
There's a lot to unpack. I was not expecting the amount of like really cool announcements.
Yeah, honestly,
same.
I'm more excited about the announcements than anything else.
Yeah. I mean, I think like pretty much most of the awards went as we expected.
Yeah.
I think it was a little rough. The God of War. Well, okay. Do you want to just go over the announcements? Like,
let's do them back to
That'd be a
front.
good idea.
Let's do back to front because I'll stream my screen for you guys so that you're not at that delay. Make sure I'm sharing the right one. I'm starting back to front just like we did last time. You guys can see it, yeah?
Yep.
All right, and then let me make sure. Okay, we're good here too. All right, so the most exciting thing that we're going to get to is definitely my personal argument between Jamie about what game deserved Game of the Year. I'm sure we'll get there. We'll get there.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
we're going to quickly go over all of the other things first. Number one, the esports stuff at the beginning, I don't think many of us were too invested in. I think Aravan would have been the most excited for it. So.
I had to watch the League of Legends World Championship. It wasn't fantastic, but
Maybe
I think
that's
the only one
why
I've heard
he's. Maybe that's why he's run away, because League of Legends won over like Overwatch or something.
True.
It wasn't a shooter that won.
He's been depressed ever since
True.
the announcements. Oh no! You know what it is? Aravan sent a screenshot to the Joysticks and Mouse Clicks chat. I'm going to pull that screenshot up on stream, and I'm going to assume that this screenshot is actually the reason that we don't know where Aravan is today. So Aravan sent us this screenshot, and I'm wondering if this might be an explanation as to where he's at.
been up too late gaming, man.
Anyway,
Well, no,
You gotta
because
see
he's
what
got
all
no
the hype is
excuse.
about.
I've been like addicted to RuneScape, and like the other day I stayed up 24 hours straight. And I only slept for like 6 hours last night, so he still has no excuse.
Oh my god.
I mean, I definitely like uprooted my entire sleep schedule, and I missed my streams for like a week because I was just so engrossed in Ragnarok with my girlfriend. It was good, dude. I was into it. All right.
Yeah, my community's been like roasting me with how much I'm addicted to RuneScape. So
Roasting.
from now on, RuneScape is the new Weed Shop 3.
Do we have to
Wait,
change
what-
your Weed
Wouldn't
Shop
Weed
3
Shop 3 have
command,
been
or-
the new...
No, Weed Shop 3 is still good, but like, you know, if it's just not a RuneScape, you know what I mean?
Oprah said, or maybe he's been kidnapped, and they're saying if you want your friend back, give us a PS5.
I like that ending. I'll take that. I'll take a PS5.
Oh, you saying you kidnapped him?
No.
The answer comes
I
out. The
would
answer
never.
comes out.
We knew
Oh,
it.
Man.
We knew it.
Damn. Can't believe you'd be this way, Chuck. All right.
Unbelievable.
Let's breeze
Chunk.
through these esports categories. I don't want to outright skip them. Just
Oh
in case
yeah,
people
of
were
course.
invested in chat.
How could
Yes!
Matthias
Thank you, Ed.
Bizka not win? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I will
totally
say-
did
I thought
that
that
one.
dude.
I
I thought
will
his name was
say-
Terrace Coin, and I thought that was like a cryptocurrency. He just like changed his last name too.
For some reason, that guy just in the face. I hope this doesn't come off as insulting. He strikes me as a guy that seems like really fucking sweet and wholesome, but whenever he gets mad, he's like a demon.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but that's
It's
that's
like
the
he's
vibes
got
I
that
get from
Mel
that guy.
Gibson about him.
Yeah.
Oh, don't say
I'm
that.
pretty sure-
That's where we draw the line.
I'm pretty sure from memory we voted for Dongbin.
Did we vote for Dongbin?
I'm
Oh yeah,
90%
because
sure, just
we were,
based
he
off
was
the
like
name.
dripped out. Yeah, I
Oh,
like this.
no, it's
suit.
also because he looked like a stock photo is the reason that we
Oh,
did.
I voted for it because his name was Dongbin.
I mean, that was the reason I thought we were all silently going by, but I thought we jokingly said it was the stock photo.
The truth
Well,
come
yeah,
out.
yeah.
Does Big Chunk Kidnapper is Aravant? I'm pinning that one. Next category. Best
yeah,
esports
cool.
team. Loud.
Loud?
Yeah. That makes total sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Someone
love
cares.
Loud.
Someone
I watch
cares.
them all the time. My uncle's in Loud.
You know
All
what?
right, Jacob Yay Whitaker. Is his screen
Yep,
name just
that guy.
Yay? I wonder how much. I already have problems getting like Devi in video games. I wonder how hard it would be to get Yay.
Yeah, true.
Like, this
I
guy's
never have trouble
struggling
with
at it.
Puppy Eric. I'm lucky with that.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. I
Yeah.
I've
usually
had
just
so
have
much
to put
trouble with
either.
Big Chunk.
I always want Devi, but if I have to put Prince or Principal in front of it, I'm fine with that. That's
I'm gonna start I'm gonna start getting into games and taking Big Chunk. Like
Don't do this to me.
And
Dude,
I'll
I have
sell
such a
it-
problem
I'll-
trying to find it anyway. Like, don't do this to me.
and then I'll start selling the name to you.
All right, here we go. Best esports
being
game. This is the
extorted.
esports category I did care about.
This is dumb. That's dumb.
I'm actually surprised by this.
So the game
I
I feel
actually
like
don't care.
probably should have won is either Dota or League, but the game that
I agree.
I wish won was Rocket League.
I get the feeling that
Rocket
they're
League's
just
pretty
kind of
awesome
sick
also.
of giving it to League of Legends.
Yeah,
Maybe.
or maybe people are sick of voting for it, or I don't know. It has
Yeah.
been out for fucking ever. Like,
I mean,
Well over
it's still
10
like
years now.
whenever World is on, it's like still the biggest esport,
Mhm.
and it's so not close. But I
Ugly
really think
Sailor
Rocket League,
says, no
Rocket
first
League
offer
really should.
category, no smite.
Yeah, no smite's kind of rough. Hey, I'm gonna guess Ugly Sailor wrote that.
Yeah,
Yep.
he did.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sailor, would you play Heroes of the Storm with me? Actually, you boys, would you play Heroes of the Storm with me?
Isn't that game dead?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so.
Unironically,
actually
I
gonna be
still
playing-
think that game is more fun than most of the MOBAs I've
I'm
played,
actually
though.
gonna be playing Smite at some point. Would you be keen to play that?
I would, yeah.
Okay.
It's been a long time, and I only know how to
Oh
play
my God.
Bologna. But yeah.
Yeah, I haven't played Smite in so long, and all I've
Wait,
ever
wait.
played was like Ares.
We got to do it like now because they have the RuneScape patch out. Like they're doing a crossover with RuneScape.
Wait, really?
Yeah, have you not
What?
seen it? Hold on, I will stop the podcast to pull this trailer up.
What?
Yeah.
I think you're saying we're stopping
Okay.
the
No, no,
podcast
no,
to like
no,
Oh
get a
my
play.
no, no.
god, they
Okay,
actually
okay.
are.
T for teen.
What
Is there
the
like,
fuck?
what is like Zamorak and shit like a cat? Oh my god, the child.
you sold Poppy on it already. Oh my god, dude.
Easy sell.
I see she's wearing a rune chest plate, but I haven't seen her beat Dragon Slayer. I don't know about this. Oh, never mind.
Nah, Bologna's way past Dragon Slayer. This is KBD. The whip. Let's go.
I don't know how they're making the RuneScape combat actually look wicked, but
Dude, that's what I'm saying. I've never been interested in RuneScape in my. Oh, the dragon's a character? Dude, for some reason I was like, okay. There you go.
Yeah, Bologna.
isn't that
Merlin,
wise old man
KBD.
based on a old dude that streams RuneScape?
I think so.
Yeah, I think it is.
I think he died recently. His name was like RS Golden Glory.
Oh, that's awful to hear.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I mean, he
That's
died of
basically
old
it.
age. Like he
Okay,
lived a good
that's
life.
good to hear,
He's an old dude.
that he made it there. But yeah, okay. Sorry for that distraction, but I needed to point that out to Jamie.
Amazing.
So yeah, we have to play
Yeah,
the RuneScape
no, this
patches.
has changed my life.
I'm completely against it now. All of a sudden, actually, I have to rewatch that.
What the fuck?
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, you better be. I was about to jump through your computer.
This one was like laughably obvious.
Dude,
Like
don't
I
tell me.
almost don't know why this was a category. I feel like they could
Yeah.
have said we did intend on having the most anticipated game category, but Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom was in it, so we scrapped it.
And I feel
Yeah.
like Todd Howard's the kind of guy who actually kind of expected to win this.
You think so?
That's fair.
Yeah.
No, that's actually fair. I think he
Yeah,
is like.
I feel like
that
I can
wrapped up in
imagine
himself.
him sitting in his living room crying with a glass of wine. Are they not excited for Starfield?
It should have been me, man.
I thought they wanted this. Yeah, I can really see
Scrap
it.
the whole project. Scrap the whole project. We don't want Starfield anymore.
I
They
thought
obviously
maybe
aren't
they would-
excited about it.
that's a good point. I can see that too. Like, he's sitting at home drinking a
Yeah.
Guinness, wearing that brown leather jacket, those brown
Yep.
leather shoes. You know the ones, chat. You know the ones. It works.
Mhm.
He's sitting at home. They announced Legend of Zelda. That Guinness bottle shattered against the wall.
Yeah. He gets up, stumbles out the room, starts screaming at one of his mates. It just works
It's
incoherently.
It just works.
He
He's
went
just like
like
bumbling
really
into
heavily.
himself. He's literally just writing on the wall over and over again like a madman, just fucking like going back and forth. It just works. It just works. It just works. It just works.
No, wait, hold on. Sky,
Yeah.
Sky. No, you have it backwards. Skyfall T in chat said, no, if you scrap Starfield, I will never get the Elder Scrolls 6. You stop it right now. Sky, if we
No one
scrap
cares about it.
Starfield, they'll work on
Yeah.
Elder Scrolls 6 now.
Yeah, they're gonna start working on it faster.
Yeah. Yeah. Come
Yeah.
on, get on board. Let's scrap Starfield. Hashtag scrap Starfield, chat.
Yeah, get it out of here.
I
forgot
don't
to
want an
turn the
Elder
music
Scrolls
back
6.
on.
I
feel
want a
like
Skyrim 2. Am I right, boys? Am I right?
we already have
Fuck
Skyrim
you.
27. I don't... So this
Yeah.
one was
Makes
very
sense.
contentious. I know a lot of people who were very upset that Cyberpunk didn't win. Personally,
I think
Those
like
people
both.
haven't watched Arcane.
I personally liked both. I think that the
Hmm.
only reason someone would think that is if they were just like really, really invested in the art style of anime and anime culture, or they just really hate League of Legends, and because Arcane was League of Legends based, they
Yeah.
were like, no. But
I think it's
Arcane
honestly
was
probably that level.
stunningly gorgeous, had almost nothing to do with League of Legends outside of just, yeah, the characters are in this game. So I don't really I don't really understand why that would even come into the equation, to be honest. But man, I
So-
loved Arcane.
Yeah, I as a person who enjoys League of Legends, I fucking hate League of Legends, and even I think it should have won. Like it's like okay, sure, Cyberpunk is really beautiful as an anime, like it's got a great story, it's a great show, but Arcane takes an art style that you just don't see very often, right? It takes that and really does a lot with it. So I can't see any reason why I shouldn't win here.
yeah, it's hard for me to say because I haven't seen Cyberpunk Edge Runners yet, which I really need to.
You'll like it.
But Arcane League of Legends is just it's so insane that it doesn't surprise me that it won.
I think the only
Yeah.
thing I'm surprised that was in this category, the more I look at it, is the Cuphead show. I don't know that I've really heard almost
know it
anything at
existed.
all about it. Yeah,
It's
like
not that good. Not
I
really.
haven't heard much about Uncharted. I remember hearing a lot about it,
It
when it was
sucks.
coming out. It sucks.
Uncharted is like it
Yeah.
doesn't do justice to the series. I think if you don't care about video games, and you've never seen video games, you probably enjoyed it because it's like a nothing action film. It's just like
Yeah,
you go
yeah.
in, you enjoy your time, and you're done. And it's just like
It's
whatever.
literally
an hour and a half or
like
whatever.
Uncharted is one of those movies that will be forgotten in 6 months, and no one will ever talk about it again.
Yeah.
I really hope the HBO The Last of Us adaptation isn't that way, because I really hope they nail that. I really do.
Well, I'm so nervous about that show.
So I think the thing with TV shows is there's a lot more pressure with the TV show because you have to sink so much more money into it.
Yeah.
Whereas movies are kind of like they're meant to just be watched once and then never thought of again.
Yeah.
Where like we're in a world where like I feel like TV media is more prevalent now than movie media. Like, you know, I can't remember the last time I heard someone say, hey, what about this movie? Did you check this movie out recently? I always hear people go, hey, did you check out this anime? Hey, did you check out this TV show? Hey, like, you know what I mean?
Yep.
So I feel like the fact that Uncharted was a movie and it was already kind of mid, it is destined for nothing. Whereas the fact that it's a TV show, the Last of Us one has a really good chance of
I agree.
surviving, as long as they
Yeah.
don't do what Halo did.
Yeah. we didn't play the game. We just assume how people would want this thing to go.
It wasn't even that they didn't even play the game; they actively didn't like the game.
Oh, interesting. I thought that it was just
Same with
how
The
they
Witcher.
performed.
Same with The Witcher. The Witcher's
Witcher turned out
people.
decent, didn't it? I mean, it could be. wrong.
The
Oh
first
yeah,
season
I
was
actually really
okay.
liked the first season. I haven't seen any of the second season.
Yeah, it's all downhill, man.
Is it?
So,
Yeah.
second season was super bad. Third season was so bad that Henry Cavill was like, "Yeah, I'm not a part of this anymore. I'm leaving."
I heard that he left.
Really?
I heard that he left.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure when that happened.
which is
Also-
fucked because Henry Cavill's a super fan. Like he's like
Yep.
a huge fan of Witcher.
Mhm.
Yeah.
We'll move on to the next one. Best debut indie. Stray. I will say. I will say, I understand why Stray won. I understand that it's on top of being a cute cat game that drew a lot of attention. Also, I know that it was just very played. A lot of content creators played it. A lot of people went out and bought it because it was cat game. So a ton of people played Stray, regardless of how good the other games were. And I think that is a big part of who wins these categories.
I guess. Anyone who thinks that this should have won never played Tunic.
I'll agree with that as well. Anyone who voted anything on this list other than Tunic or Vampire Survivors, it's because you hadn't played Tunic or Vampire Survivors. I think Tunic is an incredible game that should not fly under anybody's radar. Chat, I'm not saying you're wrong if you liked Stray or if you thought Stray should win. I'm saying if you liked Stray that much, you should go play Tunic. You will have a great time.
But Devi, Tunic don't have cat.
Yeah, it
Where
does.
cat at?
Somewhere. You play as a fox too. That's pretty close.
That's not cat. That's not good
pretty
enough.
close. Some people prefer foxes. So this one I also thought was gonna be pretty obvious. I think was it you guys that made fun of me for not knowing who Carl Jacobs was?
A little bit, yeah. I think we did.
Okay.
We did.
It wasn't me.
He's huge. I'm actually surprised you didn't know him. But also he's a Minecraft streamer, so it's like not too terribly surprising.
Yeah,
but he's also like every Mr.
But he has like a lot of overlap with other guys.
Yeah, he has a lot of overlap, especially with Mr. Beast. I think is what he's most well known for.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that one was just surprising, but I don't think this one was surprising that he won. I think it was up between like Ludwig and Cutie Cinderella, and then there was
the power couple of Twitch. Well, not anymore, I guess. The power couple of streaming, maybe.
Yeah.
The great Romeo and Juliet divide between Twitch and YouTube streaming. Best multiplayer.
I've seen Ludwig's nutsack, by the way.
Same. Is a reflection of a weighing
bonded.
thing.
Yeah, so it was on an episode of Gold Ones.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
He's
boy.
whipped his nutsack out.
Did you hear the like story behind that? I think this is
he
quite
was-
like the version.
Yeah. So he didn't want to actually post it. But Chad, being an absolute dumb fuck, misunderstood what he meant and posted it.
Oh,
So
no.
Dude, it was so bad because literally he said, "Hey man, do you want me to edit out your like balls in this like one video that because you got like really drunk because that's what the Cold Ones is all about."
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so he would like he pulled it out and he was like, "Do you want me to edit this out?" And he goes, "Yes, lol." And he goes, "You're a true blue legend." And then like I guess based on that sentence alone, you probably should have assumed something was up there, but he didn't think about it until it was trending on Twitter.
Oh
Because people were
god.
taking like screenshots and like putting
To
it
be
everywhere.
fair, Lud took it very well.
Oh, he did. He posted a
I
picture of like a
imagine he
pig
would.
with giant nuts, and he was like, "I heard y'all were talking about me." It was so funny.
This one also doesn't surprise me too much.
Nah.
I will
this
have
is
said, or I will say, 1 week ago, I would have put more stock in Overwatch 2. But ever since Season 2 released, Overwatch 2 is starting to impressively feel like Overwatch 1 again. And that is a
Really?
hard insult, in my opinion. Yeah, it does not feel good right now.
They just overpowered a bunch of the characters.
Oh, did
I
they?
think it's
I don't know what's happening.
it's a couple things. It's all balance. Number one, Ramatra is garbage. Like the new tank is just bad. They're not good at anything. Their only thing that's good is their ability to hold right click and block, and Orisa can do that while also firing a minigun. So
Yeah, they're just they're pretty average.
the ability that he was marketed for, the vortex that grabs people out of the air, is too short to actually pull people out of the air,
Yeah.
so it doesn't do
Yeah.
anything at all.
That's insane.
And then on top of that, they attempted to make a change to the DPS passive to nerf Sojourn, which was all DPS were getting a plus 25% movement speed buff just passively in Season 1, and a 25% speed reload buff. But they reverted the movement speed and took that completely off and increased the reload speed buff. So now all DPS have 35% increased reload speed and no increased movement speed. And the biggest problem with that is that Genji was nerfed in the last patch, and they like removed bullet or ammo from his magazine. They removed some damage from his kit so that he can't insta kill people anymore, and forgot to revert those changes when they took the 25% movement speed away, which was actually why Genji was good. So it's just like they fucked up everything along the way so far. Like every decision they've made has seemed like, did you not think for 10 minutes about the other effects of this?
There's other issues as well. Like, God, the changes to Doomfist feel like way too overtuned.
I believe Flats, a really, really big content creator for Overwatch 2 right now, pulling in like 10 to 20k viewers a day on Overwatch 2. He made a YouTube video talking about how basically the support role is playing Dead by Daylight now. They just have to hide from Roadhog and Doomfist, and that's the whole game. Yeah.
Yeah, I've stopped playing support because it's just awful. It's such an unbelievably bad experience now, because like every character that's strong is a backline diver.
Yep.
It's fucked. It's so not fun.
There's Ava in chat. I'm playing Overwatch right now. Sucks.
Yeah, no, they really. Here's the thing, and I was saying this the other day. Blizzard are just bad developers. Like, they really need to hire, someone to do this kind of shit. They need to hire people specifically for balancing reasons. Like, there are people in this world whose, like, their sole job when it comes to multiplayer games is they look at the game and they know how to balance it. They know, like, what needs to be overtuned. Like, they didn't even fix Sojourn. She's still fucked.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, because like my understanding of the I was saying my understanding was like the slide was like a big part of the like mobility.
The slide
aspect,
is a
right?
big issue.
Like,
the part that made it worse is in the same patch that they made all the nerfs with the intention to nerf Sojourn, they basically reduced her effective range, which is fine. But in that same patch, they also buffed Mercy, and they gave Mercy a buff of like more ammunition and faster weapon swap time so that she can be more aggressive. And making Mercy better meant that Mercy gets played more, which means Sojourn gets pocketed more, which means at the top tier play, it's just Sojourn and Mercy duos everywhere.
Yep.
And
everywhere.
it just made Sojourn stronger because now every Sojourn has a Mercy pocket. So, yeah. It's like no decision they have made at all has made any sense whatsoever.
It's such a bummer as well because they started off well.
It was so strong in season 1.
They started off well. Strong. It's like, okay, you released a couple of characters and those characters are poorly balanced. That's fine. We can come back from this. And then they're like, what's that?
I didn't even see what Fire God said that they added a 20% increased charge rate to Sojourn's ult.
Yeah,
I didn't even see that change.
However, it also drains faster. But who gives a fuck? Because you're always firing that thing immediately.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Anyway, we'll move on from complaining about Overwatch 2 in the lack of the one person that would love to be here for this conversation.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah.
Who would answer
probably the one person we'd love
us.
to hear from about it as well.
Yeah, exactly. Best sport/racing. None of us really cared about this. I think chat voted Ollie Ollie World just on the fact that it was like creative and cute.
Yeah,
looking,
I knew the Gran Turismo was winning this.
Yeah.
And honestly deserved, like, realistically.
2K23 didn't win it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know, real bummer there. I guess the people who voted probably didn't pay enough money to make their character playable yet. So
I tried, man. I tried
that.
pumping like $500 in to see if they could get that win. And
oh man, I stopped playing the new 2K.
I saw last night, I think, or the night before, on the little bottom corner of my screen, the most bizarre thing popped up. It said Big Chunk 53 is now playing NBA 2K23.
Yep.
What was going on there? You just doing a little experimenting?
Here's the thing, dude. It's my fix for like sports games because like there's not a lot of like sports games options out there. So it's like I take what I can get and I stuff it in my daddy? That's what I meant to say. Dirty little fat mouth, and just accept whatever I can get because it's so bad.
Are you an NBA fan?
I am. Yeah. I watch NBA a lot.
We gotta talk, man. I'm like a super NBA fan.
I watch NFL, NBA. I'm not a huge college kind of guy, but Yeah.
You know, I did a little bit of ball hoop in my day back. I
Ooh,
think I
you-
stopped
you-
playing in about the 4th grade. So
You've dabbled in some ball hooping?
I dabbled in a
Dude,
little bit of ball hoop. Yeah.
You
Sports ball.
stopped too young. You could have taken off. I know it,
Give me
Debbie.
1
You
second,
could have been a
just
big
get- I-
baller.
Yeah, of course.
I got a drink and it's just out the front. 1 sec.
I played baseball, soccer, basketball. That might be it. I think that's it.
I played basically every sport that came through
Almost did track.
the school we went to.
The reason that I stopped playing basketball was we made it to a championship for 4th graders. So like Babby, hee, look at the cute little kids running around and playing with the ball. And during this little state championship, our coach, whose son was on the team, insisted that his son get the last goal of the over.
That's
like
insane.
four sets of overtime for this game, and his son is like dying, vomiting on the sidelines of the game, like throwing up repeatedly into a trash can, and his dad's like, "You get the fuck back in there, you're scoring this goal." And that was me like, I'm done.
I just
I'm
like
out.
that this kid's like on the ground like dying, and his dad's just like, seems like
Yeah.
a skill issue. If you just make it, you can go home. You know.
Yeah, Jamie, in short,
What are you, a bitch?
4th grade championship or state championships for tiny kids playing basketball. Coach had a kid on the team, refused to let anyone else score the game-winning goal, and his kid was like
Oh my
vomiting
God.
on the sidelines the whole game. Super
Dude.
sick. Like, it was awful.
Young coaches or people who like coach like young sports teams are actually usually psychopaths. I stand by that 100%. People who do like
That's the-
t-ball,
you know what, I'm gonna be
basketball,
honest.
like,
That's an American thing.
I think so.
oh no, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I 100% believe that.
Because
I'm just saying, like, based on like experiences of me being
Yeah.
there as an adult, because I worked at like a park for a while, where I was like doing like tickets and stuff like that, and
Yeah,
so
yeah, yeah.
watching a whole bunch of these like dads just screaming at kids was insane.
it's
It
funny,
was
man.
nuts.
Yeah, like I haven't really seen that ever in Australia. Like, I'm sure it does exist, but
Yeah, not to the
like
extent.
the stereotypical dad screaming at his kid from the sideline,
Yep.
like that kind of shit. I don't think I've ever seen that in Australia. Like what it is like you take your kid to go play footy, your kid cops a bump and you scream at the ref instead.
Yeah, fair.
But footy's, a pretty notoriously rough sport.
Yep.
Booty.
Yeah,
What a
AFL, I guess.
stupid way to what a stupid way to talk about it, dude. Just get closer than normal.
All right, best sim/strategy. Oh boy, yeah. I'm going to assume that this category was swayed by the fact that most strategy games are not super popular, and Mario is super popular.
Yeah.
I think you mean rabbits, but yeah.
I'm not saying that
Also-
Mario Rabbids doesn't deserve it if it's a good game. I'm just saying, from first impression, that's the vibe I get from this category.
Isn't Spice War not even released yet fully?
Is it not?
I have no idea.
I think it's just in beta.
Let's see. Early access game, yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Thought so.
$30 early access game. Mario Rabbids
I think
is a
an
good
early
game, no
access
cap.
game-
I trust.
I think early access games should be not allowed to be voted for.
I agree.
Agreed.
I think they should be voted for on the year that they release.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Because otherwise, people will, again, this goes back to the thing we've kind of talked about before, where people just ride the early access train infinitely and never actually fully release games.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. On
Yeah,
one hand,
like-
I could see how that is a sustainable model if you're pulling in enough money, and if you're just interested in like the live service aspect of constantly releasing stuff. I just think that it shouldn't be called early access anymore at that point.
Agreed.
I think there should be a line
it's
drawn
not.
somewhere. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, exactly what Baldy said. I think some games never leave early access because some devs like updating constantly. Yeah, exactly.
Just
It's
quickly,
fine.
What do you think about this,
feel-
Aravand?
Oh, yeah. What do you think about this, Aaron, man? I'll give you the floor. He's
Yeah,
not on
thanks.
this screen.
no. That's a bold take.
Mm.
Hot take,
Hello,
Airman. Hot
me,
take.
Aravan. I have come here to express my deep and dark opinion.
Go
It's
on,
Airman.
Airman. Yes. Definitely not baldy.ttv/baldy. Go on.
Aravand sounds really hot right now. Did you guys notice that?
Okay.
Oh my
That kind of
God.
threw me off. I was like, wait, was that Airman? Is he alive? Is he here?
I thought it was him as well at first. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah. I was like,
I,
wow, what
when I
timing?
heard that the bling of someone entering, I was like, what the fuck is Airman show up right when that? I was like, what are the odds?
Damn, does Airman have a cold? He sound different. Best family game? I actually really thought. Actually, I don't know. This one was like all over the place for me. This could have gone anyway. All these
I
games.
voted Kirby.
You voted Kirby? I think chat
Mhm.
voted Kirby as well, or Splatoon. It was one of the two.
I
I
think
think-
this should go between Kirby and Lego Star Wars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard no. You know what? Fuck the new Lego Star Wars game because they didn't add the little custom character creator that you usually get in those games, and that hurts me. Fuck them. How dare you take that away?
Hey, is your favorite?
I wanted to
Sonic
make
game the one where
Boba
you
Fett
can
with a
create your
bikini
own
like the
Sonic
Princess
OC?
Leia thing. What is it?
I said, is your favorite Sonic game the one where you get to create your own Sonic OC?
Oh my god, those are so cursed.
They're so bad. Honestly, no, it's definitely not. But I
Sonic
think here's my
Forces, thank you,
reasoning is
Draco.
that I think Splatoon 3 is like multiplayer based. Anytime you have online multiplayer, even if it is Nintendo and like a kid friendly game, you're gonna have some toxicity.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think Kirby just inherently should win that.
Actually,
Agreed.
is there toxicity on Splatoon? Because Nintendo hasn't figured out voice chat yet, have they?
Yeah, they have.
No.
Oh, okay.
There's literally a guy famous for being like ragey.
Oh, okay.
Like
Alright.
that's the entire thing that he does is he rages at Splatoon.
Interesting game choice to rage at. Best fighting game? I as much as I didn't want it to, I knew it was gonna go to Multiverses. I don't think Multiverses is that great. Like I feel like it attempts to emulate games like Smash, and it just doesn't quite meet the
Bro,
mark,
no one's
in my
even
opinion.
fucking playing it anymore.
I know,
No, I
no
agree.
one's talking about it.
My thing is that
What a
like
joke.
multiverses at first I was like, okay, I can see how this could potentially be like decent.
Mhm.
But like, dude, the servers were so bad. Everything
Yeah.
was always laggy. Like, no matter who I played with, I never had like a good, consistent experience. Not even anywhere
Yeah.
close to like anything like Guilty Gear or like Smash or like anything with like net rollback code, right?
How much
Like, the
does
things that,
fan
like, have
voting
updated.
actually matter in this?
In
don't know.
these, none. It's a jury. So they have this. There's only one award that is exclusively fan voted, I believe. They have already decided, and it's like a representative from each of these companies gets a vote in every category.
Yeah, y'all need some new juries, bro. Like, what the fuck is this?
Agreed. Fire everyone.
The only one that is fully user voted was Player's Choice Award or Player's Voice, one of the two. And
Yeah.
I think Genshin
Right.
Impact won that one. I don't think it'll be on this list, so I figured
Oh,
I would go
and
ahead
that's
put
right.
that
They
on.
were weaponizing their community, right?
They were, yeah. Like to the point of like causing controversy about opposing games and things like that.
Yeah.
Shutting down votes and making bot accounts and stuff like that.
Yep.
It's insane, man. I mean, I think
Scumbag fucks, man.
that's the problem with any of those kinds of things. Even whenever it came to like the streamer awards or anything like that, if you ever do something that's like, you know, your vote matters, then it's gonna be every person like going and be like, hey, vote for our game or vote for our thing, and just trying to see who has the biggest community. It doesn't even have to necessarily actually be everyone's favorite. It's just like whoever's community is like the most interactive.
Mhm.
Yep.
So
Which could be an award in itself, and I think was a category
I agree.
in this list actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think when the results for that award were announced, I do believe Jeff Keighley said, "Now that all of the bot votes have been removed, the winner is," and then
Right.
he said, "I don't really know how well they can do that, like how well they can tell bot accounts apart, but they claim that the bot votes were removed."
It's very easy because you can find out how like you can only really vote with a email account, right?
I suppose.
Or-
yeah, you just
or
need to
can
make
you
an
just-
email.
Yeah. So like realistically, like you just work out what emails have been like actively used in other places.
Mm.
You can also have a list of like other places that were botted, whether those like emails correspond with that. It's pretty easy to do, but all right.
Best role play. Now we're getting into
Yeah.
some good categories. This one I think, for me was obvious. Although I think I wasn't the best unbiased person for this category, given that I'm not a big JRPG fan, and basically all of these are JRPGs. So, in a way,
Yeah, no, but I mean, Elden Ring deserves a win.
Also, Lizzo said you just need the IP for the email addresses, and then if the IP addresses match, it would be one vote, not multiple. So that's
Right.
Yeah, that seems a pretty simple way. Okay, chat seems to be claiming it's pretty easy to find out which ones were bot votes. So that actually does make me a little
Yeah,
bit
well,
more
bot
comfortable
detection
in
has
that.
gotten like really good. Like,
I would
over
hope
the
so.
Yeah,
years.
just
'cause-
use Commander Root, man.
I went into the AI rabbit hole last night, and oh my god, I'm scared.
Is
I
that
won't-
after the Charlie video?
It was not.
Yep.
No, I watched it
It was for
after
me.
Atrioc.
Right.
A different streamer introduced me to it. I won't go
Yep.
super deep into it. All I will say is
Pretty
that
cool.
the moment I got impressed and scared of AI was the moment I saw a Twitch streamer type, how would I code the ability for an AI to generate a unique voice each time someone subscribed to my Twitch channel? And then it wrote the code for him. And
Yep.
then he said, give me a step-by-step instruction on how to implement this in my Twitch channel. And then it did.
Insane.
Insane. So yeah, that's why I'm a little scared suddenly.
Like,
of,
it's
how
terrifying that
impressive
AI can now
is.
code itself.
Yeah, essentially.
It's like it's all it is like motivation away from like becoming Skynet.
Yeah. Yeah, actually. I don't think there's much to talk about other than praise Elden Ring. If you haven't played Elden Ring, chat, you will probably be convinced by the end of the stream, unless you're intimidated by it, in which case we'll try harder to convince you.
Have you ever heard the story of how Miyazaki came up with Dark Souls multiplayer?
No.
I heard this the other day.
know what? Hold on.
Well, not the other day, a few
There you go.
weeks back. From Fox. So evidently Miyazaki one night broke down in a winter storm, right? And what people do during winter storms when they see someone broken down is they'll put their bumper up to the back of your car and push you until you get to a safe spot. And that's where he came up with the idea for the multiplayer, is like, you know, you don't ever know who that person is. You just know that they came and helped you. I think it's really interesting.
I like that.
This is a little tidbit that I found out. Yeah.
And that gave me the time to get Airband on this stream. Wait, is he only going to be on this one now? All right, never mind. We'll just save that for next time.
I thought you meant he was actually here. I was like, oh fuck.
No.
Just silently sitting in the corner, waiting, biding his time.
Advi says, not to mention the AI art stuff where all the training data is stolen without consent from the artist. So I was
Yeah,
actually
that's
thinking more
dodgy.
about that. The more I've thought about that, I think like that exact argument can be made in every case for AI because it's doing that for everything. I put in the thesis for my school paper that I turned in this weekend, and it wrote a better paper than I did. And
Yeah, it needs to be looked at. It needs to be investigated. People
school
need
is
to.
about to be like the education system is about to be uprooted.
Yep.
Yeah. You could just have an AI teach classes at this point.
Yeah, you could have an AI teach class, or if they aren't
Or
willing
do
to
your
let
work
that
for you.
happen, then students will just let the AI take the class for them because that's what.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah. All right, so let's move on to the next one. The difference is that people are trying to claim that AI art is worthy of praise the same way actual art is. I think that
That's so
still
dumb.
applies the same exact way to like plagiarizing it, like the paper I was talking about. If I were to claim that that was worthy of you know just as much credibility as a person who wrote it, I think that's the same argument. I think both of them are shitty. I think both of them need some sort of regulation, or things are going to get
Well,
weird.
A computer can't have an opinion, right? Like it can't.
Yep.
It can't create. It literally can't create. What it does is it takes other creations and amalgamates them.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So like one of the examples was Charlie wrote he got the AI to write a piece on why, what was it? It was
a game journalist like piece, right?
Yeah, he got to like do a game journalist piece on why a certain game was sexist and racist, and it was all because of Elon Musk.
Oh,
And
yeah.
really, all it does is take other articles that are similar.
Yeah, I'm sure it's
And-
scanning a database of papers and just taking paragraphs from papers.
pretty
One
much.
thing I do want to address, Baldy asked if he could join in on this. What I would suggest is once we're done looking over articles and announcements and things, if you guys want to continue the AI conversation just for half an
I'm down.
hour after we're done,
I'd
if
be
you have
game.
the time. Then Baldy, if you're available once we're done with the actual thing and we want to just kind of have an off conversation about AI, I'd be super down.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
for now,
This is already going to be a smaller discussion.
Yeah.
So having something that we can tag onto the end would probably be pretty cool.
but for now, we'll jump back into we're like halfway through our categories now, and we're only 46 minutes in. So, best action adventure for me, this one was laughably obvious. I don't have to explain why. For everyone who's been at my streams for the past 3 weeks, you all agree with me already, I know. God of War Ragnarok actually swept this category.
But Stray, man.
I think the only one that comes close is Tunic.
Yeah. I'd say Tunic exclusively for its creativity is why it would come.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's so
And traversal
creative,
and puzzle solving, yeah.
The puzzle solving for sure. The puzzles were way better in Tunic, in my opinion. Although
Yeah,
Ragnarok, I
agree.
felt like they did a really good job with making all the puzzles. I mean, not to say Tunic didn't, but I was more impressed with Ragnarok's puzzles because God of War 2018 had all the puzzles like there were 3 varieties of puzzle. and they
Yeah,
were just
there was
kind
the
of
rune
thrown
puzzle,
around.
there was the sand puzzle.
But God of War Ragnarok really, really went the extra mile and made quite a bit more. I was very pleased. Not
really
like
excited
an
because, like,
astronomical amount, but
I always take time, unless the game is like one of my most anticipated games of all time, I always wait to play something. So I've waited to play God of War Ragnarok. That idea purely comes from the fact that I want my community to be able to enjoy it first before I go and spoil everything. And so hearing all the good stuff about God of War Ragnarok is, I've had viewers come to me and say, I'm really glad you waited because you're really going to enjoy God of War Ragnarok. Now I get to watch you play it. And
I'm really excited to see your
Yeah.
reactions to it for sure. Let's see. Best action game, Bayonetta 3 won. You know, I've got to say, I'm really sad that Sifu didn't win anything.
Yeah,
I
think
am
that's
too.
right.
I that's why I'm so mad at the at Multiverses winning. I really
Yep.
think these fucking game outlets are just so dog shit. They basically have just said, oh, the only one we played was Multiverses because we knew that would get clicks.
Yeah.
Yep.
But
Yeah.
like, fuck off, dude. Like, Jesus Christ. This is why these fucking clowns, dude. People that work at game, like, I'm gonna be honest. Like, the people that like work at game journalist places, they don't fucking play video games, bro. They just like for 10 minutes they turn on the one that everyone is saying is pretty popular. They play it so they can give a dog shit opinion on it on some shitty website, and then they turn it off and never play it again. Like they like half these people should not have an opinion. They're
Yep.
not like they calling them the jury is just dog shit.
I have good news. I just fixed Airvan on all of our.
Nice.
Big
Now,
screens.
can we get Aravan's opinion on this?
Yeah. Come on, Airvan.
Because we all know that he loves single player action games.
Yes.
Go on, Airvan.
Especially story-based ones, actually, I hear.
Yeah,
Big
big
fan.
fan.
He's all about the
Gotta
story.
stop.
All about the story. He
I
hates.
love
Stop the meme.
single player action games, yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Airvan.
Thank you, Airvan. Thank you, Airvan. Airvan 3.
Airvan's got a cold or something. It's getting worse by the minute. Like I don't know what
That's
His
happened.
wild.
to
voice
him.
is just changing.
It's
so
really. It's just like
crazy.
I feel bad for him. It can't be good for his throat.
No.
I haven't played it. Honestly, I feel kind of disappointed in myself that I haven't played a Bayonetta game. I feel like I have because I've played other Platinum games, and from what I've seen, Platinum games makes pretty similar mechanics across their games. Looks very fun
Oh, man, nah, not really. Like
No?
this
You
is
don't
like
think
one of
so?
those things. It's like okay, so I call them spectacle fighters. So like you got like Dante's Inferno, the original God of Wars, Devil May Cry, and then Bayonetta, right? Bayonetta is like the one of the best ones. It's really good.
though. You need to play Metal Gear Rising. I've actually kind of wanted to. That's the one with Raiden and the all the slow-mo sword swiping, right?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, that game looks really camp and really fun.
Yeah, it is really camp and really fun. It's a cool game. I've watched Fox play it.
So, none of us are big VR guys, I don't think.
No.
I haven't played a lot of big VR games that matter. So this one we
Can't
didn't
believe
really
I'm
have a
missing
strong
one.
stance on. I'm trying to remember what chat voted on this one.
I think we. I actually don't remember. I
Yeah.
think we,
Most
maybe
people
Bone
voted for
Lab
Bone
because-
Lab because of the
Yeah,
name.
because
Oh,
it's funny.
okay. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Funny
you're right.
PP joke.
Draco says a Mogus.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
dude.
Among Us.
Honestly, that's the
I
only thing
thought it
I've
would
seen
win.
anything about.
I did too. I thought Among Us would win just because it was Among Us.
Yeah.
Anyway, innovation and accessibility. This one I didn't have too strong of an opinion on, but I had it between Ragnarok and The Last of Us.
Yeah, I think The Last of Us should have won.
You think so? Have you seen how wild the
I have.
accessibility is?
I have. Have you seen The Last of Us Part 1's like accessibility is?
I haven't seen what they changed from 2 to 1, which
Yeah,
is a
so it's
really,
really big.
weird comment to make.
It's really, really good. The Last of Us Part 1 does a really good job with accessibility. I think it should have won,
Interesting.
but I understand why God of War Ragnarok is in the combo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, the core too like had a lot of stuff, right? Like from
Yeah,
what I
it did. It
understand.
was
but,
also
like,
really good.
so it's like I feel like this is the first category where I'm looking at this stuff and I'm like, there's a lot of options. You could go here either way, and I wouldn't be upset about it.
It's just
as far
nice
as,
to
like,
see accessibility options being more of a thing.
I agree.
Agreed.
Having an award for it at all means that game developers will put more thought into it. I
True.
really appreciate that, just conceptually.
True.
Agreed.
I will say this as Dusk Falls game. I know that it won another award that we'll get to soon. I am suddenly interested. I don't really like the way it looks visually. As
Me either.
not to say that I think it looks bad. It's just an artistic choice that I think is a little strange looking. But I am interested in trying it now because of how many categories it was nominated for and
Yeah.
the one that it won. Best community support. I am shocked that Genshin didn't force their way in this category.
I am too, to be honest. No, like realistically, like they don't really talk with their community that much. They just kind of
Yeah.
add shit, and the community is like dribbling, so they like it.
Also, It's Emma Dilemma said, if God of War released earlier in the year, would they have still won in these categories, or is it because it's still new and exciting? I actually believe that it's the opposite. I think that the game would have done better because more people would have been exposed to it and had more time to play it or try it, as opposed to it releasing 2 weeks beforehand, and really the only option of people who knew about it were people who watch a streamer play it, or if you owned a PS5, which is not many.
Yeah,
but
but
that's not
here's the
gonna.
thing is-
You're not gonna like. I think that's a weird statement to make because like, wouldn't having longer to get a PS5 make it more accessible?
Yes.
So like,
yeah.
that would bode well for it to be released later in the year.
I think
Like
could
if you
go
release it
either
earlier in the
way.
year when there's still like lots
Ah,
of
I
fucking
see what
people
you mean.
without PlayStations, like
Yeah.
I think it was better that it waited a long time to be released.
I also
is
think
the
that like
PlayStation
it being
5
the
issue
limelight
over?
of like stream culture is like a big thing. Like we I think a lot of times people underestimate like how impactful the content creation thing around like certain games whenever it just releases is. Because
Yeah.
it's like it was like everywhere whenever it first.
Well, I
whenever it released.
know that me and Debbie are gonna butt heads at the big one coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't think this is it. I think it makes sense for me.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
this,
that it was
yeah,
released.
yeah.
Best mobile game. The only time I have even heard of Marvel Snap was my girlfriend telling me that she downloaded it and thought it was fun. Other than
I'm
that, I heard zero
shocked.
about Marvel Snap.
I'm shocked that Genshin didn't win this.
I'm
Absolutely
actually am
shocked.
too. How like what is Marvel Snap? I actually don't know anything. Is it like Pokemon Snap? Do you just like go around and take pictures of like Marvel characters just randomly in the world?
Yeah, you peek through Spider-Man's window and take a picture of his penis.
It's
Finally, a game I can get behind.
the best way that I can explain my understanding of it concisely is that it's a card game where all of the cards are themed after Marvel characters, and it's a strategy game where combining certain cards together creates unique effects and so on and so forth. But that being in like a neat user interface and very easily accessible to new players who
Okay.
don't play a lot of card games, I think is what got it this spot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's like 5 people that give a fuck about this category in the
Yeah,
world.
true.
Yeah, I guess it's fair. I think TCGs are always going to be pretty popular, and if it's like you said, if the interface is actually like pretty good and easy to understand, then it'll do well. I think it's pretty easy.
I think
Yeah,
there were
yeah.
5 people who were super passionate about this category, as Jamie said, and all 5 of them laughed when they saw Diablo Immortal on here.
Dude,
Oh, you
I
got
can't
phones,
believe it's
don't
not
ya?
there.
You got phones, don't you?
God.
Baldy said, I'm 2 of them. Best Indie. Stray won Best Indie and Best Debut Indie.
That's a
What
joke.
is the-
That's so
What is
dumb.
the difference between is debut just like how good it did on release? Is that like all it's saying?
It's the company's first ever game, basically. It's
Okay,
the first
okay,
time
okay.
this indie company has released a title, and if their first game was good enough to win an award, great. That type of concept. This one is
I still
just
think Tunic should have won.
Yeah.
Or Sifu.
Tunic is too much of a hidden gem. It went
Yep.
under the radar. Wasn't as
Yep.
well promoted as Stray. I think.
Yeah, and it's all because
Wait, is Stray
they had
Annapurna's first
Annapurna
thing?
behind them.
What was that?
Is
John?
Annapurna's their first game?
Annapurna's
No,
the
no, no,
publisher
no,
of
Just
the
because
game.
it technically they were like funding and like helping with it.
Annapurna's
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
published it. Yeah, they gave them
Which
money and a
means
little bit of direction.
So Annapurna is kind of like they're like Devolver Digital. So think of them like Devolver Digital.
Yeah.
And like what they do is basically they have tons of money, they market the shit out of it, and it was such an easy game to market, which is why it's annoying because like, and I know there's a lot of people in chat that are like, oh, but I really like Stray. I'm not saying Stray's bad. I'm not saying Stray's bad. I'm just saying that anyone who played Tunic or Sifu would understand why Stray shouldn't have won it.
Sifu's dope. I like Sifu.
Yeah.
I haven't played Tunic, so I can't speak to that, but I've seen some stuff and it looks awesome as well.
Yeah, I think
you would, Chunk, I really think you would like Tunic.
Yeah,
I
do
believe
too.
that.
It's
I think
like it's like this beautiful cross between like, oh god, what was that? It's like what's the game before Hades? The Kid. Fuck. What was the game they made before Hades? I'm
don't
blanking on it so hard.
Higher?
Binding of Isaac.
Bastion.
Oh, Bastion.
It's like Bastion crossed with Zelda crossed with Dark Souls.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, it's really dope. It's really quite a dope game. And it's got mechanic. So like from the start of the game, you have this like in-game game manual that tells you how to do everything. The only problem is you can't read it because it's in another language. And you slowly uncover that language, which means you like all the mechanics are there. You have access to every mechanic. You just don't know how to use them until you unlock the ability to read that page from the game manual.
And it's not a
fucking
thing of
awesome.
like the character learns the words and then it fills it in for you. It's like you have to learn it and understand that language to process it.
It's so cool, bro. It's so cool, bro.
It's very unique.
Interesting.
They made a
It's such a
linguistic
bummer
game.
that they're not being rewarded for the ingenuity that they came up with.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, that sounds like maybe not quite in the same realm. But what's the fucking? I'm actually blanking on it. The name of the like night
Is it
game where
Outer
it's like
Worlds?
there's an actual skill where you have to learn how to read
Oh,
to like be able to like. I can't remember what game it is.
it's Tunic.
We'll come back to it if I think.
But yeah,
but yeah,
it's one of those things where it's like
we'll come back to it.
this
if I
is
remember.
just an example of marketing winning it. Like that's all this is. This should just be called the marketing prize.
Would you
because the
consider
game that
Tunic a
won-
bullet hell?
It's just the game that was marketed the best.
I don't think I would consider it a bullet hell, but I think bullet
No,
hell skills would
it does
come
have
in
bullet
very
hell
handy.
mechanics
Yeah.
in the same way that like the same way that like Nier Automata has bullet hell mechanics.
Mhm.
So it's like, you know, it is part of the game, but it's not the focal point of the game.
Our next category, best ongoing, a second award won by Final Fantasy XIV.
I think this is fine. I think this
Yep.
is good.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
agree. I don't know that I would have been really mad about anything winning this unless it was Destiny.
Yeah.
Or
Apex, I'd be
Apex,
upset with.
to be honest,
Yeah.
Apex.
Is that not going well? I thought people still like that game.
It's
They
okay.
like it,
People
but it's
are really.
also starting to be like Stockholm syndrome, like Destiny 2 is. I feel like.
see.
Yeah.
I see.
It's also like plagued with hackers. It's got
Ugh.
really so the best players in the world have stopped using keyboard and mouse because the aim assist in that game is so strong that the best players in the world are just like, well, I may as well use controller.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
that's basically the problem with Apex and Halo, and I think those two games are like designed to emulate one another currently.
I think
I think
I could
Apex
be
took
wrong.
a
Did
lot
they-
of inspiration from Halo, and then I think Halo Infinite took inspiration from Apex that took inspiration from it. Like,
Yeah.
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 It really goes back around. I think I could be wrong on this, but didn't Halo add like aim assist to mouse recently or something like that? Or
Oh
I think
my
it was
god, no!
different-
What,
different-
did
I
they
hope
really?
not.
Hold on, I'll have to
Holy
double check. I
shit.
remember seeing something about a game adding.
That would be
Come on, am I
nutty.
the only one that likes Destiny?
Yeah, 5 days ago, there's like a thing where it's like Halo added aim assist to keyboard and mouse.
I feel the
There's like
same
a
way
YouTube
about.
video of a dude doing the tracking.
I feel the same about Destiny players as I do like a Coke addict. It's like, man, you really seem like you're having fun, but at some point you need to get some help.
Here's how I feel about Destiny, and Devi, you're the same. I just don't like them after they made Destiny 2.
Mhm.
They're just liars, and the other reason is like the good versions of Halo had to die for Destiny to live.
Yep. They killed a franchise, lied to the entire player base, and made like 4 times the money they intended to with Destiny because
Yep.
people keep buying it.
I'm so sad. I liked that game. I wanted to like that game a lot.
Yeah. Next category. This is the one. Games for impact. So every year, actually I would say every year or two, I get a craving for like a game that's gonna rip my fucking heart out. And
Right.
this is the category to look at when you want to find that game. So because of that, As Dusk Falls has just leapt onto my wish list because I suddenly want to see how big of an impact it would have.
Mm-hmm. I
Why
remember that.
aren't Genshin and Honkai on this list?
True, dude.
They
So
just have
much
impact in the title. I don't-
It's in the it's in the name, man. It's
yeah.
gotta
Yeah.
have it.
There's a lot of impact in Genshin. Just so much impact.
So much impact. Still the only one on this that I've even heard of. Even after we discussed it last time.
Yeah,
Citizen Sleeper's like the only game I've heard of on this list.
same.
But As Does Falls taking the win makes me very, very, very interested.
Yep.
Best
Yeah.
performance. Funny enough, yeah. When I finished the game the first time, I was torn because I thought the voice actor for either Freya or Sindri deserved it because I thought they did incredible jobs. But after playing through it a second time, yeah, no, I think Christopher Judge.
Bro, the
earned
Elden
this.
Ring lead
He's-
voice actor got snubbed, let's be honest. Those grunts were so good.
Not the grunts, the narrator
Yeah.
for the intro.
Well, actually, that's
What
true.
was
The
the-
narration was pretty good.
What
I
was
think
the
Ronnie
dude's
should have been up.
name?
The voice actress for Ronnie should have been up here because I really wanted to have sex with Ronnie.
Which one is Judge? Christopher Judge was Kratos. This is the voice actor
Yeah.
for Kratos. And for those
Yeah.
of you who have only played the first game and not the second, without spoilers, I will say that his voice is very different in the second.
Mhm.
In the first game of this reboot, he still seemed a lot more like the old Kratos, like very loud, very like aggressive. In this game, he's like toned it way back and is like audibly tired every time he speaks, and he has like this little subtlety to like every line he delivers in
Well,
this
that's-
game that is
That's
just
the thing with him, isn't he? He is tired.
it's
like,
yeah,
as-
and it's perfect.
As a
It's
character,
portrayed
like
flawlessly.
he's over it.
Yeah,
Like
it
this
is
was meant to be like a new
incredible.
start for him. This is like, you know, he's gone and killed off an entire pantheon of gods. He
Yeah.
didn't really want to. This is like, have you guys ever seen oh god, what's that fucking show with that movie with Dan Glover and Mel Gibson? Fuck, Lethal Weapon. He's like the
Yeah.
epitome of I'm too old for this shit.
Yeah, basically.
Dude.
I will say as well, Sonny Suljic, hopefully I pronounced that right, the voice actor for Atreus in the second
Suljic,
game,
I
also
think it
did
is.
a fantastic game. Suljic,
Yeah, I think it's a soft J.
incredible job. We'll move on to the next one. Best audio design. Of all the categories that I was like really like, Ragnarok will win this one. Okay. Sure.
Yeah,
I mean, like,
yeah.
I don't really think it's not like God of War Ragnarok did anything bad for audio design. It was just
didn't
like,
stand out.
yeah, it was just like it did, I think everything else was so good I didn't care. Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah,
but like,
whereas I think games like Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 and Gran Turismo, they stepped it the fuck up.
Yeah.
So having since had a discussion on it and having spoken to some people, I listened to what Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 sound design is like, and it's fucking unreal.
Really.
It's really good, yeah. And you can't describe it without like having the person go play it. Like it.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's honestly underrated here, and I think Gran Turismo 7 as well, with like how realistic the cars sound.
Yeah.
I think
Well,
those two honestly kind of got stumped here.
Yeah, well, also to me, like whenever I think about sound design in games, for a racing game, I feel like that's such a huge chunk of like what makes a game good or not, right? Like it like revolves
Yeah.
around the feel of you actually being in the car, the sound design making you be like this is what it should sound like. This feels powerful. Like whenever I'm driving it at like these insane speeds. Gran
So
Turismo
true.
7, from what I've heard, is like insane. Whenever it does
Yeah,
that.
the level of detail that they go into when they make these the sounds of these cars is incredible, and the ways they go about recording it too is. I just they should have. I feel like they should have got more respect in this category, but I feel like Sony paid a fair bit of money to have a lot of dubs here.
I think one thing I wanted to point out, this isn't the category that's being discussed here for music. That's a different category because
Yeah,
chat's
music is a
arguing
different
about
list.
music is a different category. But to answer the question in chat, God of War Ragnarok did have an entirely different and unique soundtrack. However, some people might notice similarities because each character or group of characters in both games has their own unique like melody
Theme.
or motif or a theme.
Yes,
And
motif.
those
Thank
themes-
you. Well
yeah,
done.
motif.
I usually stay away from the word motif because most people don't understand that.
Yeah, I think theme
that's
is
so
better
spot on.
for this chat. But yeah, so a motif or theme for each character will be repeated in certain songs that those characters are like relevant to the scene. So it might sound familiar because of that. The one
So
I
do you-
noticed the most was Faye, Kratos' dead wife's theme from the first game. That one was used in like 10 songs in the first game. It shows up as a very soft like undertone in several songs in
So-
God of War or in Ragnarok. So
those who want to understand what a motif is, I think there's one really famous one that I think everyone knows. So a motif is when you use it's like a musical
pattern.
what's the best way to describe it? It's like a theme, right? You stick to this theme and you use it in different ways throughout. I think one of the most famous ones you'll ever hear is dun 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 dun. And then a motif is using that in different ways, but still sticking to the theme of the. Right? He
I
goes
think
dun dun
pattern is
dun
what you
dun
want.
dun
It's like the same
dun dun
pattern
dun.
of notes, but just like kind
Yeah.
of altered to fit the same vibe. Yeah.
Yeah. And what you do with that motif, it can change, but like you kind of want to stick to that in order to make a song a song. Yeah, we'll get more into music later, but yeah, that's what a motif is.
Chat's pulling up the definitions. I would also like to point out
Here we
that
go.
I have here we go. That's not
Oh,
right.
that's cool.
Good job, Urban Dictionary. You fucked up again.
Wow. I mean, to be fair, it's Urban Dictionary, you know.
I know. I do that on purpose. Usually
Hang on,
it's
I've got a
something
good one.
sexual. Yeah.
Define felching.
Oh no. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good stuff. I like how they got that one right. They nailed that.
I'm gonna move us to the next category. Here we go. This is what chat was waiting for. Best score in music, which, by the way, hard fucking agree. Last night's stream, I was just dead silent for so much of it. We finished God of War Ragnarok on stream last night, by the way.
Yeah.
I feel like I was silent and captivated by so much of the story that it's the first ever Twitch stream where after it, I got a notification on my phone that said Twitch has noticed several copyright claim issues in your most recent VOD. And I was just like jaw dropped at the music the second playthrough. Like both playthroughs, it was just absolutely stunning. I love the soundtrack of God of War Ragnarok. It might be weird for a playlist at work though, Baldy. But yeah, give it a shot. You might like it.
True. So I think this could have gone to Elden Ring, God of War, Ragnarok, or Hellsinger. Not mad at it if any of them winning. So God of War, sure. Yeah.
I think, as weird as it sounds, as someone who loved Metal Hellsinger, and I said this last time on the podcast, as the first ever PC player to beat Metal Hellsinger, can confirm, I have that as a fact and proof on my Twitter account. Metal Hellsinger's music was really good, but I just don't feel like it had the same impact on the game as Ragnarok.
That's fair.
I felt like it was just good music for the sake of good music, which is fine. Ragnarok's music was like a fucking treat while I was also enjoying everything else. It was just like, I don't know. It's the first time I've ever listened to a soundtrack and thought, I wonder if I could find someone performing this live, and I would pay to see that.
Oh, it's not the first time I've ever thought that. That's
I don't usually
Like,
care about.
I
live
hate
music.
Bethesda, but I'll do that with like half their games.
Really?
Yeah, Bethesda. Look, Bethesda do really good in some aspects, right? They do really good. Like you listen to the fucking soundtrack of Skyrim. It's fucking pretty awesome.
I mean, that theme, legendary. Main
Oh,
theme of Skyrim is,
there's a reason it's iconic. It's amazing.
We're like Sonic
So-
Adventure.
And like there's better than that. Like I don't know if you got the opportunity, but look up the Morrowind theme. The Morrowind theme is
Ooh, I
like,
haven't thought about that in a while.
yeah, well, that theme is like an orchestral masterpiece. I don't know why they care so much about music, but not game design.
They got that director on speed dial, but everyone else has to work together for all the other parts.
Yeah,
Also, the game engine doesn't have anything to do with the music, so you know.
yeah. Again, dude, people always get weird about me when I say that like the game engines that like when a company refuses to move off a game engine, it hurts them, right? The creation engine and the Pokemon proprietary engine are perfect examples of that. Like just imagine
go
if
to Unreal
Bethesda-
5.
or even more so, if you really want to stick to the engine you've got, take a year to develop a new one. Like make Creation 2, but don't just make it an amount. Like don't just make it a fucking rehashing of one, but with some extra features. Like if you really are so stuck in your ways that you want to keep using the Creation engine, take a year off. Don't make a game and make the engine instead. You will benefit for it in the long run.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean,
Or-
they probably won't. Everyone's
or-
gonna fucking buy Elder Scrolls 6 anyway.
Release Skyrim one more time. Don't change anything about it. Just add a new word on the box. People will buy it, and then use that money to buy the rights to use Unreal Engine 5.
You don't even need to buy the rights.
Oh, okay.
Skyrim Felching Edition.
Do you know how Unreal 5 works?
They get well, I guess it's not like they don't have to pay for it. It's just that Epic gets like a percentage of sales, right?
Okay, so it does work with a royalty system. This is one of the coolest things I think people need to realize. Epic are fucking mad lads having done this. Okay, so Unreal Engine 5 is completely free to use. Anyone can download it right now and you can just start making a game. What Epic, because Epic was the one who basically funded Unreal Engine 5, right? So they have the royalty rights to any game that uses it. They do not charge royalties until the first $1 million has been made.
That's insane.
That's actually
Yep.
really cool. I didn't know that
Yeah,
part.
it's amazing. It is going to push gaming forwards because so many more people are going to be able to try it because there is no cost. In the past, to make a game, you had to buy the engine, buy your assets and all that shit. Now you don't need to buy the engine. You can just load it up, play it, and if you make more than $1 million, well, let's be honest, you're probably not going to complain about paying royalties at that point.
Yeah.
So that kind of shit is going to push gaming so far ahead. So I
Assassin
love
said
that.
my classes used Unreal. That doesn't surprise me at all. I'm very happy to hear that like modern game development classes are teaching.
There's no reason
Unreal
not to.
Engine.
It's
Yeah, I know.
it's free to use now.
Do they use Unreal 4 or have they already upgraded to 5? Because I hope they upgraded to 5, but my graphic design college experience had me learning a software that was made in 1994, so I'm not 100% sure.
That's rough. My
Yeah,
my
I
audio
dropped out
engineering
my
course.
first time.
My audio engineering course is really good. They taught us how to use Pro Tools, which is like quote unquote the industry standard. It's like the unofficial industry standard. But then they also taught us how to use stuff like Cubase and some other more esoteric ones in case we ever run into them. Thought it was pretty good.
Oh, they were talking about your cat, Chunk. I was like, what the fuck
Yeah.
are you guys talking about? Chunk has pussy?
Well,
No,
yeah, but-
Chunk is pussy.
Show me Ronk, please. All right, hold on.
yeah. He does not like being picked up, but here you go. He's going to run now. Goodbye, my boy.
I do like this button. I like having this button.
Yeah.
I gotta make some sizes a little more accurate. little bit off-sized. I frantically threw that together today. All right, 4 more categories. Best art direction. All right,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
this
be
is
honest
So
with you.
deserved.
I think this is the one that I thought was the most contentious of the two, or of like I think Elden Ring getting Game of the Year is an easier thing for me to stomach than this one.
Really?
Yeah, I think Elden Ring being Game of the Year is understandable because
Bro, you need to go play Elden Ring again. I feel like you've just been too far detached from that game that you don't
Maybe,
remember
maybe.
how good this shit is.
you need to go play Ragnarok for the first time.
I've seen
because I
it.
don't think
I've
that-
seen it. I've seen it. I've watched homies play it. I'm not the kind of person that's like so stuck that I won't like just go watch a couple of homies play it, like a little bit here and there. I won't watch the whole thing, but I'll watch it here and there, right?
Mhm.
I've seen it. I know it's good, man. I know it's good. I think you don't realize how good Elden Ring is.
I
I really
think
think that you've like it's been too long for you, Devi, that you don't realize how like
Maybe
God of
you're
War
right.
Ragnarok for you is fresh. It's
Mhm.
super fresh. You're just playing it. Elden Ring has so many scenes where it is just a fucking dude. I would walk in a room. I'm like, am I looking at a painting? What is this? This is unbelievably gorgeous.
So this happened last week, and but it happened at a point that we had already gone back and forth several times, so I didn't want to say it. But your comments about Elden Ring being beautiful and going into all these places and seeing like a painting somewhere, I think if you replaced God of War Elden Ring with God of War Ragnarok, you would have my rebuttal. Like it's the exact words back and forth that we would say. I think maybe I preferred Ragnarok because there was more contrast and more variety, as opposed to Elden Ring always felt a little gray and a little desaturated.
No,
but
I
it used
disagree.
color sparingly. I think it used color intentionally in certain locations. Do we need to pull up a side-by-side of like Vanaheim
Holy
and God of War Ragnarok
great.
and
So-
then like
so-
a forest in Elden Ring? You can't be telling me I'm wrong
Oh,
on this.
just the forest. Yeah, let's just get a fucking forest as a
Yeah.
picture.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. I picked the forest in both locations or in both games. Like
Yeah.
that was the intention.
Yeah,
We could
the
pick
forest in God of-
Alfheim's
in-
desert and the desert of Elden Ring. We could pick the snowy
You mean
area.
the
in
forest? You mean
Midgard
the
and-
forest in Elden Ring that's designed to be intentionally foggy so you can't see more than 5 feet in front of
So-
you?
Oh no, not at all. I
here's
was talking about
here's
more of,
here's
like,
what I'll say. I think that both of you. So you're basically, Debbie, what you're saying is not necessarily the more you're not saying it's as unique in certain areas. Like whereas like Elden Ring has all these like intentionally like one specific area that's like scenic or like got in these intentionally like, beautiful shots or like areas where you can set up your camera that are undescribably beautiful. But you're saying the overall design of just like the grass, like the trees, like the overall atmospheric like base of the game is better.
I think both games are stunning and gorgeous. I just think
Yeah.
that because of the amount of variety in location, the amount of like unique assets in like so many cutscenes to make certain moments just jaw-dropping and stunning, I think God of War Ragnarok brought more, in my opinion, than Elden Ring did.
You're saying like buzzwords like more unique assets. What does that mean?
Okay, so there is a scene that I will never forget of you waking. I don't remember their names. It's like Skull and Hati, maybe. They're the wolves of Jotunheim that control night and day. And in this scene, they are both like. Cinematography is incredible. They're both like on either side, stationed up next to Atreus, and Atreus is just like, "Hey, if I do this, bad things happen." Blah blah blah. And it's just this gorgeous scene of Atreus slowly pulling his bow back and firing an arrow into the sky, and one of the wolves just like launching off the platform that you're standing on, and it looks like ripping the sky apart to like change the time of day instantly. It's not like the sun and the moon move. It's like the dog rips through the sky and tears daylight through, and it's
So you're talking a pre-rendered
beautiful.
cutscene.
I'm- No, you also can do it whenever you want out of cutscene. You have control over that at a certain point. So it is a cutscene at one point, but you can also do it multiple times as just a common world exploration thing, because also that zone changes between day and night.
Okay.
I don't want to go into so much detail that I'm spoiling major content like that, which is why
Yeah,
I
no,
say
I understand,
buzzwords
I
like
understand.
more. But I think that being one moment that is repeated throughout, you can control it whenever. It's not just pre-rendered. But that just being one example of dozens of gorgeous, jaw-dropping moments that happened in that game is what, in my opinion, elevated Ragnarok above Elden Ring. Whereas Elden Ring, I think, had like a lot fewer locations or variety in just how
Whoa,
different things
whoa.
were.
Hang
Yeah.
on, I need to cut into a comment right here. If the
I think
Dark
you're talking
Souls
the same one.
games didn't also win in the this in the past, then Elden Ring shouldn't win this now. Huh?
Yeah, I
I don't
disagree with
agree
that
with
one.
that
What?
take. Yeah, I don't agree with that take for sure.
I
I think Elden Ring blew all of the Dark Souls games out of the fucking water. in my
What the
opinion.
fuck? All right, Zex, I so strongly disagree with that.
Yeah,
That's
I
like
think the
saying,
reason I did. Go ahead. Sorry.
oh, I was going to say, that's like saying, hey, these guys made a shooter in the past. Now this game based on Picasso they made shouldn't win game of the shouldn't win art design because they recently made a shooter.
I'm gonna go on a limb and I say I'm assuming they're saying that to them the art wasn't that different; it felt the same. But I think it's so vastly like more colorful in certain areas. The areas themselves were more unique than in any Dark Souls games like beforehand.
I'm gonna guess they
I-
didn't play it because they're saying they're sick of sick of
Or
Elden
maybe they
Ring.
just
Yeah,
didn't
I think it's personal bias based on that
100% it.
Yeah.
So it's like it's hard to say, but
Based on
there's
that
definitely-
comment, I think it's 100% just a bias.
oh yeah,
Just biased,
Sick of all
yeah.
the Souls games, yeah.
Yeah, look, I think we could go back and forth on this. I think this is just a close race.
Yeah.
Yeah, at the end of the
I
day-
won't complain. This is just the one that I felt the most strongly about.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Yeah.
I will say, I think saying a game looks more gray is a bit of a generalization and a bit of a saturation of what this argument is.
Mhm.
A game can look incredibly gray, but if it's doing it for an artistic endeavor, then there's no reason that that can't also be an incredible art direction.
Yeah, I
So
agree.
like
my
if you look at the
personal
molten, yeah, I know. I guess what I'm trying to say is saturation doesn't equal good art.
Yeah.
So like you look at like the molten area of Dark Souls, not Dark Souls, Elden Ring, sorry. You look at the molten area, the volcanic manor.
Mhm.
That area is browns and reds
Yeah.
pretty much the entire way through,
Yeah.
and it is one of the most stunning places in the game.
It is very
It
cool
is
looking. Yeah.
stunning, and especially where you fight Ricard, what's his name? Is it Ricard?
Rykard.
Rykard,
Yeah,
sorry.
Rykard.
Where you fight Ricard, dude, is just unbelievable. That whole I've never seen a hellscape look that good. Yeah,
I'm
I'm glad.
Go ahead.
I'm
Finish
just
your
gonna say I'm glad that we butt heads on some of these though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd
so
it'd
here's
suck
what
if we
I'll
all
say.
just like looked at everything and just went, "Yep, that's
Yeah.
fine. Yep, that's fine."
Like I think I personally side with Poppy here. I think Elden Ring to me stood out more. I mean, I haven't finished it. I'm still going through your VODs, so I haven't caught up on all of the God of War right now because I probably won't get a PS5 to play it.
Mhm.
Yep.
But I do think that at the end of the day, it's what like Emma said, where it's like art. At the end of the day, art's subjective. There's gonna be like different
So
things
true.
that stick out to different people. So it's like trying to hard say, especially when it's done at this high of a level, it's almost impossible to say one is definitively better than the other. So you can really go either way on this and like still be right. It just kind of is how it is. I will
Yeah.
say I do like the comment that people were where Valkyrie said, "I'm sick and fucking tired of gray being an art direction." I agree. I'm tired of the like some of these art directions for like games being just a bland ass open world that's like it feels like it's supposed to be
Skyrim.
mysterious or foggy.
Literally,
Yeah,
Skyrim.
no, I agree. Skyrim, I think maybe didn't start at all, but it basically exacerbated like the entire
Yep.
like series of like people picking that up as like a theme, and I fucking
Yeah.
hate it.
100%. And this is one of the reasons I'm so high on Elden Ring is because like what it did was it broke the genre open. So what happens a lot with AAA developers is they will find a meta for game design, and then they'll stick to that meta so uncontrollably hard that pretty much every game that gets released is the exact same. They are basically offshoots of like whatever is the meta at the moment.
And the fun thing
And
is,
Elden-
if you want a history museum of how those things have changed, look through the history of all of Ubisoft's release ever. Like,
True.
it's just, you can watch the game industry evolve through Ubisoft games because they just
Yep.
put out generic shit every year.
Yeah, it's the market test genre is all it is. They market test to see what the average person doesn't give a fuck about games on the level that we do. That's what we're talking about. Like, there's a difference between gamer and a person that plays games, right? A gamer, like, looks at a game as a piece of art, right? And then they will criticize that piece of art if it is subpar and average. And the average person, and I'd say there's more people that just like buy, like, I always call it the 1.5. So like the average, I feel like the average human being that works like a 45 hour a week job, right? They'll buy 1.5 games a year. Sometimes they might buy 2, sometimes they might buy 1 in a year. And that's what they'll play. So these companies like Ubisoft, Bethesda, 2K, they market test that demographic because that demographic is the one they want to hit. Because if that demographic that year, if all of them buy their game, they're going to make a lot of money.
Yep.
Right? So it's just the market test. It's just this market tested, like, and this happened with open world gaming, like especially fantasy open world gaming. And I feel like the 2 games that have really busted open the fantasy open world genre is Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild and Elden Ring. They changed it. They like basically said, no, we're going to do this, but we're going to give a fuck.
I think,
You know?
I agree entirely on that. I think that the one thing that separated God of War and Elden Ring, and the reason I think I will agree that Elden Ring deserved Game of the Year is because Elden Ring shook up so much new ground and like changed the meta. I will say that my extreme praise for Ragnarok comes from a position of I have always enjoyed the semi-linear basically narrative story shoved down your mouth that Sony has always done. Jak and Daxter with its hub worlds and a story between. You know, Sly Cooper is a similar game. Even the original God of War, Spyro, Crash. I grew up with all those, and I love that style of game, even if after a while it kind of feels a little old and dated. I think what God of War Ragnarok to me was the perfect that game. Like, it did not do anything super new or unique. It just did everything that I have come to love in games perfectly. And so
there's
because of
literally
that, I
nothing
agree on Game of
wrong
the Year.
with being the ultimate in what you do, right? Like being the best at what you do, even if it's been done before. If you're the best at it, that's awesome. Hell yeah. And probably any other year, you win it wins Game of the Year, right? Any other year.
Yeah,
But
Elden
then
Ring
you-
was like
like
a
this-
game of a decade.
Straight up. Like maybe even a game of like a generation.
I also wanted
Like-
to point out before we moved on from the art one, really quick, that Ava redeemed a highlighted message, so I didn't want to skip over that. But they said,
Right, yeah,
I don't
yeah,
think
please.
one is better than the other, but I do think God of War appeals to my own preferences for art direction. Art is subjective, right? And they both do things to incredible degrees.
So
They
true.
do different things to incredible degrees. Yeah, that's very well phrased.
100%. Also, I want to point out that like the whole point of this podcast is to argue.
Yeah, we are
Right.
argumentative, and we like debates, and yeah.
Yeah. So like I agree. Art is subjective, and there's like realistically there's no reason for me to be able to like look at Devi and be like, no, you're not allowed to say that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's why we're not going,
But,
no,
like-
you're wrong. We're going, oh, this is
Yeah.
why I feel this way.
Like the only time I felt like there was a wrong thing was like the whole gray thing, but then I understand what you said now,
Yeah.
like now that you've explained it.
Yeah.
So you're 100% right. Like art is completely and utterly subjective. If God of War dude, if Scorn appealed more to your sense of like what was good and what was bad, there's no you're
yeah,
not
we
wrong.
actually talked about that a lot when we were voting for this category, and when we talked about Scorn, I was really surprised that you guys well, I don't remember who it was. Someone was like really against Scorn even being in this category.
Airvan.
Was it Airvan?
super
Yeah,
really
Airvan
good.
was-
I think that
Airvan
the art
shit on
direction
it
in Scorn was really cool. I personally, I
It's
thought that
cool.
it was like it
It's
looked
very
like
edgy.
something I would
My
want to
taste
look
buds,
at,
yeah.
not play. So for
Okay.
art direction, I can see why it would be nominated. I don't know if I
Can
think
you-
that it deserves a win, but
Can you pull up 2 pictures for me?
yeah.
Okay, can you pull up a picture of H.R. Geiger, right? Just and some of his art. Just have a look at some of H.R. Geiger's art. Okay, so this is what his art looks like.
I'm
all
gonna
right.
do...
A lot of you will probably most recognize this as yeah.
What is this?
It's very there's a lot of like a lot of phallic and sexual art that's kind of disguised as like what we call the meat machines. It's just like alien like machines that use like bone and human anatomy type like visages to
Mhm.
as a style, right? And then you look at Scorn, right? Like, look at an actual in-game version of Scorn, and
Yeah,
you'll
this is an
see.
in-game screenshot, so you can see
Yeah.
first-person perspective there. I think this might be concept art.
Yeah, that's concept art.
This is an
There you go,
in-game
like this.
screenshot.
Do you see how it doesn't quite look right? It's too in between, like it's too brown, and like it doesn't hit those grays and whites hard enough. It doesn't feel like, it also doesn't feel bloody enough.
I think that's my thing that I'm noticing is that for a game that I feel like is supposed to be almost like a depiction of hell, of like the fleshy, like undead kind of like, you know, artistic style. I don't feel like there's enough of that being pushed forward in these scenarios.
It really should be visceral, and there are moments that are visceral, but it's not always visceral.
Yeah.
Whereas
There's moments
it needs to
clearly
be.
built for like shock factor.
Yes, and whereas if you're gonna make a game based on that art direction, it needs to be like, you need to go into that hard.
That being said, I haven't watched all of Scorn. I don't know. I like if it's just based off of like a few screenshots and like a little bit of gameplay that I've seen. So I could be missing something. I'm not gonna say
Peter
that.
Booth.
But at the end of the day, that's how I feel.
Also, 2 more highlighted messages to make sure we don't skip over. Ava followed up with, "Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm arguing too. I'm trying to win, so I'm using overpowered tactics like art
I
is
saw that.
subjective." And then Baldy said, "I believe best art direction was Scorn, and its lack of consideration is due to poor marketing. Its position speaks to its level of quality, considering how little is spoken."
I don't know about that. That was like one of the biggest like releases this year.
I don't know. If
Yeah.
it was one of
Also,
the
I heard
bigger
about
releases
Scorn
this
like
year.
2 years ago. I feel like
Oh,
I've
dude.
been hearing about it for a
When
while.
Scorn came out, you just like, so you gotta remember to not, like, if you don't float in groups that talk about this, then of course you're not gonna hear about it. So I've got a lot of friends who are like exclusively horror gamers, like all they do
Yeah.
is stream horror games. When Scorn came out, my entire fucking like recommended list was just Scorn. Everyone was playing Scorn.
I feel
And
that.
the entire time I would go in and go, "Hey, how are you enjoying the game?" They go, "Yeah, it's not very good." Like, and I know that doesn't naturally equate to art, of course,
Yeah, I was about to say.
but that will like overall impact people's voting at the end of the day. It just will. You got to remember that like these are like brain dead fucking idiot outlets that are voting for this. IGN gets the vote. Okay, I want to remind you, IGN gets the vote. Okay, so what?
IGN's one of the most respected gaming like
Yeah,
companies.
true.
Okay,
So like if IGN's voting, right, then we can pretty much count that most of the opinions are fucking full of shit anyway.
I would like to know the actual, like, is it an individual at IGN? Is it like a whole conference table at IGN that votes? Like, I don't know.
Dude, they probably give it to the intern. They're just like, yeah, you look like you play games. None of us
The
do, so
janitor.
you can vote.
All right, I'm
Yeah, the
finally going to
janitor.
move on from art direction to who wants to argue on
Yeah.
this one?
Nah.
Okay.
I would say Elden Ring had a great story, but a poor narrative.
Yeah, I would agree
I don't
entirely.
know
That
anything
is
about
the best way to
Immortality.
phrase it.
I'm very interested in it though.
Yeah,
based
with
off,
how
like, the
many things
I've
it got
seen.
nominated for, I like it feels like it came out of nowhere. I also noticed that it's on Game Pass, so I might just kind of try it. I don't know if chat would want me to try it on stream or if I should do it just like in my free
If you
time and
did, I
review
would
it.
watch it because I don't know if it's necessarily something I want to play because I don't know a whole lot about it. But it does look interesting. It looks like a good game to watch someone play,
Fair
in
enough.
my
Yeah.
opinion.
I might save that one for stream then. Which game has the best lore? I mean, God of War Ragnarok is based in like real lore from like hundreds
Yeah.
of like it's got its own real lore and a secondary like fantastical addition to it. In my opinion, I feel like it's kind of hard to
Yeah.
beat like actual human written history and stories.
We haven't
that
heard from
have-
Aravan in a while. Aravan, you got to take on this one?
Oh yeah, let's see.
Just waiting.
Yeah, just waiting. Aravan, do you have a take here?
Evan?
There it is. All right. I was expecting it almost in voice chat, but Ava said in chat,
Jesus.
no gun, no fun.
I don't know if
Yeah.
saying those words on stream is okay, Aravan. Like,
More like snore.
There we go. Yeah. That was an
Damn.
Aravan quote.
So
Nice.
bold, so brash.
So bold.
yeah, I think Elden Ring has like amazing lore. I think it has a really, really good, freshly written
I would agree with
lore.
George R. R.
But-
Martin written lore.
Yeah. So, like, you know, like, do you know how the lore for Elden Ring was written?
I
So-
don't know the specifics on that actually.
So they got George R. R. Martin to write like the backstories of all the characters, and then they fit the characters into the world.
Okay.
It was really cool. They're like, these are the characters we have. Can you write a backstory for them? He wrote the backstory for them, and then he basically From Software basically were like, okay, now these are what these characters did based on the lore that was provided for us. It was really, really cool. So like, a really good writer in tandem with really good story designers. And but like, yeah, you can't win best narrative just because it's not really a narrative.
Yeah. I think that is the ultimate end all argument here is from I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna say the thing. You know, I'm giving myself the focus. From the perspective of an English major. Oh wait. No, hold on.
The flex.
From the perspective of an English graduate.
Yeah, the boys. Congratulations, by the way.
Let's go, my guy.
People saying that
Can we
God
get-
of War,
Can we get
or
some
sorry,
pop
people
chants
saying
in
that
chat for Devi?
people saying that Elden Ring had a better story than God of War Ragnarok and claiming that it deserved to win this category are wrong because story is not what's considered here, weirdly enough, because narrative is the form in which the story is delivered,
Mm-hmm.
and it didn't really do that. You had to go
Yeah.
deliver the
Yeah,
story to
ex-
yourself. So
I 100% agree.
yeah, so that is the end all argument in this category, in my opinion. Okay, we'll move on to number 2, best game direction.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean,
Yeah, I agree on this one.
no arguments here.
I think as far as like changing the formula of an already somewhat formulaic category of games known as the Souls-like, they changed it in such a way that like revolutionized the franchise, in my opinion, in a way that was too good. And now I was actually, until this VGA happened, I was concerned because I was like, what do they do now?
Yeah,
Like,
what
they
now?
can't beat that, right? So do they just make another Souls game? And then they answered it by announcing Armored Core 6. So
Yeah. It's so funny. I was talking about this for ages. I was like, an Armored Core game is coming. Like, it's just around the corner. Everyone's like, oh yeah, we'll see about that. It's been years. I'm like, it's just around the corner. Like, any day now they're going to announce it. And everyone like was like throwing that in my face for ages. And then it got announced. I was like, it was the biggest I told you so moment of all time.
I don't know how to describe Armored Core better than From Software Gundam. Someone help.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you described
sounds
it
right to me.
perfectly, though. Yeah, you pretty much nailed it.
When is Metal Wolf Chaos 2, Madge? Sailor, what the hell is Metal Wolf Chaos 1?
Oh man, I've heard of that.
Have you?
Metal
Okay, I'll
Wolf.
look it up. Wait, no, I'll let you look it up. I don't want to look it up on the stream. It's
Oh,
okay.
Patches is in this Armored
No, no,
Core.
no, it's not bad. It is an actual game.
Okay.
Oh my god. Patches is
Yeah, it was
everywhere.
From
About 20.
Software. It's From Software and General Arcade. It's like this just
Oh, okay. So
third
just
person shooter from the Xbox days.
okay. Interesting.
I've heard about it because I remember. I think Fox was talking to me about it.
Well, I think we had the entire discussion while we were hovering on art direction, but
Fair.
Game of the year.
game
Yeah.
of the year.
Game of the year.
Again, as everyone who has been in my channel for the past 3 weeks knows, I've had a hard stance on this, which is, in my personal opinion, you can think I'm wrong if you want, I think God of War Ragnarok was my favorite game that I've played this year, but I still knew that Elden Ring both would win because of how many people played it versus how many people are going to get exposed to Ragnarok, and was a deserving contender. So I'm not upset about this one.
No.
Okay.
That's
One thing I'm going to quickly say
Sure.
is having thought about it, the having played it thing, I don't think that argument like is super strong anyway, because these votes are done by people from the game industry, right? They would have access to a PS5.
Yeah, that's a good point. That is a very good point.
But like that was just a short aside. I don't think that matters here. I think there's the reason that Elden Ring differs from God of War is what we were just talking about before, where it's like, I think this is good for the game industry that this game won, because what it shows to people is that if you do flip the concept of like a genre on its head, and you do it better than anyone else, and you actually take steps to revolutionize gameplay, that you will be rewarded for it.
Ava said, as someone who basically watched God of War as television, I think it can do without all the gameplay. Lamau. I really enjoy the combat of God of War, but the first one did it fantastically. The second one just added on it, and I loved it. So, but yeah, Elden Ring, more fun to play for sure. God of War, way more of an experience in my opinion, as far as narrative, like a cinematic experience. I think it is the perfect game of its genre, but I think that the new genre created by Elden Ring is going to have more lasting effects in the games industry, and I think it's more interesting and, as Jamie said, better for the industry that it won.
Yep. No, I'm really happy. I think Horizon Forbidden West was snubbed.
Every time.
Straight. Look, let's be honest.
When they announced the DLC for Horizon Forbidden West, I was watching it with a couple of friends, just streaming it in Discord, and I was like, okay, so I'm ready for this trailer to end, and the release date is going to say 7 days before whenever Breath of the Wild 2 comes out.
Yep. Yeah. Oh yeah, because Breath of the Wild was the one that fucked them first time around, wasn't it?
Yeah, they released a week and a half before Breath of the Wild for their first game, and their second game released 7 days before Elden Ring.
Because I've seen like a bunch of game. So they complained about that the first time around with Breath of the Wild. Then they complained about Elden Ring as well. How about this? Make a better game. Make a better game.
The people
Maybe
who
the
play
reason
Horizon really like it.
Make a better game, or also like if you know
let's be honest, it's okay. It's an Horizon Forbidden West is junk food video gaming. Like it's just like quick bursts of serotonin. It's like designed to not be hard at all. It's designed like oh, where do I gotta go for this quest? Well, this handy map marker that's gonna lead me directly there will tell me where to go. You know, oh man, this is a tough puzzle. Good thing the puzzles are literally designed to be to be easily solved with no problem, because you've got this scan feature. Like, it's just junk food gaming that like gives people quick bursts of serotonin that really doesn't do anything on its own. It's not like standing up against the masses of generational talented games that like exist before it. It's just okay.
I think the only input I have on the Horizon franchise, other than making fun of their release schedule, is I tried the first Horizon and got maybe 4 or 5 hours into it before I put it down. I don't think that speaks on the quality of the game. It just wasn't really for me. But something I'm really interested in hearing about before we go too far away. We talked a lot about Elden Ring versus Ragnarok when it came to Game of the Year, but I want to know Chunk's in-depth opinion on which one he thought deserved it, even though I know that he hasn't finished watching Ragnarok.
It's kind of hard to say. I mean, obviously, I think I'm very biased towards Elden Ring because that's the one that I've definitely put the most hours into, watched a lot more stuff on it, and also, like, I mean, this was actually something, especially when we were talking about the art direction and stuff, I was kind of thinking to myself about it. But there's been a lot of stuff like in short video formats that have been showing up on my feed lately of like different like Elden Ring like screenshots of just like flashes of like these like really cool like just aesthetically pleasing just like screen caps of probably the most beautiful like designs in games and like just some of the most like cinematic kind of pieces. It's been so cool to like see, and I think that's kind of what changed my mind on the art direction thing, is that there's so many like unique little like bits that just feels so colorful. And I think that even though a good portion of the game you could argue is like dull and gray and like dying, it's those like small pieces of like really cool and unique atmospheres that really bring the art direction to life in that game. And I think that's why I personally think that it's better, but that's my opinion. I haven't finished God of War Ragnarok yet, so
also
that was very well worded.
To say that one's better does not negate the fact that the other one is really good.
True. That's the hard part to get across in a conversation like this, especially on the internet when people are like, no, mine's the good one, that one's the bad one.
It's just black or white, there's no in between.
I would say I loved
Why-
both of these games. I just had a personal
Can we-
preference here.
Why is it that like immediately you're like, hey, can I talk about? Let's get chunks of video or something, and then I just look over the chat, and I just see Sonic sucks. Like, I can't do anything without just randomly having shit pop up like this. Bullshit.
I'm sorry, Charlie. I feel I'm partly at fault for this.
No, I think you're mostly at fault for this, but it's honestly fine. I think overall, if I was supposed to say like game wise, I think I'm with Debbie in the fact that I am a real big sucker, especially since Last of Us 1, of like these games that have like these intermittent layers of like combat and stuff and like exploring a world, and then like the big animated cutscenes and stuff, like the way that story is kind of told out by Sony. I love that shit, man. That shit just like I get it. So I completely side with him on that, but also I think I'm a very competitive and like gamer as far as that goes. So I love things that challenge me a lot. And while I haven't played God of War Ragnarok, so I don't know how it feels to like challenging wise. I had a really fun time playing Elden Ring, and people. It's also just fun to like shoot the shit with friends and be like, oh yeah, like this boss gave me a hard time. I'm like, dude, I fucking like dominated that boss like on the second run, like it wasn't that bad. But then having trouble on like other bosses that other people didn't struggle with, and just realizing like kind of the game like styles of like how people played it like made such a vast difference was so cool to like. It felt like back in school whenever everybody's talking like the TV show that came on there, like discussing their theories on it and stuff and like shooting the shit. It felt like that again, and I like that like that part of the community that Elden Ring brought.
Do you know? Do you know one of my? Yeah, I do too. I do too. That part of like, because there's so many like with the information age that we live in now, there's very few things that we need to work out for ourselves.
Mhm.
So having a game like Elden Ring come along where it's like the story isn't clear cut and everyone needs to work together to work out what the story is actually about is such a cool feeling.
Yeah,
It's such a cool
the
feeling.
community story building aspect is something that
Yeah.
Dark Souls has very unique to it.
Yeah.
That, like, I think that's one of the biggest differences between like the Soulsborne games and the ripoffs that come out is that the Dark
Agreed.
Souls in those
I
games
agree.
have so much interesting lore that influences everything in the game that everyone's invested. But then like
Yep.
copies that may even have more fun gameplay come out, and it's just like it just doesn't have the same soul to it.
You know,
Word choice
sometimes
carefully.
it's not about killing Nito, the Lord of the Undead, but knowing why.
Yeah.
True.
You know,
Yeah.
why are you killing him? Why is it that you're able to go visit Nito and he invites you into his covenant, has a fucking cup of tea with you, and then all of a sudden you've got to battle him to the death? Like, you know, it's shit like that where like there are these questions that aren't immediately answered. That's the shit I love about it. Yeah, no, I fully agree, Sean. I fully agree.
Yeah.
I love that shit.
Well, I think that wraps that up then. Shall we get into announcements? Like trailers?
Yeah, bro.
All right, so I don't know if we want to go over every one.
As many as we can. We'll skip some if we don't need to, but
Yeah.
I mean,
this, I'm so happy.
I have to admit,
Before we get into this,
Yeah, go
before
for
we
it.
get into this, I'm so happy this looks good. I'm so happy. We, as Final Fantasy fans, have been starved. Okay, starved for years. Dude,
what do you mean?
the
Final
fact that
Fantasy
I
14?
looked. Dude, no. But do you know what's funny though? So the reason like the Final Fantasy games for years have sucked is because Tetsuya Nomura is part of like the team. Well, Tetsuya Nomura is busy right now ruining the Final Fantasy VII remakes. So they had to
Yep.
get somebody else to make this. And of course, that means it's the first one that looks really, really good.
I don't know how many of
It
these we'll
is
watch, but
awesome that it looks good. I'm so excited for it. So they got the director, so the guy who's in charge of Final Fantasy 14, Debbie.
Mhm.
They got that guy to be in charge of Final Fantasy 16 because he was the one who saved Final Fantasy 14. Like Final Fantasy 14 was terrible. Oh, hang on one second. I've got someone knocking at my door.
sure.
I'm really sorry.
No, we'll never know.
We'll never know.
We'll never know. But he is right though. I think as far as like, dude, Final Fantasy VII remake is just such like an awful pile of disconjointed like mess of like storytelling and like also just thematics. Like it's not what it should be. Like you know how in remakes like Resident Evil, it's like a lot more compact. And it's like the same overall story, but like a lot of like the gameplay elements have been kind of updated for like a more actiony kind of you know, what's up, bro? Like community and stuff. So it's like the it's not less puzzle based, and it's more about like the actual like combat and stuff like that, and the aesthetics and like the scenario. Whereas like I feel like Final Fantasy is just thrown all that out the window, completely changed the story and like what it means, and like I don't know, it just feels so weird, and it feels like not what anyone wanted either.
I have weird opinions on it that I'm excited to share. I'll save it for after we watch the trailer. But
Okay.
Ava said, why is Final Fantasy called Final if there's so fucking many of them? Why are there so fucking many? I can actually answer that. Maybe not as well as Jamie could, but he's sitting back down, so I'll give him a second to put his headphones on.
Yo,
There he is.
Matt,
Okay.
sorry about that.
I wanted to make sure
Hey.
you could hear me before I answered this question. I believe
Okay.
that they are called Final Fantasy because when they made the first one, it was intended to be their last fantasy game, but it was so loved that they kept making more.
Close, super
Close,
close.
okay.
So he had tried time and time again to make a successful fantasy game. He quit his job as like an accountant, I think it was, and he put everything into this last attempt. He'd made like 5 games before and none of them landed, and so he called it Final Fantasy because if he didn't nail this, he was going to quit game design. It just wasn't for him. But he nailed it.
Yeah, and that has gone on to inspire basically, basically every turn-based system that's ever come out since then. I feel like.
You want to see what I just got, by the way?
What'd you just get?
Yes, sir.
The Xbox mini fridge.
The X. What?
That's unnecessarily cool.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me zoom in on you. Pull that back up again.
It's a
Dude.
mini fridge that's shaped like an Xbox.
What the fuck? Why?
Because aesthetics,
I
baby.
love it. No, I mean
And
Yeah.
maybe sponsored
the
Xbox.
new Xbox
Sponsor
does
this
look
man.
like a fridge, so this is hilarious. I love it.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of shit like that. I love unnecessary shit like that. Like there's a GameCube hot tub that for some reason I think is like really aesthetically pleasing looking, and I would absolutely buy it.
How
So
much?
my boy
What's
Frozo, who's part of my community, but also has been a friend of mine for a long time. He was like, "Yo, I'm gonna be not using this anymore, so I don't need it. Do you want to buy it off me?" So got it for like $200.
Not bad.
I mean, a normal mini fridge is probably like 50, but that's not as cool.
I
So-
think yeah. I think
Well, no,
I
you're
would
thinking 50
figure-
USD. You're thinking
Yeah, I
50
am.
USD.
Oh, true.
What's 50 USD? It's like 70 AU, right?
It's like $3,000 Australian.
Oh, okay, I see.
No, it's not that bad.
Man, the rates really
I know,
have
I
been
know.
fucked up
I know
over
that
the
like a
last
$60 game is like 80, 90, right? So
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a AAA game for us. It's about $99.
Question: do we
Yo.
want to bring Baldy in for a fourth opinion on trailers?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Yeah, Baldy, you want to come in and fill in for Aravan for us? We might have you turn your gain down a little bit.
Or up, depending on how we're feeling. If we're feeling spicy.
How much was that puppy? I didn't want it. I believe you can get them for about. I don't even know. Because I didn't buy this like off a website or anything. I bought it off a friend.
Yeah. you might
There's
just have to
2
Google it.
sizes. There's a small and a large. I obviously got the bigger one. But I think the smaller one is like might be like
It looks
75
like-
American.
Yeah, I say it looks like, from what I could tell, it's like $100 American.
Yeah.
To
Pretty
be
dope.
honest, I didn't want a real answer to my Final Fantasy question, but that's actually a really cool reason. Thanks for telling me. Can I get a funnier reason though, if you don't mind?
Oh, absolutely.
Um,
So he has super AIDS, which
I'm
meant
gonna
he
use
was
the restroom.
Yes.
going to lose his like super AIDS takes away your game design ability, and
Mhm.
it was his last game before he can no longer make
He ba-
games because of super AIDS.
He was basically, yeah, because if he didn't, he had to basically, he could bust one more time before it was gonna be taken
Yeah.
away from him, and so
Yeah.
he busted out his final game.
Yeah, no, he had one Final
That's what-
Fantasy
yeah.
to bust to.
Yeah, and it cured him actually when he made that game.
Yep.
So it's like it was a miracle, and now because of that Christmas miracle, you know,
Sades, if you would.
yeah. I said funny. Well, maybe if you know, Never
Wow.
mind. I'm not gonna say
Okay,
that. That was really
unbelievable.
mean.
Yeah, art is subjective, but I guess comedy isn't, huh? Unbelievable.
Damn. True though.
So, how
Really-
do you feel about Sonic Frontiers not getting any nominations?
That's fine. I think honestly the fact that Arceus is up there is the only reason I'm a little bit bitter about it in any way.
Yeah,
The fact that
yeah.
Legends like Arceus was fucking up there out of like everything is insane to me. Because that game's I would say worse than Sonic Frontiers. But you know,
I would say so as well. I would say so as well.
I have to say, hearing you say art is subjective, but comedy isn't, I laughed out loud alone in my bathroom. So that cracked me up. Okay, let's go on. I think he may have been AFK when we asked, so let's just move on to our first trailer here. Let me make sure I have everything lined up correctly. Not quite, but this is as good as it gets.
Take Joshua and get to safety.
This is Final Fantasy 16.
I'm going to hold the enemy here
This
while
looks
you
so
make your escape.
Sorry, I'm gonna wait for a second while you do the other music.
Your Highness! Run! No!
I love it when we kill children.
Same. Skyrim would never let us do it. Thank God Final Fantasy will let us do it.
Yeah. I
I
actually have a
was to the
theory
point
based
Fable
on it.
didn't let us either. But
I actually have a theory based on it. I'll talk about it later.
I think I made it way too loud on accident.
God, how good does this look, man?
Revenge.
it looks
So-
insane.
Here's my weird opinion that I have on this. As someone who does not like Final Fantasy games, this one looks good.
I
Nice.
sometimes
Yeah.
wonder if I
It's because it's more like God of War.
or if
Yeah, it's more actiony combat. It reminds me more like, I know that this is not a good comparison because it's aged, but it reminds me more of like the Kingdom Hearts style combat as opposed to, you know, like the classic Final Fantasy click attack button,
So-
select target.
If you want that, then you should play the Final Fantasy VII Remake and Final Fantasy 15.
15
This is
the
going to
only
be
Final
more
Fantasy
like-
game I've finished.
Yeah.
So this is going to be more like, probably more like God of War, honestly. This will be up there like that.
If it plays anything like 15, I'm in because I know that the
I don't
main
think- I
fan
don't think
base
it will.
didn't like the combat style. I hope it doesn't have a fucking car. That's for sure.
I don't think, well, no, this is, so they've gone back to low fantasy.
I know. I'm just. I hope they don't have a car equivalent. I'll say it that
I
way.
guess it's still
Yeah.
technically high fantasy, but it's not like got any, like, it's,
There's never been a mode of transportation that's made me as frustrated as fucking that car.
yeah.
Where it's like,
so
oh, I
hard.
want to turn around, and so it'd be like, it's not wide enough to turn around here. Hold on, let me get to the next stop to fucking like U-turn here. I hated it. The fact you couldn't go off road, you had to stick strictly to the road.
They changed
was
that. You can
insane.
go off road now.
Oh, did they? They changed it? Whenever I played it, it was not that way.
It
But
just
God.
handles like shit,
Ugh,
and it can still just run out of gas.
Oh, Baldy's back.
so insane.
Baldy, we were asking if
So-
you wanted to come watch these trailers with us.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is gonna play like, so yeah, Final Fantasy 15 and Final Fantasy 7 Remake are much more like what you're thinking of, the Kingdom Hearts style game where you have, you know, your X to attack and shit like that, but then you also have quick bound like abilities and stuff.
Mhm.
This, so you know like gaming has a director in charge of like certain aspects, like there's an audio director, a game mechanics director. So the guy that's in charge with the game mechanics of this, right? He's actually the dude that was in charge of Devil May Cry 5.
Oh,
Ooh.
Yeah, which is why I'm saying it's going to be a little bit more like God of War and less like Kingdom Hearts. Which is ironic because the guy, remember the one that I said it was like ruining Final Fantasy? That's
Uh-huh.
Tetsuya Nomura. He's the one who made the game. He made Kingdom Hearts,
fair
which
enough.
is why those games that he was in charge of were a lot more like Kingdom Hearts.
Okay.
But this one's going to be much different. I think you're going to expect a much more hack and slashy style game here, which I honestly think is fine. Like,
Yeah.
I'm annoyed that we've moved so far away from what turn-based was, especially seeing as we've seen that turn-based can be done well, especially with like Yakuza Like a Dragon, where it's like, okay, this is what like good turn-based can look like. But I think if they're going to go in any direction, this is not the worst they could go in.
Agreed.
I'm sorry. I read Ava saying, "Where does the line drawn between low and high fantasy?" and Cornelius saying, "Medium fantasy, nodders."
If you want an actual answer to that, low fantasy is basically like you got your. It's kind of like what Oh, not quite. I was gonna say think of Lord of the Rings, but not Lord of the Rings is probably still high fantasy, but it's on the lower end of it. It's basically a world where magic does exist, but it's incredibly rare.
Yeah,
You don't just use magic for everything. Not everyone can use magic. It's like you have
It's
wizards.
a
and they're very-
resource.
oh,
yeah, it's a resource, and you have
tall.
people that are masters of it, and that they're not very
shrink
common.
Baldy down to the right size. He's kind of
Whereas low fantasy, sorry, that's low fantasy. High fantasy is like everyone has access to magic. Everyone can do it. It's like magic powers your house, powers your car, powers everything.
Mhm.
There we go.
So, also, okay, so my child killing theory.
Yeah,
Wait,
go
wait,
on
wait,
about
wait,
your
what
theory.
happened?
Go.
Yeah, okay. So
So
I have a theory about children dying. I believe that when a game or piece of media in general has the balls to kill a child, which is a very taboo thing, I think it tends to mean that we're going to get a good piece of media. The reason for it is that the only times you see people that would stray away from that shit are when they're trying to bait good reception from the game. So, like, you know, the average person's like, oh my God, we must defend children, can't hurt children. So, like, you see, like, market tested games like Bethesda, Ubisoft, and shit.
So
They
you're
would never
saying
kill a
taboo
child.
sells,
Well, not so
like,
much taboo
or
cells. What it
or
means is that
improves.
their inhibitions are clear. They're not being restricted by the fact that they're trying to appease everybody.
I see.
They're unbarred by traditional conventions, and thereby can make a good story because they're not worrying about what people think about them. You kill a child off the bat, boom. You're already like separating yourself from like most media.
I
That's
see.
That's my child
Kind of
killing
like
theory.
the Quentin Tarantino effect, where he's
Yes.
just like he's
Yeah,
very
yeah.
willing to push that limit.
100%. Like exactly. So well said. Like the reason Quentin Tarantino's movies are so good is because he's not worried about what people think of him when he makes a movie. He just wants to make a good movie.
Yeah, he's like, I have a narrative, I'm telling a story, and it's my story. Fuck anyone who tries to tell me otherwise.
And so if
And
you
it's
kill
really
a
good.
child out the gate, you're declaring I don't give a fuck.
It's like, oh yeah, this is fucked up. Get ready.
So you
Yeah.
This
think we
is the
should kill
rest.
kids at the beginning of games?
I
to
think we
set
should
up-
kill more children.
Yeah, if we
I
start
think-
the story with
I
killing
think
children,
Skyrim
it's a
should
better
let
story.
me kill that snot-nosed little brat at the fucking start,
No,
so I
but
can
for
feel the release
real.
and shame
For
at the same
real.
time. Have the dad walk around like my son was murdered in
Yeah.
cold blood, and I'm
Dude,
like,
imagine
damn,
though,
I
like
did
like
that.
for real though. Imagine, because like, okay, think of like what Skyrim would be if it had the balls to be as like controversial as
dark.
like, yeah, as controversial as like the old fucking Fable games. It's like, oh yeah, I could just beat a child.
Thank
You
you for
know?
abusing.
CB says,
You
catch
fuck.
me up on the combo and
Like-
tell me who to be mad at. Jamie is advocating for killing children. I don't know if
True.
that's something you'd be mad about, but I feel like that's kind of where the conversation's led to. So
True. I'm all about killing kids. I'm with Jamie.
They'll never learn otherwise. They'll never learn.
No, but like,
Honestly, it's a great way
for
to
real.
get them started on surviving. Don't die
Well, I
when I'm
mean-
trying to kill you.
think about how good Skyrim would be if you could be the true villain. Like, let's say you walked into a town, murdered a child, and then everyone in the town was like, "You're the worst." They spit at your feet. I would love Skyrim if you could do that. I would love to be the villain in that game.
Yeah,
Although
like
people
everyone
spit at
like
me.
and people like hear about you. You become like
Yeah.
literally infamous, and you like because that's all they do
Oh,
is they
look,
throw
there's a
random
renowned
throwaway
child
lines.
murderer.
So what if they just like like a title system, the same way you get a title system, like a silent one, that when you walk by NPCs, you get
Yeah.
a random conversation like, "Oh, did you
Yeah,
hear about that
yeah,
guy who
that'd be-
killed someone in Riften?"
Bro, that'd be so dope, dude. That'd
agree.
like,
That's so.
I
I
would like
want
a
that
villain
so
system.
bad.
but you'll never get it because Bethesda has literally no dick.
Yeah, I think
True.
oh, nice pin
Only
message in
balls.
chat. I also advocate for killing children from Duke Llama. This video is. I won't be surprised if you can't find this spot on YouTube. Um, I think that the Infamous system, the karma system from the original Infamous games,
Yeah.
I think that included in Bethesda titles would be really interesting.
Yeah.
Infamous is one of my like guilty pleasures. Infamous and Prototype.
Yep.
Like
The thing
those
is,
games.
The
are,
first
like,
ones only, because they got
so-
worse after they made more. Infamous
The
Second
thing is,
Son
I
was
enjoy
okay.
the other ones too. I enjoy them fully because of that karma system, and I miss it so much because games don't do that really anymore. They do like the
Yeah.
memory butterfly effect thing, but it's not the same. I want to be around people and for them to fear me or look
Dude,
at me and be like,
That
"The
happened in like
hero."
Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas.
Mhm.
You had like a karma system. If
Yep.
you were a shit cunt, people knew about you. But then they
That's-
just got
I
rid of
love
it. I
that.
guess it was too hard for them to code for some reason. Which I don't understand how. It's like just when you create any action in a game, tie a piece of karma to it. It can't be
True.
that difficult. Like even I can think of a system in which that would work.
I think the
Have
more
you ever killed a
difficult
chicken
system
puppy?
is
Every
not-
game I can.
I think the more difficult system is not the moment of the choice. It's managing the like branching paths of possibilities that come out of it, and I don't think that
something
it's
as simple as just
impossible
a
to make
few
it work. I don't
throwaway
want to say that.
lines.
I think that it's like it's impossible to do it in a way that's done so well to modern standards that people are intimidated by the concept.
I don't think it's impossible. I think it's difficult. And the modern AAA game designer is not going to do something that's difficult. They're going to do something that's safe.
I like to think of it as like it's a blueprint on the side that they could add on and would absolutely be like possible, but it's not worth the money or effort to them because even though it would produce a better product, it's not worth it. Like, why do it? You could just
Yeah.
leave it.
Automira, I was talking about Fable just before. That's kind of what I was talking about. Is like you add the Fable system to like these modern titles, and it'd be
Yeah, but
great.
they cut that off eventually, didn't they? Like, at
Yeah,
three,
they
you
did
couldn't do it
because
anymore.
again they're a AAA company that just feels like too hard.
Yep.
Can't-
Got
you
me
can't-
fucked.
you don't make the money off of it.
We want to
Yeah,
jump into
which is
Fuck
dumb
Fable
because I
3
feel
more.
like if you did it well, like as I said with Elden Ring, like if you do it well, you're gonna make the money. And the same with God of War, you know.
Mhm.
You do it well, you're gonna make money.
All right, I'm gonna jump us into our next trailer, which is hopefully Baldy works on the screen. Oh God, he's hidden behind the missing person poster. Okay. Yeah. So this one's Armored Core 6, which I haven't played any Armored Core games, but this is
Same, actually.
it's just kind of it's a From Software game, so I'm immediately excited. They just won Game of the Year. If you're
Also, how
unfamiliar
good is
with
Bandai
company
Namco's
names.
new logo look? I like that.
Great way to tease this intro for the people who know what to look for, though. I'm sure.
Oh, so okay, pause right here. That so From Software, so motifs don't just exist only in music. Motifs exist in pretty much any version of art. This is one of From Software's motifs. So this kind of vision where it's like the dark world with a bright skyline of red and burning. Like you'll recognize this from the Furtive Pygmy, you know? Where he talks about the Furtive Pygmy finding the Dark Soul.
Basically, every intro cutscene to a Dark Souls game you've ever watched had a scene like
It's
this.
like a
in it.
prophetic
Yeah.
vision
Yeah.
or whatever.
It
Yeah.
immediately sets the scene of dark world that's struggling and like danger on
And-
the horizon.
Yeah, yep. So yeah, it's very common.
A little quiet for the trailer.
It'll kick up in a sec.
Oh, I'm sure. We want to talk about art direction, though. Even this trailer has me excited for art direction. Not necessarily
Yeah.
like the
Gorgeous.
mechs. I'm not a big mech fan, but like scenes like this is so
Gorgeous.
cool.
Like a cosmic,
I
like a
love
cosmic
this.
lava.
A true ruined world.
I'm gonna put that in a lava lamp.
I wanna lick it. A little universal juice. Give me
The
that cosmic
forbidden
slurp.
pudding.
Feed the fire. What am I feeding?
So I don't really know like the lore behind
Too grey, SMH.
Armored Core. I don't really know the lore here. Is this like directly following up some sort of a plot line that all of these
Not
games
sure.
followed, or
I've only played one of the original games.
for real though? Dude, right? Yes, you do.
I feel like if they put anything else here, it would be cooler.
Play some mechs.
Dude, Metabots looks fucking sick.
Bro, some people really like mechs.
I don't even
think-
like
I
this.
feel
I
like-
think this looks cool as shit.
I feel like there's some designs that are really cool, but at a certain point it becomes tacky almost. This is starting to look really sick though. Hold on, I'm gonna turn down the video.
I mean,
Sorry,
it's from
Martin.
Stealth. They're never gonna half-ass anything, dude. Except for Dark
Yeah.
Souls 2.
Especially
play Dark
following
Souls
up.
2.
They're not
I
gonna
hate
half-ass
it.
anything. You know how much of a budget this game probably has?
It's so
gotta be
funny. Dark
insane.
Souls 2 is literally one of those games that no one is impartial on. Either love it or you hate it.
Yeah.
I like it, but I
I-
understand that's an unpopular opinion.
Yeah,
I
but
tried
mean,
so
it's
hard
not
to
as
get into
unpopular
it,
as you
me
think
too.
it is these days.
Really?
More and more people are coming out of the ground being like, oh yeah, I too have a bad opinion. I'm joking.
Darba loves it. Like he swears that it's the greatest Dark Souls, and it
Yeah,
really
yeah.
impresses me.
So here's why. I mean, this is a little bit off topic, but so I won't go into it too long. But literally, it was my first game because I went to go buy Dark Souls 1 at like a GameStop, and they didn't have it, and so I bought Dark Souls 2 instead. And I remember buying it, and playing through that game. And I was
okay.
like, "That is sick!" And so I basically worked my way back, like through
Right,
the
so
series.
you got the
And-
rose,
and
you got rose tinted glasses on.
Yeah, I think a little bit. I obviously understand and like agree with like the reskinning of like bosses was fucking lame and very like poorly done.
Yeah.
But
they
as
love
far as like a lot of people like arguing about like some of the worlds and like being unfair and stuff, I think the only one that was even kind of unfair was like the Poison Swamp, but I can't remember what his name was. But that was an actual pain in the ass, so I would actually agree with that.
Well, I mean, Shrine of Amana was also kind of fucked.
I didn't have a problem with Shrine of Amana. Maybe that's
You
just
probably
me.
played it. You probably played it post patch. They patched it.
It's possible. I played. I will say I played it before
I
the
remember you
DLC
talked
and
about
after
that
the
on
DLC.
stream.
Both.
About them having
Yeah,
to
so-
patch a zone for being too difficult.
Yeah, it was during the Joysticks award thing. But yeah, that game before it got patched, dude, that zone was fucked.
Really?
It was so fucked.
I definitely have no memory of that. I
In
did
Elden
not
Ring?
play it pre-patch for sure.
Yeah,
no, this
pre-patch-
is Dark Souls 2.
Yeah,
Oh, so I have no idea.
pre-patch Shrine of Amana was
Fire God
a whole
remembers.
different beast. Yeah, Fire God, dude, fuck it. I couldn't, man.
Little meltdown.
All right, shall we jump into the next one? I think the next one's
Okay.
a pretty exciting announcement. That this was the most exciting, or not exciting. This was the most unexpected announcement for me at the very least.
Oh, that
Are
is
you-
very
wait.
unexpected.
Before you play it, really the most unexpected, huh?
For me, yeah, I did not think
I
that.
didn't.
I
don't
haven't shown
really
the
think
game
we
yet on stream
continued
yet, so
this.
chat has no idea what game we're talking about. But yeah, I really
Yeah.
did not expect a sequel to this.
I
game
like
coming.
how we're all blue balling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you
There was
really want
one
to
more
find
that,
out
in
what
my
game we're
opinion,
talking
was-
about, chat, then you'll have to tune in next time. No, we're talking about Hades 2.
I think
Sub
another
to
game later.
Patreon. We'll put the answers there.
I think another game later was more unexpected than this one. I think this was either going to get a DLC or a second game. It was never not going to because it was so successful.
I definitely
It was
expected
so
DLC
successful.
way before a second game, to be honest.
Yeah, same. I was just
Yeah.
waiting for DLC and it never came, so I just assumed that they were making a number 2.
But if Chad, if you haven't seen this trailer yet, buckle in. You might want to go look it up on your own just to watch it in like full quality because this animation and art style is gorgeous.
It's really good.
God,
It's so smooth, too, man.
I was so good at the first game. I need to finish it.
I need to play it. I've had it forever. I've just never played it.
Very fun.
It's Chuck. It's a genuine experience.
I believe that.
Yeah.
Like I love those kinds of games. I just haven't.
And honestly,
They're right up your alley. Just like you got a Switch, right? Oh, of course you got a Switch.
one of the most interesting things is the way you experience the story all depends on how good you are at the game too.
True.
You have a completely different story experience.
That is true, yeah. Have you not seen these trailers then, Baldy?
No.
Oh, fun.
Oh wow, you're in for a treat, bro.
Yeah, there were some great announcements.
I didn't see all of them. I saw a lot of the big ones.
We can but learn. And the greatest teacher is out there. Now go.
Also, I think Kronos being a villain is so cool.
Death to
Agreed.
So funny. Yeah, Chunk, pick this up on Switch and just go play it in your spare time.
This is an opportunity.
Don't even play it on stream. Just experience this on your own.
I agree. I think I would have enjoyed it more if I didn't play it on stream.
Yep.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I had a really hard time focusing on the actual game and like the plot while
That's
I was
fair.
playing it on stream.
It's a very active game, so it seems like it'd be hard to kind of like juggle
Yeah,
chat at the same time.
very fun game though. I don't even like roguelikes, but it was very fun.
Oh, this already looks so good. I'm so excited for this. I'm definitely buying this.
Yeah.
Debbie's
Oh
like,
my
bullet hell?
God.
Roguelike?
That's me. That's me. I like those things.
And time cannot be stopped.
Yeah, it's rad
Aw.
as fuck, man. That looks so
Aw.
fucking good. Dude.
I'm
It looks
such
so
a
fucking good.
simp for bullet hells, and I
Yeah, no.
love the direction that they go with that art style, man. It's
Yeah.
beautiful.
Yeah, the cell shaded graphics are they nail it every time. It's not the first time they use it. It will never be the last time they use it.
I love
Yeah.
Cell
shade, man.
shaded, cell shaded.
It's
cell
so
shaded
simple
Is,
and it's real efficient for any machine too.
yeah,
Like,
Supergiant kill it in that aspect.
yeah. Whew.
Yeah, that's that. That's a
I'm
good
really
one, man.
excited.
That's. Have they told us what the main character's name is? Who are we playing as?
I have heard, when I was watching the trailers with my friends, one of my friends Googled it and found their name, and I think, if my memory served, that they are like a sister of Zagreus.
Oh.
Right. Okay.
I'm actually gonna double check that before I just leave
Mel?
that hanging. I don't
Yeah, her
think
name's
Mel was
Mel.
right. Oh yeah,
Hey,
Melano,
Stephanie.
Melano.
It's-
Princess of the
Melano, okay.
Underworld, an immortal witch and
Yeah.
sorceress with powerful magical abilities. Yep.
Oh.
Oh yeah, they have it on their FAQ now.
Yeah.
I'd like an Elden Ring like gameplay DLC side quest to find
I'm-
out
you
about that
know-
blue lady. The blue
I'm
lady
so
with the moving
happy,
faces.
right, that people get to like experience Greek like mythos. It's,
Yes.
it's so cool.
Oh no. For some reason, that for the first time made me think, what if instead of another new God of War game, they start remastering the old ones now?
Or hear me out.
Nah.
Percy Jackson makes a comeback. That's
only
the
only
best
if they
ending.
do it. Only if they do a like legit remaster. No changing anything. Not making it like the new games. God of War 1, 2, and 3 need to be looked at as different to the new God of Wars.
I agree. Yeah,
And
they shouldn't be the same.
They like, dude, oh, man.
In every way, they're
I
different.
haven't played God of War Ragnarok, but God of War 3 is still my favorite. God of War 3 is so goddamn good. It's got so much fucking badass bitch moments in it, dude. It's just so fucking cool. Like, I've never seen another game do this, but like, you're chasing down fucking Hermes, right? The messenger. You're chasing him down, and as you're killing him and doing the quick time events to kill him, it switches your perspective into Hades. Not Hades, Hermes, sorry. You're like looking at yourself kill Hermes through Hermes' eyes. And it's just so good. Oh man, there's so many fucking badass moments. And then like the end of the game, the final boss fight is such a unique like little fucking idea. I don't want to. Can I spoil? I don't know if I can.
I've already
spoil
spoiled it for my chat. But
Okay.
since we are a couple of days past the 2-week spoiler limit for God of War 3 released on PS3, I think we'll be fine.
Okay, cool. Thanks for that, man.
Yeah.
Okay, so at the end of the game, when you fight Zeus, it switches to the classics, like 2D format of like a fighting game, where you then go punch to punch with Zeus, and it's so
Oh, yeah.
fucking cool.
I actually remember
boss
that.
fight in God
Holy
of War
shit.
3, every boss fight in God of War 3 is so
It's like a
fucking
different
cool.
game. Every boss. fight,
Yeah,
basically.
they dude, that
Better
game
than
is
Nier Automata, I feel.
underrated, to be honest.
I say my personal favorite flair that I'll never forget, as many things as I've forgotten about God of War, the original series, I will never
Yeah.
ever forget the moment I realized that the game would just let me punch Zeus in the face for as long as I wanted.
Yeah, dude. That's so cool. You literally just punch Zeus. Dude, like, you know, they really
So
encapsulate.
satisfying.
So
Dude, they really
satisfying.
encapsulate the anger of
Yeah, they do.
Kratos, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
God of War 3
Like
was
you, I don't know how they do it, but they make you feel
masterpiece.
angry for him. You're like,
yeah,
I'm
that
gonna
game,
fuck this
yo,
guy up.
that
He's not
game, you
even-
definitely like listen to heavy metal. You were like, I'm playing fucking God of War right now.
Yeah,
like,
bro.
it's
Like you know, like
time.
I've got
I
nothing
am
against you,
Kratos.
Zeus, but this guy hates you, so I fucking hate you too.
I'm with him, man. I don't know. My bro went through it. I'm with him. Ride or die.
I think that is
Fucking
one of. I think
3,000
God of War,
times.
the original trilogy, is genuinely like one of few games where whether you realize it or not, you're the villain.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you
True.
are the evil guy that is one by
Well,
one killing
I
all of the
love
gods.
Dante's
But
Inferno.
you
Yes and
have
no, yes
you
and
have
no.
reasoning
They-
behind it, but so do all good villains. All good villains have a reason they're
That's
doing
true.
all this awful shit.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
you just
not
win.
all good villains. I mean, the Joker's a pretty great villain, and he's
No, that's
not
fair.
really
No,
good
I would say
motivation.
that all good villains. Well, yeah, okay, maybe there are some. Good
But here's my
villains,
thing:
There-
when you
there's
argue that
insanity
his
is a different
reasoning
case.
is the lack of reasoning, I mean,
Yeah.
it's like a little bit like
So,
circular thinking, but
well, yeah,
Yeah.
Chunk. It's like the exception that proves the rule.
yes,
Right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Like the Joker is
He
such
is
a good
the
villain, and the fact that
basis.
he doesn't have the other one's Kefka, Chunk. Kefka.
Yeah, that's a
Kefka's
good
another
point.
great character
Kefka?
that just wants to fuck the world up because he's bored.
I don't know who Kefka is either.
Villain from Final Fantasy VI, which is the best Final Fantasy. No one can
Oh.
contest that.
I have never played Final Fantasy VI.
Final Fantasy VI is objectively the best Final Fantasy. It may not be your favorite, but it is objectively the
I
best.
think
Final
it is
Fantasy.
the only one I've skipped over.
Bro,
unironically.
dude, you gotta go back and play it.
6 and 11 are the only ones I've skipped over.
Pay attention to
I think
the
11
themes of
was an
6.
MMO, right?
11 was a shit MMO too. It was
Yeah,
really
so I
bad.
don't
That's
think you really
why.
skipped 11.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I just
go back
didn't
and play
play it.
6, man.
All right, yeah, sure. I'll give it a go.
Yeah, no, and
Alright.
pay attention to the
Can you
themes.
emulate it?
Yeah, you can, man. Easy.
Thank you.
Yeah, just you know, since I know that you already own the game, Nintendo's okay with it.
Yeah, yeah,
since
yeah,
you
no.
own it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Nintendo?
actually did own it. I just never played it.
Did you say Nintendo's okay with you emulating it?
Well, you know, if you already own the
Look.
game, then it's legal for you to emulate it. That's
Final
all.
Fantasy
Well,
isn't a Nintendo game.
Look. Nintendo will come after you whether they own the game or not. All right, it doesn't matter anymore at this point.
Nintendo's like,
You're
hey,
right,
Nintendo
you're right. I don't
comes
know
on
why
over.
the fuck I said
All right,
Nintendo.
Sony, we got
I
this
was more
one.
focusing on the legality than Nintendo, to be honest.
Yeah,
with the
let's
company,
be
yeah.
honest. Do you know how much Nintendo likes suing cunts? They named they named Kirby after the lawyer, dude. That lawyer won him a
Damn.
lawsuit, and they named Kirby after him.
And
So,
he got the
their-
most
their,
squeaky clean image.
their lawyer was called John Kirby.
That's
All
kind
right.
of cute.
I'm gonna pull up the next trailer. This one I can't really say surprised me or anything. I'll just say that I'm happy to see new IPs anytime. So, you know, it's
Mhm.
always
Yeah,
nice to
true.
see this game 2 or this game 3, like, oh, hi,
Also,
we get more, but like new IPs or where it's at.
Based on who made this game, it is so exciting.
True. It looks really
Mhm.
unique. Well,
I can't wait.
it doesn't look unique from the other games the company has made, but
Yeah.
it looks really good.
Oh shit.
Yeah, Ken Levine is such a good fucking writer, bro. He's such a good writer.
And my only way out of here is with one of them.
Very unique music, too.
PewDiePie, though.
I feel like this already has the potential to be like a slight obsession for people. It's gonna become one of those cult
Oh,
games.
absolutely.
I don't think so. I think
Well,
this could be a
People
huge
say
hit.
help is coming. And you know what? They're right.
I think this
feel
looks really cool. I'm very excited to see more on this game. I do say that I agree with Ava though. It looks like they went, you know what? BioShock was really fun, but I want to do something a little different. Let's just detach
Okay.
it from BioShock.
Yeah.
Okay, so I
Shia
hear what you're
LaBeouf.
saying. I hear what you're saying. This is a similar situation to what Outer Worlds
Yeah.
it was,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
So So the guys who made Outer Worlds, which is Oblivion Entertainment, right? Obsidian Entertainment. They got sick of not being allowed to make the game that they were famous for making because Bethesda are a bunch of shit cunts, right? So they fucked off and they were like, we're gonna make our own fucking game. We know how to make this like game work. It was okay. Outer Worlds is an okay game. I want to go back and play it and just see what was right and what was wrong about it. They're making a number 2 soon. That's exciting.
Really?
This is there's Outer Worlds 2 has already been announced.
Hilarious. I'll pull it
It's
up.
super
Actually.
fun. So like this is Ken Levine. I don't know the backstory, but what I do notice is there's no 2K logo on there. So my theory is, and he's under a new game studio, which is like Game Story or something like that. My theory is he got so sick of 2K shelving his ideas that he said, fuck you guys, I'm out of here. I'm gonna make my own shit. And so he's gone and made, so obviously he can't call it Bioshock. However, I think idealistically this would have been in the Bioshock world in the same way that Bioshock Infinite was tied to the original Bioshock's
I
world.
see. That makes a lot of sense.
So he's just freeing himself from the
Yes.
the clutches.
From 2K.
I see.
Yes. Yeah. So I think that's what's going on here. And I'm just excited to see more worlds from this guy because Ken Levine is
I'm
just
down for it.
literally
Agreed.
Bioshock 1, Bioshock 2, and Bioshock Infinite are 3 of the fucking best stories that video games have to offer.
Yeah, I've only played
Bioshock
Infinite.
One, dude,
Incredible game though.
I didn't care for Infinite as much as I feel like a lot of people did, but dude, 1 and 2 just fucking.
It was my first one. to be fair.
First time played through it, Bioshock 1 fucking.
The thing with Infinite is
Oh
it
my
was
eyes.
about this. The story was unfucking believably good.
Yeah.
For a
Yeah, I
time travel story to actually make relatively good sense,
Yes.
like that's impressive.
I cared about a lot of the people in that story too. which
Yeah,
is
me too.
really
And like the small little
strange.
details, like his pinky finger missing.
Weirdly
shit.
enough, the only thing that I had to complain about Infinite, which I did not finish it for this reason, and I feel bad about that because I really want to get the story, and maybe I just need to watch someone play it. But I just felt like all of the little side fights between major story points, it just felt like the pacing was off for me, that there were just too many weird little scuffle fights that didn't add anything other than just like the gameplay parts, which I understand are necessary, but to me, some of the like just random fights between plot points felt a lot like
That's fair.
padding, and I got
Yes,
kind of
and you know what? It's fair because
I think that's
feel
made
like
for
the
people like
360,
Aaron, man.
yeah,
the 360 era was full of that. Hey,
yeah, so
Yeah.
full of that.
the
True,
360
actually.
era was like, hey, we've got these really cool stories, but we want to make it a video game, so
Yeah.
we've got to,
There's
by
stuff you can do in
definition,
between.
yeah, they're like, well, by definition, we've got to make it a video game. So
Yeah.
here's some story, now here's a fight. Here's some story, now here's a fight.
No.
It's very
Yeah.
arcade style, like where you would get a cutscene and then you would full gameplay and then another
Yeah.
cutscene, and
I
that's
feel
what
like-
you were playing for.
Artistically, that's where they were trying to work things out. The 360 era is like this beautiful era of gaming where the people who looked at video games as an art were trying to work out how the medium worked.
Mm-hmm. It was
Yeah.
a growing pain period. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think it's beautiful in its own way, you know? It's beautiful in its own way.
All right, for Baldy's sake, and for the sake of anyone else who hasn't seen the trailer of the
So excited for this.
Outer Worlds 2, not Outer Wilds 2. I'd be crying if Outer Wilds 2 got announced. But Outer Worlds 2,
Actually,
I
in
think their
tears.
trailer is fucking hysterical. So here you go.
Yeah, it's
All right.
really good. It's a funny world, though. It's a funny world.
Let's
We
see.
begin by hearing an old, wise-sounding voice. And we see a quiet, peaceful setting. This will make our game seem big and important. Now, something must break the serenity. Will this creature be in the game? No. Say goodbye to it forever. Suddenly, and for no reason, people running. These pointless slow-motion shots make everything
This
seem
feels like a literal trailer,
as it
man.
bolts to increasing numbers. That wah sound can mean only one thing. We must gaze over an epic shot of a world, and there should be lens flares. Now we see our hero. but only their silhouette, because the developers haven't finished the design, or finished the story, or finished any gameplay that's actually ready to show. In fact,
I
the only
missed
thing
this.
they have finished is the title.
Such a good trailer. Holy shit, I love it.
That's very funny. I love shit like that.
That's so
Shit like-
good. That's
shit like that
actually
shit
an
falls right out of
incredible way to promote something to me.
Do you know? It feels like they're just taking a stab at like Bethesda. Like
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
straight
Yeah,
up.
it really does.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like they're pretty spiteful. Like,
Probably.
yeah,
I mean,
get
how
the
could you
feeling-
not be at this point?
Just the
Like,
yeah. Well, I mean, like here's the deal. Like, Obsidian made like 3 of their greatest games of all time, and how were they rewarded? They got fired.
Yeah.
They made
That's
Fallout 1
EA
and 2.
treatment.
Like problem.
Yeah, they made Fallout 1 and 2, 2 of the greatest fucking tabletop RPG like simulators like of all time, right? Then they fired them and made Fallout 3. Now Fallout 3 was good, but it wasn't great. And so Obsidian's like, "Hey, give us a chance." And so they bring Obsidian back, and Obsidian go, "Hey, here's Fallout 3 but better." And so they fired them again. It's like, what the fuck are you doing, man?
I'll never understand. I'll never understand.
Todd Howard's a drug
Yeah,
addict.
man.
Ugh.
I
The
love that,
next
man.
trailer, for weird reasons, was the least surprising to me because on the night that all of this stuff was being premiered and showed off, I had to do, well, I won't say I had to do, I had the fun opportunity
fun to
of interrogating each of my D&D players one at a time.
Uh-huh.
In character, we had like an off week where I got to be in character in D&D doing one-on-ones with each player as they were interrogated in jail. And
Right.
by
Yeah,
the
I'm one
time
of
I
those.
finished all of that, yeah, you were one of those. By the time I finished all of that, I had 6 DMs that said, "Hey, I can't wait for you to play Death Stranding 2 on stream." I was
And
like,
they was like, "Oh, I guess they
alright.
announced that."
I was like, oh, I guess
This
Death
was
Stranding 2 got
so-
announced.
Dude, this was so surprising to me because I feel like, I mean, granted, I watched the game. I didn't play all the game because I didn't like care for like the mechanics of it and stuff. We've talked about this, but like, I don't know, it felt like a complete story, and I didn't really feel like this was a thing that was going to become
Yeah.
a series.
I
But maybe
have
that's
no
just
knowledge of this
me,
game.
man.
I have a lot
I
of questions
agree.
immediately from the trailer. Like,
Yeah,
why I'll save it. I'll save it.
Yeah,
just-
you say, because I know the questions you're gonna ask, because I have the same questions.
yeah. Let's play it.
For
and
me,
we'll
I felt
discuss.
like Death Stranding was a complete story as well. This was one of the more surprising like reveals to me. I was like, wow, Death Stranding 2, really?
Yeah.
I'm gonna pin that one. Okay, anyway.
And I'm kind of worried that it's not gonna be good, because I really liked number 1.
I'm a little worried as well. I mean, obviously, if Kojima has enough of a vision to make the second game work, then maybe. But it really did feel like,
But here's the thing, I'm
Finished.
worried he's not working on it because he's meant to be working on a horror game.
yeah, I was expecting a Kojima
Say-
announcement this year, but not.
Well,
Elden Ring.
Kojima's got like a studio now.
Elden
Like
Ring.
his Kojima Productions is a full studio, and they've got like a big warehouse they're working everyone in. So I'm hoping that this isn't the case, but I'm feeling like it is.
That
That
could
they've
be.
they've stuck the B team on this bad boy.
Jamie, you'll appreciate this. I actually no, you did it too. You did the shoeless run on Death Stranding, right?
Goddamn right, I
It's
did.
miserable. I tried it as well.
Yeah.
It fucking sucks, bro.
I
What you need
fucking I
shoes
beat
for?
the game without
Sigma
shoes though.
grind set.
Oh,
I beat
that's-
the game
it
without
was
shoes,
the
man.
Worst, dude. Holy,
I
did
like
not.
to
I
make
gave in.
sure
I
that
gave
my
in.
characters feel the earth betwixt their feet.
I gave
This
it.
man's on that Sigma grind set. He's built different.
Dude, yeah, he
Alright.
got
Yes, sir.
callous, man. He got callous.
Let's play this out, and then we can discuss.
Please discuss. You know as well, just from this, like these 2 scenes, I already knew it was Death
Yeah,
Stranding.
the whistling. I knew.
Shake the baby. Did you watch my playthrough, Devi? You did, didn't you?
I came in for bits of it. I didn't watch all of it.
Yeah. That's right.
I also had Basic send me the sound clip.
It was great, wasn't it?
It was great.
So my understanding is that this is like, I don't understand, because that's Fragile, right?
This is at the very least the same actress that played Fragile. I don't know if it confirms her character name.
She's not
in this
that
one is
fragile.
It could be like
Good one.
Sam and Fragile's daughter, maybe. I don't know. She's younger
Hey.
in this one.
Look, she's fragile. She ain't that fragile.
I wonder if she'll tell us how fragile she is.
I hope so.
I really want
wanna
this
know.
though. I really want that though.
Yeah,
all
I'm
agree
wondering
that
this is
this is
either
really
like
good for a baby.
from the past or this is their daughter.
I don't think it could be from the past.
I don't think you're meant to put mascara on babies.
It's just a face,
Eat
mom.
them.
Look at Baldy's face. That's the face of someone who's never played Death Stranding 1.
If I hadn't
game
watched it,
is-
I'd be though.
This game is like, I don't know how they made Fetch Quest fun. I really don't.
Most people, or not most people, but a lot of people would disagree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I hate. Okay, those people are wrong because I hate Fetch Quest and I love this game, dude. I love it.
Don't worry.
I don't know. I think you have to find the joy in this game. Like,
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
have to-
it's very
it's-
similar
it's
to
not-
RuneScape in that it's not fun on its own. You kind of have to put the fun in it.
You know,
yeah,
I
you have to
hated
find your own way to
RuneScape
enjoy
until
it.
I was addicted. And that is the only way I can describe that
Look,
game.
I'm literally playing it as we speak.
I was actually thieving for a while, but I just stopped when I joined it here. Oh,
So
God.
here's my reason of confusion, and I think, Jamie, we were probably asking the same question. Clearly, Fragile is younger in this game, but Sam is older. Ava
Yep.
says if time falls a thing, there's no reason to believe she can't age backwards. Yeah, that would have to be some new lore for sure. That
Yeah, that'd have to be
overrides
new
old
law because the way Timefall works is not that
The
way.
opposite, right? It,
Yeah, it's the
it
opposite.
goes forward.
It accelerates aging.
Which would make sense of why he's so much older, if anything.
In terms of time travel,
And start a new journey.
like time traveling forwards is way like theoretically this is time traveling forwards would be way easier than time traveling backwards.
Yeah.
Walks. He delivers packages.
Now there's a thing.
He's like
Troy Baker's here.
UPS.
Troy Baker's listed here.
Ooh, interesting. Okay.
Through
Well, yeah,
time.
Troy Baker's gonna do instead of Norman Reedus. It's gonna be Troy Baker voicing Norman Reedus. It's different.
No.
It's fine.
Troy Baker voice act the original villain in the first game.
Oh, did he? That's
Yeah.
right.
So that's
actually.
what I'm wondering is like, is he back?
I think
Maybe,
that
or maybe
is
it'll be
meant
like
to be
some
him. I think that
flashback
is meant
kinda
to be
thing.
like, given how like you could see all of his organs and
Yep.
he was wearing the face of Amelie from the first game, I definitely
Yep.
think that it is him.
Yeah, I do
also,
too.
that his voice matched the character in that cutscene.
Which is cool because I kind of like the idea of like, I wish more games did this. Like the reoccurring villain, the villain that comes back.
Yep. Agreed.
Oh, time and time again, they find a way.
I'm going to
Bring Wesker back.
attempt to, without
Dude,
major
amen,
spoilers,
bro,
settle
preach.
some of Baldy's questions. Death Stranding is based in like hyper future America, where America basically doesn't exist anymore, and a catastrophic event happened that is, I think, expected to make humanity go extinct, and your job is to like reunite humanity across America.
Yeah, there are
Using-
like small little shelterings of people that survived the extinction.
And you're the
And-
brave ass delivery man that goes between them because no one
You're
else goes
basically-
outside.
So you're
Yeah,
like
you're
an
basically-
embassy deliveryman.
You're MBN Co trying to provide internet to Australia, like is essentially what it is.
Oh.
Yeah, you need to hook
Oof.
everyone else up to the internet, but they don't trust the government, so you have to do jobs for people to make them trust you, and then get hooked in, and then they go, "Whoa, this is great."
Oh my god, I can look at celebrity feet pics.
Yeah.
Wicked.
But on top of that, the reason people don't go outside is because on top of there being like creepy, partially invisible, scary monster things, there is also rain that is called timefall, and everything it touches accelerates through time rapidly. Like there's a scene where your character like reaches out to pick up a photo, and a drop lands on his hand, and you can see the skin where the drop was like become wrinkled and aged. And every single time that it rains in the game, your suit has an automatic function to like inflate a hood that covers you and protects you. And you can visibly watch the ground and see plants growing and shriveling and dying and repeating over and over again wherever the rain touches.
And so like any of your products that like fall into the water like rapidly rust.
So it's a big game mechanic that the rain stresses you. Yeah.
All the clothing is made of like you know we live in a world where we want biodegradable stuff to help save the world. Everything that they wear is non-degradable, so it's like shit that like over time doesn't age fast. Takes thousands of years.
Fonted man in the middle of nowhere.
I may have referenced the rapidly aging and dying plants in D&D recently, so that's why they're talking about that. But yeah, Death Stranding is really unique. I think at first glance it looks like really bizarre and walking simulator, but I think once you get out of the first chapter of the game, the amount of new terrain and items they give you and stuff really opens up the game and makes it like okay, now decide how you want to play. And I think a lot of people went for like completion and didn't leave the first chapter, and those are the people that had the worst time with it.
You complete the game later. Complete the game later.
Yeah.
I get distracted doing so many side quests at the beginning part that it took like, I think it was like 4 hours or something before I even got to the next part.
If you just rush through the first area, it still takes like 10 hours.
Yeah, it's still really long.
The first area is slow as fuck. Everyone, ask any fan of Death Stranding, and they'll say, don't worry about the side quest in the first area. Just go for it.
Yeah,
rush.
like it's very boring at the beginning. I agree fully with those people, but it opens up so much. It gets so cool.
It's one of those games where like the limitations of its gameplay are based solely on your creativity.
Yep.
I'll keep that in mind if I play it in the future, because it's one of those games that's definitely been on my mind, because everyone talks about how good it is or how much they don't understand.
My favorite thing was like watching people create these crazy systems of traversal, like jump pads into zip lines into fucking ladders.
Oh, so it's kind of like that Mario Odyssey speedrunning feel where everyone just kind of uses the tech in their unique way.
The other way that the game world works, Baldy, is the world being connected by this internet service is a main feature of the game. And the first time you explore any environment, you have no internet connection because those people aren't attached to the network. So you have to go completely on your own stuff, like ladders, hooks with ropes on them, shit like that, all your own equipment. And also, then when you convince that person in that area to sync up with the network, all of the shit that other players have put in the world to help them traverse it becomes available in your world too. And your ladder that you put down will be in someone else's world, and they will like use it, and then they can turn around and give you likes, and you will get likes in real time in your game to know that you helped someone.
It's one of those things where, as well, the narrative is tied to the gameplay. So like you're meant to feel isolated. You're meant to feel like it's taking forever to get to places, because that's what Sam's feeling. He's an isolated man walking through a desolate wasteland by himself for days. Like, it's meant to feel like you're traversing vast expanses.
This does, like, despite it sounding like kind of boring in a way, I'm interested. Like, it sounds a lot more.
I'm gonna be honest. I think this is a great stream game because there's so much like downtime of the walking, talking to chat that it feels. So I think that actually like enhances the experience.
And there's a lot of people that I met when I streamed it that came by just because it was Death Stranding. Like even like a year after the game had fully come out, people were just like, "Yeah, I just love this game. I think it's really cool." And
I feel like if the game was shorter, it'd make such a good speedrun game.
Oh yeah, it'd be really cool. I think there probably could be some really interesting speedrun categories in it. There just kind of aren't.
Yeah, it's because the game's so long. Like even with a speedrun, it'd take so long to beat just because it is a long game.
My last comment on Death Stranding is my fondest memory of that game, and the reason I explained to Baldy the concept of like how other players' things show up in your world and how you have to explore it first before you get to use other people's stuff, is I will never forget the time that I finished a mission that took me up to like the highest mountain peak in the game. I was basically out of supplies by the time I got there. I had been trudging through waist-deep snow for an hour and a half and falling down the mountain over and over again to get there. And when I got there and hooked up to the system, some guy had created a like mountaintop snowboarding course. And there were like ramps and rails and shit like that. And then there was just a box full of the little skateboard things that you can use. And I pulled one out and hopped on it and started riding down this guy's mountain trail and
so
shit.
Cool.
I was like, bro, this is awesome.
That's so cool.
It was so sick.
I remember the mission
Drop
where you
bomb
get
in
given
River
like that.
Percent.
You get given a bomb, and I won't talk about what the bomb is because it's kind of spoilery. But you get given a bomb, and the sheer idea that I was like, I need to get down this, and I'm not allowed to like take too much damage, or the bomb will go off, right? So I'm like, yo, I wonder if we can just surf down this mountain and make it. Like, if we can surf
Just
down this
send it,
bitch
just full send.
Dude.
and not fall. That would be
I
dope.
will say I felt bad watching because like I played a little bit of the game. I was like, I don't really care for this, and then I watched Jacksepticeye play through it, and so I was watching his playthrough. He got it like an early version before it released. So after he completed these things, there was nothing that was built. It was
Yeah.
just empty wasteland. I was like, so I feel like part of that. I was like, I can't imagine experiencing that and being like, this is a
Like
good
that
game,
for the
right?
first time.
Yeah, like being like the first initial time that they try to go back and like look at all this stuff because there's nothing there.
So I can say from experience, I played it on release day and I had that experience. I was worried about the opposite. I was worried about people having a dramatically different experience because everything is there. Whereas in my experience, I got to feel like a pioneer paving the way for everyone and creating the original paths that everyone else would follow. Like
I
you
feel
even
like
got to
that
contribute
kinda
to
goes
building
through it.
road segments in the world that make it really easy
Yeah.
to travel everywhere. And yeah, like I
Yeah.
felt like I was
I
contributing
don't
to something.
think that, in my opinion, I want it to be easier per se. I just think it's like if you're gonna have a mechanic where it's like you can see and look at all the things that everyone else has done is a very cool thing and very interactive. And it seems kind of lame to like play a game and not get to experience that.
I think some of
having
my
an early
favorite
copy for that is
experiences
sad.
were like early in the game realizing that I could just use the river to traverse places. Just floating down a river. Being
Yeah,
like,
that was
this
probably
is
really
easier.
good for your shoeless run, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was awful in anyone else's playthrough. No one wants to touch the water normally, but I guess in your shoeless run, you...
It was fine, dude. I just floated down that bitch on my back. I'm like, this is how a fucking postman works, boys.
All right, I'm gonna play the
Postman
next
Sam.
trailer finally. We talked about Death Stranding for a while. I'm excited to see what comments we have about Cyberpunk.
Yes, Cyberpunkle.
Optimize movement to drop your bomb in the river.
How many times you willing to get burned before you stop trusting someone?
This guy's played Bethesda games.
How many times you gotta take a bullet for these motherfuckers in the name of empty promises?
Yeah, this is just someone upset with Bethesda. You're right.
Politicians, military runners, intelligence operatives, all the rotten fish in one fucking barrel. This dog
Bethesda.
town. Tell me, you've got a
Skyrim 6,
plan.
the goal.
Not a plan. A man.
Planned man.
If there's anyone we can trust
Is
now,
the man the plan?
it's him.
No,
He's a man with a
he
plan, but he's
distinctively
also a
said not
plan
a
man.
plan.
So, what do we do
Man,
now?
plan,
Oh,
plan.
that looks so cool.
Dogtown. Burn it to the ground is what we'll do. It's a simple choice.
It's fun, like cherry-picked gameplay
Them or
of
us.
Cyberpunk always looks good.
I love Shatterline.
Peace comes at a price. Someone's always got to pay.
It's kind of dog.
Very, very
$4.99 retail
cool.
value.
Very, very cool guest star here.
Wait, is that Idris Elba?
Yeah.
Honey.
Yep. So this is an expansion, not a new game or sequel or anything like that.
Yeah.
That was my first question when I saw it, so I wanted to make that clear before we talked about anything else. So it's not like they're trying to already sell us a sequel or back out of what happened. I am a little worried how much they're going to charge for it. If they pull like a what am I trying to say here? If they pull like a From Software and make it free, great. I am on board and I am happy. This is a contribution towards
I think the fact that
repairing your
Idris Elba's
awful
involved
image.
means it won't.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
you're right too. But
It's
if they did
minimum
make it a free
$10.
thing as an apology for how dog shit their launch was, I would accept maybe based on like how good the state of the game is after that expansion comes out. Because I'm gonna treat it the same way that I treated The Witcher 3,
So
which was
I'll be honest,
dog
like,
shit
I
on
think-
launch, great game
I
later.
think they've done an admirable job of fixing the game up. I don't think it's fixed yet, but I think they've done a lot of good work on it, and it's a much more playable game now.
Yeah.
Have they earned the right to do this? I think so. I think they have. What do you think?
You mean like earned the right to release paid DLC?
Yeah.
I don't know exclusively because actually I'm going to say no
I don't
because
own the
I
game.
still don't think Cyberpunk 2077 in its current state, even though it's way better, I still don't think that it's quite worth the $60 AAA price they're asking.
It hasn't No Man's Skied its way out yet.
I think that, well, my experience with the game the first time was miserable. The second time was brief because it deleted my save file again. The third time was on stream and was miserable because it deleted my save file a third time. And then my fourth time playing it, I thought that the entire game just felt like an empty husk because the only way to make it run well was to remove basically every car and NPC on the road so that Night City felt like Night Town.
Right.
More like Night Suburbia.
Night Village.
Yeah, Fire God just said, I was actually able to finish the damn game this time, but it only took 6 different instances of the game soft locking.
Yeah.
Oh, only 6. Wow.
It's so annoying. Here's my opinion. I think I would like to see them try again.
Just reset.
Not try and fix this game up. Let's just
Drop a new game.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing them just try again.
It almost feels to me that they attempted to make a new gen title on old gen engines and realized too late that it just wasn't going to work.
Yep. So do you know what my opinion? Okay, so I was talking about it. Here's what I think happened was they started making this game, and obviously we know that like that their management kept adding stuff on with unrealistic expectations on the developers, right? And then on top of that, because there was so much hype built around it, they couldn't continue to delay the game.
Yeah.
So they got to a position where the shareholders were getting frustrated and the community was getting frustrated. So they just had to release what they had. I think that they attempted to release it on previous gen and a last minute ditch to appease shareholders because they didn't realize, because remember, this game came out when we didn't realize that there was going to be a silicon chip shortage. So they were like, oh fuck, we've made this game, right? But
PS5 and
we've made it for PS5 and no one owns a PS5. So no one's gonna buy our game. We're fucked. What do? Quickly patch it to work on old gen, right? You gotta do it quick, get it done. Table everything else. And that's why it was so shit on old gen, is because it was not done immediately for previous gen.
Funny enough, I think
chip shortage starts a lot of shit.
I'm gonna compare a game that has been compared to Cyberpunk before, but I think a similar issue happened with Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. To me, those games feel like they would have been really good DS games, and it doesn't feel like they designed them for the Switch.
Yeah.
I think the port from handheld to Switch, in my uneducated and have not played the game yet, but only have seen gameplay, it looks like they tried to port a really good DS game over to Switch.
Seems like they're fixing it
wait,
pretty
hang on, I
quickly,
don't
though.
understand that. Wait, what do you mean?
That would be the reverse, right? Because the Switch is better hardware than
the Switch
DS.
is better hardware.
I'm aware. I think that they made a game that was intended to be for the handheld, but it wouldn't work, so they just kind of roughly threw it onto the Switch. It has no features for the Switch. There's no
They
like
don't
motion
make DS
controls.
games anymore.
Regardless, I still feel like they made a good handheld game.
Oh, you're saying they just got like
Yeah.
old code essentially. It was like they already had the game on the back burner.
It could. I'm saying I don't know this for a fact at all. I'm just hypothesizing here. But to me, it looks like in a similar way that, in my opinion, it looked like Arceus was designed for GameCube and they forgot about it and released it later. I feel like that this was designed for DS and they decided to like upgrade and shift its movement towards the Switch.
Yeah.
They did not include any features that the Switch has, which I think the gimmicks of the Switch are like the main reason to get a Switch. And since it's just a mobile, like it would play exactly the same on a DS as it does Switch.
That always trips me out. Like Nintendo used to be like, honestly, when I think of Nintendo, I'm like gimmick console. Like they have one thing they do and they do it really well, and then you enjoy that. Like the Wii was the motion control, so you would get games because you were like, oh, I want to play a Wii game, you know? You didn't, and like even if like all of their shit bombed because of that, and then they like finally don't do it, but then they just release unfinished games in the process too now.
I agree, but also disagree because I think they prove they can make high quality stuff.
Music feels a bit loud, Demi.
Yeah, I'm turning it down now. This new song.
But also, I think the GameCube. The reason the GameCube wasn't successful was because like when they had the PlayStation 2 to compete with, and also they used mini discs of
It
like
was
CDs.
worse than that. They were competing with the PS2 when everyone already had a PS2. So like
Yes,
they
exactly,
released
yeah.
it a
It was
year
late release.
after the PS2
Yep.
came out, which is a dumb idea. If you're gonna compete, you've got to compete.
Yeah.
Look,
think it did
my
that for a
my
while.
theory on what happened with Arceus is they were making a new game, which was Gen 9, and they needed a playtest, right? They needed to prove that it would work. So they made Arceus, right? But Arceus wasn't called Arceus. It was the shell of 9. And so when they proved that they could do Gen 9, they still had this shell of a game that existed. And they're like, well, why don't we just finish it up and package it as something new?
Yeah,
And
that's
so
what
we'll,
Scarlet is.
we'll
I
get
think
like
so.
They
the
didn't really
D
add
team.
to it. It was something to just throw it out.
Yeah, it was like, well, we've already got this skeleton of a game that was like a basically playtest version of
Honestly, I
of
feel like
Gen
somewhere
9.
between yours and Debbie's opinion is like converging there, where it's just like old code. It's just
Yeah.
throwaway.
Well, no. So my theory on the like why it plays like the frame rate issues exist is because they're running on a 20-year-old engine. The proprietary engine, which is what they use to make Pokemon, is 20 years old. It has never changed. What they've done is they've updated it to allow 3D modeling, but this is still a 2D engine. So they've basically edited a 20-year-old 2D engine to allow 3D gameplay, and that engine can no longer keep up.
There's no reason to not make a new engine by this point in time.
Or
I can tell you
to
the exact
Unreal.
reason, and it's
Yeah,
a
that,
lot
I mean
more
that
work.
too. Yeah.
Yeah,
Especially when
that's,
Unreal
and
5
that's
is
it.
now like 3.
I think
right?
they've got a ton of old heads in that place that just don't want to like learn something new.
Yeah, that is very likely what's happening. It's the culture out there.
Now, we're going to shift on to the next one. This is one that's, this wasn't really premiered here, so we already knew that this game was coming out, but this trailer was just kind of a lot more information. Personally, the number one takeaway I have from this was I already liked the last game, and this just looks like more of that, so I'm in.
Yep.
But also, I much prefer this new, slightly older version of the main character. I did not like the
how
main
cool
character
did
in the
he got
last game,
hot,
but
bro?
that's what I said.
He
I
got
was like,
hot?
oh, he's hot now. And the people I was in chat with are like, sure, you could say that. I'm like, I'm not alone here.
People didn't agree with you?
Yeah, they didn't agree with me. They were like, I mean, I guess.
He did. He got hot.
I thought he was hot. I thought he was
Let's
hot.
see.
Yeah, me and Baldy will judge this.
I'll be the judge of that.
I was betrayed by the one I trusted most. I will not be imprisoned again.
All right, Sephiroth.
I hear you've been busy making yourself the Empire's most wanted.
That's so cool.
Jesus. Shielding with the blue lightsaber just feels wrong.
Jedi. Remind our friend here why his kind are supposed to be dead.
Here we go.
That part excited
He
me,
brought
too.
out the second
Yeah.
Bro, he just whips out the sword like it's like a lot. Like, all right, square up.
The sword play in this game was so satisfying too, or the first one. So I know this will be good if it even
Wait,
is
does the
remotely
sword
close.
like actually cut parts of the end?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, you can cut them apart.
That's so fucking cool.
You do that in the first game as well.
The Jedi is a threat.
He's hot.
Okay.
Yeah, he's hot. See, yeah.
I'd say he's hot,
Okay.
absolutely.
That is
As long as we fight.
Bro,
Spider-Man. Yeah, he's gonna
this
say
game
it.
really makes you feel like Spider-Man.
Hope
Oh,
survives.
it's got the hilts.
It's a great sword. A great sword lightsaber.
I'm here
Well,
for
that's
it.
the same as Kylo Ren's.
Yeah, it's Kylo
Yeah,
Ren's
yeah.
lightsaber, yeah.
Yeah,
here
that
for
game
that.
just looks sick. I mean, the
About
first game was
Yeah.
already. Man, I'm the furthest thing you'll ever find from a Star Wars fan, but I can appreciate good media when it exists.
Same.
Agreed.
And that's good fucking media, dude. That's,
Yeah.
that looks.
I'm a scarred Star Wars fan, I would say, because I used to like really enjoy a lot of stuff about
Star
the world
Wars.
and like the OG stuff, and then like the more that time has gone on, the more I'm like, you can't even like sit there and reminisce about the old days and be like, oh no, it's still good at parts. It's like, no, the majority of Star Wars media is bad. Like, let's just be honest about what it is.
Okay, so I was actually typing about that right now because I don't understand how we gauge Star Wars content now, because Star Wars is in like, I don't want to say in the public domain, but like the way the Star Wars universe is set up is that anyone can contribute to it, right? Like basically anyone.
Disney's permission.
Oh,
Yeah, with Disney's permission. There was a lot of stuff that was based like there was a lot. No, there was because there was a lot of books that were like really cool and had like a lot of in-depth lore that just became irrelevant when Disney bought it.
Okay.
And
That
basically
helps
all that
me a
stuff was
lot.
like wiped. Yes.
So yeah, that answers my exact question, because what I was about to ask is Assassin in chat said, I hope that Kyle gets some more mainstream attention because they had a perfect opportunity for a cameo in The Bad Batch and they didn't do it. Yeah. And I was sitting here thinking like, how do you decide what's canon in Star Wars? But I guess if Disney's deciding
so yeah,
that now,
it's basically as long as you have permission from the rights holders. And as long as the what you make doesn't interfere with previous canon, then it's
fine.
canon.
You're vibing.
Yep. So yeah, man, like I hear what you're saying, by the way, about the like Star Wars. Like, it's so weird because like basically what everyone, this is what I get told by everyone who's a Star Wars fan. All the movies now suck, but all the side media is really good. Like,
I mean,
the TV shows they make are really good, right? The games they make are really good.
And you know what's
all
weird?
right? The books, the fucking animations, all great. Just the movies suck.
I haven't seen like the most recent movies, but I had a very bizarre experience with Star Wars. I was that guy that grew up, you know me, I don't watch movies. So for the longest time, I had never seen a Star Wars movie, but I had played like Lego games, other like Battlefront,
that's
other
my
Star Wars
entire
games.
Star Wars experiences through the Lego games. I have been.
Lego games were sick, dude.
And what happened was I got taken to the movie theaters by Goatnik, a very close friend of mine, to, with him and his family, watch Star Wars Episode 7. And that was the first Star Wars movie I ever saw. I thought it was pretty good. I liked it. I thought it was interesting because I had no other context to compare it to for Star Wars content, and it was an action movie. It had some interesting characters and some pretty shots, and it was fun.
Have you seen the other ones since then? Like,
I then that week went and rewatched all 6 of the other movies consecutively.
Yeah.
And I can tell you that
you started at 1?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. Everyone tells me I shouldn't have. But I can say that I had a weird experience rewatching all of the other 6 movies because, like, I knew everything that happened.
Yeah.
I had never watched any of them, but it was the weirdest thing watching 6 movies and going, yeah, I knew about that. And just nothing surprised me at all because of that. And it was so weird.
That's how in-depth the story went on episode 7 or whatever it was.
And not even that, just because of like Star Wars,
Just
Lego
consuming
Star
social media
Wars,
everywhere
playing
else.
games, playing like Jedi, or not Jedi Fallen Order, but like I can't, Force Unleashed,
KOTOR?
games like that, KOTOR. I was just like, yeah, Darth Vader's Luke's
Yeah,
father.
to be fair, that's how I felt. Yeah.
Oh, spoilers!
It's been 2 weeks.
There's one Star
Since
Wars
the 80s.
movie that I watched, and it was the prequel one where I think it's Luke who he gives like a really creepy look and smile to the girl while they're out on like a picnic or something, and that was a very strange watch.
I know what you're talking about.
Oh, because you were
talking about,
meant to have the context for that relationship already? Is that
I
what
had-
you're referring to?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a lot of discomfort watching this scene because I was like, oh, it's funny when it's like in the Lego universe. But
That's
watching the
literally
scene,
the
I
scene
was
where
like,
they do the meme where they're like, I hate sand, it's coarse and it gets everywhere.
and I was like, and the whole thing was just so uncomfortable. I feel like the actual movies are just worse versions of the story because of how I could.
Yeah.
I could go on and on about this because I think every time I talk to Star Wars fans and stuff, I feel like there's a whole bunch of copium that goes on for the most recent Star Wars movies, man.
Yeah.
It's insane. And like, even if you like Star Wars or whatever, like the lore, or you're like, oh no, this makes sense, and like this, if you look at Episode 8 and you tell me that's a good movie, regardless of like Star Wars or not, that's the most shit movie I've ever seen in my goddamn life.
That bad. I haven't seen 8.
Dude, there's like a whole hour of like subplot where the entire operation is for them to go onto a planet to get help from like a hacker dude that they try to like meet a back alley. That there's all this like back and forth, trying to get his help to like do a certain thing on the ship. to get them out of this bad situation. That amounts to nothing. That at the end of all of it, they literally are back at square one and nothing happened the entire time. And it fucking frustrates me that you would ever sit there and make a medium of any kind of content, be like, here's an hour where nothing's gonna happen. I'm gonna make you fucking sit through it. God damn, man.
One bad day.
Sheesh.
That was very heated.
That was passionate. That was
Yeah.
passionate. Damn, man. I feel like I bonded with you listening to that.
I felt it. You know, I hate it too.
I'm kind of hard,
Episode
dude.
8,
I'm
fuck
kind
that.
of got a bit of a boner.
My blood's flowing, man. Full adrenaline.
I'm gonna say for chat, the next trailer that I had pulled up was Diablo 4. However, I'm going to petition for skipping it for 2 reasons. 1, it is just a cinematic, and 2,
It's so
you would
bad.
be much better off watching it on your own because the only good thing about it is that the cinematic's beautiful. It is a gorgeous cinematic. Blizzard knows who to spend money on to make a good cinematic.
Yeah, there's like no information.
Substanceless.
Oh, but dude, they got Halsey to sing. Crazy.
Whoa.
Who asked?
So if you're interested in Diablo 4, I'm gonna recommend you go click the watch later button on YouTube if you don't want to tab out of the stream for too long. But it's very pretty. That's about all I can say
Yeah,
about it.
it's pretty.
I want to show Street Fighter 6. Jamie, how much do you care about Street Fighter 6?
Yeah, it looks cool.
Okay, cool.
I
We'll watch
quite
it.
like the look of it.
Good. I am really interested in Street Fighter 6. I think that the way they have done their trailers is a little strange because there's almost a story to them, and if you don't watch them in order, you feel like, why are they showing this off? Let me pause the music before I start the video this time. There we go. So, chat knows I like fighting games.
Yeah.
Never cared for a Street Fighter until this one.
Come on, crank that beat.
Oh, okay. It's got the same feeling as Dead Island to me.
This isn't the vibe of the whole game. That is a new character, or not a new character, but a returning character they were excited to show off. Yeah, that's his vibe.
Oh shit! This is the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So there's
This
a
is
big,
really cool looking.
there's a big open world free roam element to the game where you create your own custom character and meet the Street Fighter cast and learn their abilities from them as if they are like teachers to teach you how to use their abilities.
Yeah.
You create your own unique character with their own fighting style, a bunch of visual cosmetics, and then you can walk out onto the streets in the open world and just challenge people to a fight wherever the fuck you want. So
That's super fucking
It's
cool. I
literally
don't like
Street
fighting
Fighter.
games, but this looks super cool.
yeah, it's at the very least it's finally taking it's like
Yeah,
a
it
new
seems
take on the
interesting.
2D fighters.
Prepare. Fight with all your heart.
Okay, Marissa. Jesus.
Yeah, I'll play as Marissa. That's what I was thinking. Yeah. I want to be the Russian bodybuilder and just suplex people to death.
God
Alright,
damn.
it's just Daria, bro. Wait,
I
did
can't
he punch her like 30 times?
They're in
I can't believe they put Abby
Roman
from fucking
clothes.
Last of Us 2 in here.
Oh god.
Fire Guns and this is
He
a
has
fever
the
dream.
black magics.
God, this game
What?
looks so cool though.
It does, dude. It's got so much style to it, eh?
Holy shit.
Yeah. Also, Street Fighter's just good about putting heft behind their hits.
I love
I
how
always
like
feel a gym pack is very good.
all of these moves feel like they're actually fighting, and then there's just the one dude with the dark magic.
Yeah.
Like,
That guy is
Dude,
sick.
that's always been kind of like.
Hey, but you said you were going to bed.
shit. Okay.
Yeah, this looks fucking sick.
Yeah.
Dude,
Yeah,
I
that is
think
so
I'll-
much style. That is a
I think
lot.
I think I'll like that more than I liked what was that last one we were playing, Devi? Fucking what's it called? Guilty Gear Strive.
Really?
Really?
I think you'll
Yeah,
have more
I do.
content than Strive for sure. Just
I think
because
so
of the
too.
open world element, yeah.
Yeah. I feel like it's got like this style of flair to it that Strive lacks. And it's not to say Strive is not stylish, like it is, but man, this game has confidence, you know?
Yeah.
Yep.
And it oozes that confidence, and it's very very attractive to look at as a fan of fighting games.
Yeah.
You know what it is in my head? I'm hoping it comes out like Yakuza 0, where you're like freely roaming this world, except now there's people in it. Like there's other
Yeah.
people you could just fight in the middle of the street. If you've ever played the Yakuza series,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
those games are so fun.
I feel
That'd
like
be
the
pretty
world
sick.
probably won't be as detailed, just by
No,
an
no, no.
assumption.
I
Definitely
want it to be
not.
like NBA 2K, and I want there to be a hub world, and I just walk up onto a court or like a street alley, and I just fucking fight some random online dude. Just
It's
our
just a
custom
bull.
characters just start.
You mean you want it to
brawling.
be like 2K, where you walk
Oh,
into the open world
obviously.
area and then there's an
wanna
Allstate
pay-
booth
I
where
wanna
they try to
pay, like,
convince you to buy
two-
Allstate insurance?
Yeah. I want to pay $2,000 for my character to be any good. All right. If I can't do that, then I don't want it.
Well, I know that while we like
Same.
it, chat might not be super invested. I do think chat will be invested in this game because I know that I have a lot of viewers who are big into Marvel and DC. Maybe not both at the same time, but I think I don't care about this game.
Nah, I don't give a shit.
Sorry,
No.
I don't really like
Yeah.
DC content, but we'll watch it anyway. Just for
I
those
will
people
say
who
this:
do.
the newest Suicide Squad movie was pretty fun, though.
Yeah, that's what I've
Like,
heard.
unironically, I'm a DC hater. All right, I'm a DC hater. I don't really like superhero stuff to begin with, but
Same.
DC is like, hey, we're gonna do superhero stuff, but we're also gonna be really bad at making movies.
Dude.
So it's like I'm not interested in. Yeah.
It
Anyway,
also has the lamer superheroes. Like they're not
Yeah, it
even
really
like
does.
interesting.
like Superman is like, okay, cool, he's just the best. All right.
Yeah.
Thank
I
you.
agree.
Thank
Awesome.
you.
So
Dude,
interesting.
I shit on Superman constantly, and people like give me shit
He's
where
so
they're like,
boring.
yeah,
Oh, but
agreed.
The most depth Superman has had is on fucking Smallville, like a
Yeah,
TV
true.
series.
Yep.
I wanted to point out before I
hate-
started.
And they're not even, they weren't even legally allowed to call him Superman.
Yeah, what was it, David?
I was gonna see if Jamie happened to notice what I've been watching recently with these two search results.
Yo, dude, I've been watching so much RuneScape content. I was watching Settled do the Mauritania lock.
Oh god, yeah.
Yeah, that was fucking.
I've been really
yeah.
enjoying the Gillinor games, which
Yeah,
for
they're
people
really
who have
fun.
no fucking clue what I'm talking about, there's just a bunch of content creators that have gotten together and they made Survivor, but in RuneScape.
Yeah,
And
it's
they
really
got-
fun.
Yeah, all of the RuneScape content are together on like different teams. and
Dude, the
battling
RuneScape
against each
content
other
creators are
and-
like really tight, and then they don't lock people out either. Even small creators with like only 400 subs are allowed to be a part of it.
Yeah,
it's really dope.
cool.
You know what
RuneScape
it is?
community sucks.
It's that in RuneScape, you're all just trapped together doing the same thing. So you just
Yeah,
you're like
yeah.
Stockholm to liking each other. You're like, whatever, what's up? How's it going?
Yeah, true, dude.
This is what I know.
Yeah, you guys are like joined by despair.
Suffering.
You've been on the same Slayer task for 3 hours, and finally some other guy shows up to the same spot, and you're like, hey, hey!
And then all he types in the chat is "please help."
Please.
Keep your eyes on him, people.
Okay, I have subtitles on, but
Somebody find the back entrance.
they're not very clear.
movie I ever saw. Oh, crap!
Okay.
Door will not hold. We must barricade it.
This looks kind of garbage.
You stay here, pal.
I feel kind of bad for feeling like I don't really like that portrayal of Harley at all. Like even kind
No,
of.
me neither. I said it looks like they took Harley Quinn and made her worse.
How I was gonna kill you with it.
What about
That's
this
just very
Australian
Alan.
guy? Is this actually like a character, or did they make this
Yeah,
guy
he
up?
is. His name is Boomerang.
You're in for a
Yeah,
world
it's
of
Captain Boomerang.
Also, of all the characters from the original Suicide Squad like movies, he was the only one that was even funny.
shit.
Well, he's Australian. It's
That's
like
true.
it's like a
Yeah.
passive that Australians have. I feel like.
You guys do have a passive bow. Is
Is
that actually
Australians-
just the
Australians
Flash,
love to run
Barry
bits.
Allen? Like, is he just cutting off the Flash's fingers for fun?
I thought he cut off his dick at first. I thought that's what it was.
We were just having a little. I said, you hear that?
They were. He's so. That is unbelievable.
I do like the big shark guy. He looks cute.
Yeah.
I want to give him a hug.
Still using shadows to scare the crap out of us criminals, huh? Don't sweat it. Batman doesn't kill people.
This
He
voice
definitely- he
actress.
looks like a
I'm
failed-
sorry.
What the fuck? It looks like a failed TMNT villain.
Yeah. That voice
I didn't
actress to that
understand
face
the
is
end
not
of this
it.
trailer either, so maybe one of you can clear this up for me.
What are we clearing up?
I am the night. I
Yeah,
am
you're
Batman.
smelly.
This.
Jesus Christ.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
That one.
I didn't understand
problem,
this.
Kevin.
I don't know what
Yeah,
this
Kev
implies.
dog.
That's Kevin Conroy was like the voice actor for like Batman for a lot of like series, and he died.
Oh.
And so it was like
I didn't know
a
that
memorial.
either, so I just like started doing like, yeah, the Kev dog. Cheers, Kev.
Well, that kind
I
of stinks.
just thought it was going out to all the
He is
Kevins.
like, in my opinion, like is the go-to like voice actor for Batman and what I think of whenever I think of Batman, and so it is a little sad, honestly.
When I say the Joker, who do you think of now?
Heath
Oh, when you
Ledger.
say the Joker,
Yo, Queen King.
I think I actually think of Mark Hamill. is
Yeah,
what I
my
usually
boy.
think of.
My boys,
Yeah.
one of my
Mark Hamill.
homies.
Isn't that
Mark Hamill,
Mark
dude, he
Hamill.
did the Joker in the Arkham Asylum movies, in the Arkham Asylum games,
is that Luke
and he also
Skywalker?
did it for some of the comics, as well, some of the
Oh.
TV shows.
Is Mark
Yeah,
Hamill
he did
Luke
a lot of
Skywalker?
the
Arkham
anime shows.
Asylum games, God. Those were
He
incredible.
Say,
is
Debbie?
so good
I was
as the
asking
Joker.
if Mark Hamill is Luke Skywalker.
Yes.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's the only thing that I know him as.
Yeah.
As the
that's fine.
weird alien monster titty milk drinker now is the number one image I have for that.
God,
Batman
what a,
Yeah,
what
that's-
a,
that's
what a,
him, pretty
that
much
was a
synonymous.
weird scene, dude.
Yeah, that's
Like, do you remember back in the day whenever they used to make everything green because they're like theming after Shrek for no reason? That's what it felt like they did with that monster milk. It was just like,
I
straight
got
to
a
the
funny
funny
thing,
thing.
dude.
I was like, I don't
just
know how this builds
perusing-
the story, but
This is off topic, bro, but I was perusing Netflix earlier to like find a movie for movie night, and there's a section on Netflix that said award winning, and the first movie was Shrek. And then after it's like
That is
Shawshank
an
Redemption,
award-winning.
The Green
Yeah.
Mile, and
like some of the
so-
greatest
You
like
gotta
film
admit,
like classics of
Shrek
all
is one
time.
of their greatest hits, though. That joint
No, for
slaps.
real, dude. For real,
Shrek's
Shrek
good.
is one of the best movies ever
It
made.
can be enjoyed by anyone. You could
Shrek is
put
good.
Shrek into Spanish. Show that
Yeah,
to a
right.
Spanish grandmother. She would sit there. She would watch it. and she
Shrek
would
is love.
it.
Shrek is life, dude.
That's what I'm saying,
Honestly,
man.
I
wish
did
I
want
could
to point out,
fuck
I thought
Shrek.
it was really cool. This one I actually understood. Assassin usually makes very specific references, and I am too uncultured to understand most of them. But
Yeah, I
this
get that
time he
reference.
said Mark Hamill voiced Fire Lord Ozai in Avatar: The Last
Yeah.
Airbender, and I know that guy. So
Mark Hamill also voice acted. Have you played? We're talking about spectacle fighters earlier. Have you played? Oh God, what's that game where you play War? Darksiders. You know the little character that's
Oh, yeah,
alongside
yeah.
War in Darksiders? That's Mark Hamill.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
also voiced Zion Williamson in NBA.
Shut the fuck up, dude. I swear to God, man. Ugly. You're such,
My boy Zion?
Dude, you were such a legit voter, dude. I love you, man.
I've missed Sailor. I feel like he didn't want to watch Ragnarok, so I feel like I just haven't hung out with him in so long. but,
Homie's been busy too. Homie's been busy, but like for
I haven't
real,
talked
like,
to him.
dude, holy shit, it's the stupidest thing.
Eternally the funniest chatting.
Nah, that's so fucking funny to me.
It's the stupidest. By the way, like Zion Williamson is like this just god tier like NBA rookie that like is
Yep.
Okay, I had no idea.
yeah, it's
Yep.
like not like a character. It's just like this.
He was like
one
a
of the big
high
guys.
school and college phenomenon, like coming
Yeah.
into like the NBA draft.
His whole his attribute is, by the way, he's a fat guy that can jump really high.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay,
He's like-
you say fat. He's jacked. He's got
fat
a lot
for
of
the
muscle.
NBA. He's fat for the NBA.
Well, yeah. Fair,
Okay,
fair.
okay.
He's
I was about
heavy.
to say,
He's
can
very heavy.
I bet you guys could jump higher, but
Dude, bro, listen. I can.
I'm lucky to get
I-
4-inch
often
vertical
do you
right now.
jump?
I'm lucky if I can jump on a step, bro. All right.
Like, how often in your life do you jump?
I feel
No.
like it's a sliding graph that just goes lower and lower the older
Yeah,
you get. So, yeah. I feel like I used
I
to
would
jump
say
like
more
that.
often than you probably think, but that's just because I'm a hyperactive idiot. So
I'm about to just start skipping to my loo across the whole the whole damn walkway. Make sure I get them jumps in.
All right,
Put a
I'm
little
gonna
pep in your
show
step.
the trailer for the next game that Jamie's way more excited for than
Yeah,
I am.
yeah.
Mostly
Oh.
because
Yeah.
this franchise intimidates me. So let's.
And so it should. This franchise is scary.
Yeah.
Peggy 16.
It's full on, man.
Peggy.
I just know that every time I try to introduce someone to Strive, they're like, bro, each character is like 12 moves I have to remember. And I'm like, don't play Tekken.
Yeah.
Every character
character's
has
got
like
their own manual.
120 moves. Yeah.
Probably the most
The music, though.
in-depth fighter. God, they look good.
Honestly, this does look really fucking cool.
I remember someone suggesting that this could be the last Tekken game, at least like story-wise. I don't know anything about the plot, so I don't know if that's true or not.
Time for a time regret, Bernard.
Can I be honest? I forgot Tekken has story. I've only ever played it like bowling alleys.
True. Like, honestly, true statement from Chunk there.
The story is absurd, by the way. The story is absurd.
Is it worse than Strive? Or Guilty Gear?
Dude, it's nuts. It's not bad. Like, I don't hate it, but it's just wild.
I really like the use of the chain link to form the 8. I think that's a super
cool,
way
right?
to do their logo. Yeah, it's awesome. So, yeah, my summary of Tekken to people who have never heard of Tekken is if you have ever been intimidated by a fighting game because of how many different attacks your character has, every character in Tekken has at least 100 moves. So,
yep.
You know what's funny? That would make me want to play it a little bit more because then I'm like, well, then I'd specialize in just this character. This is my thing.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, well, that's what happens. That's what happens.
That's
So,
in like every fighting game. That's what always happens. Yeah.
Yeah, but the 12 moves makes it feel like, oh, I can learn all of them. Like
it happens a lot more in Tekken though, because you do have to like the knowledge of a character is paramount.
Yeah, and mastering matchups is like a huge thing, specifically for that character and things like that.
I would say the real intimidation factor for me, as Sailor said, to be fair, you only ever do like 10 with every character. I think learning to play a character at a competent level is not the intimidating factor for me. It's the fact that I feel like there's just no way to like really read your opponent and know what their options are unless you just like fight them for several rounds back to back, because you have so much freedom of variety in your skill set that it's like maybe it works out better than this at a high skill
and
level.
this is where I think your perception of the game differs to what it actually is.
Yeah.
So what you got to understand is there's setup moves and then there's combos. So combos can only come after setup moves, and identifying what the combos are pretty like easy to block once you understand what setup move is coming, right? So they do like this setup move. You're like, okay, they have these 3 options, right? But all those options are guardable from the first blow. So like, if you can understand where it's coming from, you have a pretty good shot of like defending most things. It's kind of hard to describe. It's so hard to describe.
Have to give it
so
another
before
try
you can
on
go
Tekken 8,
into
but
the complex combos, you have to start them.
You
So
have to
they're
have an
stopping
opener,
it before it even begins.
You only learn
Yes,
the openers,
yes.
I think is what Jamie's trying to say. Like learning
Okay.
the openers to attacks
learning
is-
the openers is crucial. Obviously, learning more than that is good, but once you learn the openers, you will understand like how to like further block what's coming next.
Right.
You'll be like, okay, he's doing this opener. It's going to be one of these moves, and then that list of moves grows shorter the more you like, okay, so now that he's done this, he has these 3 options. Okay, well, I can guess which of those options he's going to go for. Okay, now I know that I just have to block this chain of moves. So I don't know. Maybe I'm describing it badly, but
Ugly
it's not as
Sailor's
complex as it
attempt to
seems.
describe it is high-level Tekken is just moving back and forth and throwing one punch at a time.
It's actually like seriously, it's gotten like to the point where if you go for a combo and it doesn't work out, you are putting yourself at a disadvantage, right? So like what a lot of players will do is they'll just like move in, take a jab, and move back out. But that's just baiting your opponent into making a false move, and then you go for the killer combo.
Yeah. I haven't played a lot, but I figured that.
That's really funny though. I like the idea of just 2 really high level players going bink, bink,
yeah,
bink, bink. Back and
That's
forth.
not too far from what most high-level game is in most fighting games. I think the difference is in like Strive, for instance. Instead of taking the one jab, it's like the first person to get that jab out gets to be aggressive, and the person who blocked the first jab or just used a slower attack than the other person just has to block and like read for an opening to get out.
You have less breakers to break combos in Tekken. So like if you bite and get hit by a combo, you're probably in that combo for a while.
I mean, you only have one of those at like a round in Strive.
Yeah, but you can choose to use it in different ways, right?
That's
Like,
true.
yeah, you only have one, but you see in Tekken, it's just
Well,
like,
wait.
oh, I'm in it now, or I'm in it.
I guess there's two.
I'm more
ways
of a
to use it.
Virtua Fighter guy anyway, so it's fine.
Now,
That's
dude,
why
Debbie,
I
this
don't
next
like
one, I don't know
fighting
about you, but this
games,
next
though.
one pisses me off.
Pisses you off.
Yeah,
I don't think I have enough of
Whoa.
an opinion about this franchise to care that much.
I feel like having seen what it is, that like they had this ready from the get-go.
Okay, I'll pay closer
you think they
attention this
just-
time because the first two times I've watched this, and I have watched it twice, I just did not care. So I
No,
don't
it's
really,
boring.
Yeah, so take 3. I'm gonna pay close attention this time. See what I missed out on that made Jamie so
I
mad.
had fun with the first Horizon game, so I may actually enjoy this.
Have you
Let's
played
see.
the second one?
I have not.
Rated T.
It's not as good in my opinion from what I've seen. But.
No, it's okay. It's just an okay game. It's average.
I will say this thing looked cool. All the monster and creature designs in Horizon are like the shining standpoint.
Yeah, you don't get. I don't think you get to play with it though.
Oh.
This is exactly what Outer Worlds is talking about. It's like, yeah, that looks cool. I don't think you're gonna use it.
I will say the first thing that I noticed, even when I did watch this the first 2 times, the landmass that they just showed, it looks so blocky. Like, it looks like a big rectangle.
I gotta say, every time Fire God speaks, it feels like he's speaking straight from my mind.
True.
Actually, deal with it.
Fire got a solid opinion.
Fire got based.
Oh my god, it's Hollywood.
Oh my god, it's hot.
I'll be honest, I thought it said burning shoes. It's like very hot feet.
LA is pretty hot, right? Like it is actually
Yeah.
like a hella hot state.
That very much felt like a big nothing burger of like a trailer to me.
Yeah,
rubbish.
literal nothing in it. I focused more on it this time and actually paid attention to every scene and don't feel like I missed anything from the first 2 times that I didn't
So
care.
I loved Horizon the first game. That did nothing for me. I don't care.
Dude,
That was
the next
bad.
game
Just
is
a flop for a
dude,
trailer.
The next game changes nothing. By the way, they add like a few like it's the you know when Battlefield's like Battlefield, like you've never seen it before, and then realistically the only thing they added was a grapple hook. That's exactly what the Horizon Forbidden West is. And then they had the goal to complain about how people liked Elden Ring more than their game.
They did,
Lol.
true. They did actively complain on Twitter. that Elden
On
Ring got
Twitter,
more, yeah.
they went to Twitter complaining that Elden Ring isn't as good as people think it is, and that their game is better.
Whimsy
That's the
in
developers
chat.
doing that shit.
I like that comment a lot. I think it's
I see
really
you pinned
accurate.
it. Whimsy Cool in chat just said it looks like an artist wanted to show off their portfolio, not a game teaser.
True.
Honestly,
It's so true, though.
yeah.
Bruh.
Yeah.
That is
there's a lot
literally
of,
like the
like-
intro to a website that someone says, and it's like, I do sci-fi art and 3D renders in realistic
Agreed.
environments.
Dude, it was insane because it's like all of this like very cinematic. Like it starts off with them in the sky and like this cool animal sweeping down to this very like beautiful scene. But like there's nothing there as like as far
There's
as like
nothing
when
there.
it adds
There's
onto
no
the
substance.
game. Like, is there any
There's
reason
no
I should buy
lore.
that? I learned nothing.
Dude, I said this so much, and this is what I was saying to people when we were watching the Diablo 4 shit. Someone came to my chat and said, I'm so excited for this. I'm like, what are you excited for? What are you excited for? That last game fucking sucked. Diablo 3 sucked, okay? And let's not act like it was fucking fixed. It wasn't. It sucked still.
Whoa,
If
whoa,
you
whoa.
go-
Their last
ask any
2
Diablo-
games fucking suck. Don't forget about Immortal.
Yeah.
Oh, true, dude, true. Sorry, how dare I?
How dare you
The
forget
goal.
about
How dare you call it a game?
You ask any fucking like, dude. You ask anybody, and they'll go, "Oh yeah, I love Diablo 2." Or what do you think about Diablo 3?
Yeah.
Right.
My friend
So,
Ranny.
Let's say that we're basing Diablo 4 off the fact that of Diablo 3. Why are you excited? Okay, so let's say you're basing it off of their trailers. Why are you excited? There's nothing to be excited about. They've shown nothing. They don't have the balls to show gameplay because they know it's not ready.
One of my I think my longest childhood friend, Branny Licious, is he was like obsessed with Diablo 2. He fucking loved
Yeah,
it. He
it's
liked Diablo
great.
2 enough to look past all the issues and still really, really enjoy Diablo 3. I watched his like soul get ripped out of his body when they announced Immortals was a mobile game, and then the result of that was sad. And now it almost hurts to watch him like react to the Diablo 4 stuff, because like I know he loves that franchise, but I could also just like hear
Just
it in his
watching-
reaction every
yeah.
time where he's
Yeah,
like,
the
I'm trying
sadness.
so hard
You're
to
just
still
watching his
care.
heart get ripped out and like
Yeah.
shit on. Like
He's just
live in
watching a
front of
game
him.
Listen,
franchise he loved get
I think
stomped
Blizzard
on.
could really pull it back
crumble.
if they stopped, like, you know, abusing women in their offices and focus on game development.
I
know?
think that
That's a
won't
hot
happen
take.
now. I think that I don't think Blizzard can pull it back now that the FTC has stepped in to stop the Microsoft buyout.
I think that it is, even if they made some massive cultural changes, I think it's gotten to a point where the developers look at their job as a job. They go in for their 9 to 5 and they leave. There is no love, no heart, no care in that office at all anymore. No
sir.
one
I think
gives a
they all
shit
know
from the ground
that
up.
Blizzard's dying. Like even the people who work there, yeah, like they just don't.
They're
care.
like, yeah, we're on a sinking ship, but I'm going down with it.
Yeah,
I'm
but
gonna
like-
get my pension.
Yeah, maybe, but like even so, like there's not I don't think there's a single person left in that office that's like, I'm here because I love making video games.
Yeah,
That's
Everyone's
fair.
here
I do
because they're like,
believe.
well, I had to do something with my fucking degree.
I feel like that's like the entire game development team. The art team is like the only thing I feel like that has soul left in Blizzard.
they hire external art people, specifically for like trailers. The people who make the Blizzard trailers are essentially like Hollywood trailer makers that Blizzard just pays a fuck ton of money to make their really good cinematics. I remember learning that a couple years ago and being like, oh, that makes so much more sense why those trailers are just god tier then. Because I honestly, whether or not you like World of Warcraft or even if you like fantasy shit, if you go back and watch like the older trailers for like the new World of Warcraft content that was coming out, like the expansions, Burning Crusade, the Wrath of the Lich King trailer, every cinematic Blizzard puts out is like a fucking masterpiece. And then
I
the
think they
game's
should
like,
just stick to animating. They should just make some
I
animated
think they should
shows.
just make fucking movies. Yeah, just
Yeah.
make movies out of
I would watch
Warcraft.
the shit out of an
Well,
Overwatch like TV show.
They tried to make a World of Warcraft movie, and admittedly, I liked it, but a lot of people did not.
I thought, as someone who like watched a shit ton of movies, and I didn't get as much of the hate that it deserved. I also thought it was kind of like okay.
Yeah,
I didn't think
okay.
it was insane.
It wasn't
Yeah, it was
groundbreaking.
just mid.
There were some things that in there that were like obviously like Easter eggs for like people who knew what Warcraft was and like enjoyed it. But it's like for the casual goer, you're not gonna get that. You're not
Yeah,
gonna be
you
able to
know,
be
you know what it
wrapped in that.
reminds me of, man? It reminds me of like the Resident Evil movies where it's like,
Yep.
hey, look, here's a movie, and
yeah.
one of the characters like slightly named after one of the characters from the game, but like other than
Yeah,
that,
well, they have to
there's
tell
no
another
real
story.
resemblance.
Well, it was very
God.
direct with the Warcraft movie. Very, very direct.
Yeah.
Very prominent characters in the lore. But that's the only place I
Also-
think it differs from that. Is
I
yeah,
feel
I
like-
think
Yeah.
it was a
The biggest problem is there's no
mid-movie.
time to tell the lore.
It was a mid-movie unless you knew all the lore, and then it was like a mid-movie
Yeah.
with some fun references to things you like.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was,
Yeah,
just, it was
exactly.
just fan service. Yeah.
Also, kind of a bad thing to compare it to the Resident Evil movies because almost all of those are absolute garbage dog shit. But yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, true,
But they're
But I'm all man
fun.
just purely specifically
Yeah.
for the referential stuff.
Yeah,
I mean,
no, that's
hey,
fair.
look, Resident Evil 1 is okay.
It's okay.
The first one's kind of okay. It's not god tier, but like, you know, at least it was a horror.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? And then after that, it just God, those movies get
Dude, they're really
they go
funny
all
to
over the
watch.
place.
Dude, we recently, so I've taken a brief hiatus from it. I'm then picking it back up once we kick the subathon off. We took a brief hiatus from Resident Evil, but while we've been playing the Resident Evil games, we want to watch all the Resident Evil movies in our Discord, right? And
Interesting.
God, they're fucking hilarious. They're so funny.
They're so
not
dumb.
not
man.
They're
deliberately
really enjoyable.
Not
No.
Like in a fun
No,
way.
no,
Like I
no,
love
yeah,
sitting
no,
down
I
and watch
agree.
Resident Evil. Like get like 5 or 6 of your like close friends, sit together, grab a couple of beers, and watch a Resident Evil
That's
movie.
literally what we did, bro. And I was, look, I'm gonna be honest, I was
It's
like
so
slightly,
fun.
you know, I had some oregano in my system,
Wow,
and-
that's crazy.
and it really enhanced the viewing pleasure.
All right, I'm gonna move us
Really-
on to our next one.
Yeah, sure.
I am hesitant on this one because it doesn't look like the type of game that I generally enjoy functionally and artistically, but based on just the fact of like who made it and how I don't know, something about this makes me want to play it despite the fact that I feel like it's outside of my general tastes. I love
Fair.
the art style, despite some complaints I have about it. And my favorite thing about this entire announcement is the logo. The logo for this game is I don't know. I love it. I fucking adore it.
I don't know if I watched this one actually. Let's see.
Really? Okay.
Maybe I did.
Love the character design.
Oh no, I did watch this. Yeah, no, this looks so good. This is from the Celeste guys, right?
Yeah.
I'm already a fan. I simp this man. I love him with everything.
I feel like this continuous camera pan as well implies open world, which is something I didn't like about Celeste, because it was like very, you leave and enter through specific doorways and it teleports you around a map, but this all being one huge continual map is immediately more interesting to me, and the combat system.
Ooh, looks very Hollow Knight.
Celeste would not work as well if it was like this.
I agree. Celeste specifically wouldn't work as well, but I like the direction of this so far. And also the Hollow Knight maybe inspiration. Also
the fact that these guys made Celeste, you know that the platforming movement is going to be god tier.
Yeah,
absolutely
it's very good.
These guys are
I'm
fucking
hoping they do
big
more with
goats.
the movement though. Because like Celeste had really interesting movement. Imagine dynamic Celeste movement with combat.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think my worry is that like the movement maybe like Chris. I'm worried about the level design.
True.
Because Celeste was very like the reason that those like narrow hallways and specific like routes worked was like the movement made it so like easy to like navigate. That's why
Look
speedruns
at
were
that
so popular.
logo.
I like that logo.
I
like,
love it.
It feels
Dude,
like
gives...
2008 or something.
Yeah, that feels like Final Fantasy.
Chrono Trigger.
Yeah,
Final
this is like
Fantasy.
Super Nintendo cartridge artwork.
Yeah,
and
that like feels
stand
satisfying.
So fucking
I like.
much.
That's a
Chris.
tasty little logo.
Yeah.
I want
Big
more of that.
fan.
Yeah, no, I'm a little hyped for that. Tiny hype.
Yeah, I think that's going to be like a really good game. I'm just worried about if I will like it, because I really didn't think I'd like Hollow Knight, but I loved that game. So I think that one will be
I am god tier at platformers and bullet hells. That is my strange skill, so I feel like I'd really enjoy that one.
I've been just loving playing.
Oh, did I pin someone's message on accident?
I'm playing Hollow Knight again, man, and that game really reminds me of Hollow Knight.
Hollow Knight is so fun.
God, it's so much fun. I've been playing again for the first time in like 4 years, and evidently I did a whole area backwards, and so all the bosses have been really easy for me.
Really quickly, an aside that's not relevant. I don't think it will happen if we're lucky, hopefully, but I have occasionally had internet issues around midnight to 2 a.m. So in about 8 minutes from now, potentially, if the stream just suddenly cuts, I'm just going to raid somebody.
Dude.
We've only got 3 trailers left to watch anyway. So yeah. I just wanted to say that just in case the stream randomly cuts, and if it does happen, I'm going to
Bro, comedy-wise, it would have been so funny if it just cut you off right then.
Yeah, right then. That would have been great. Okay, so the next one I thought was a Rockstar game while I was watching the trailer. I don't know.
I literally haven't seen this one.
Really? Okay.
Just based on the title, I would also assume it's a Rockstar game.
I was
honestly.
convinced that this was like GTA 6 being announced, and I was like, oh, this is not what I thought this game would look like.
This looks like a mobile game title.
I will say, for those of you who are cultured in pop culture, you will notice a lot of familiar faces in this trailer.
It sounds like a mobile game.
So you want to be a criminal?
Oh, that's not Taylor Swift.
Is that Michael? Is that Michael Rooker? Or whatever his name is?
No, that's
I think Michael's right.
Is it?
Maybe I'm wrong.
I
It'll say it. It'll say it. Oh, that's why I thought it Michael.
What? Bro, this cast is nuts.
Right?
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Oh my god, man.
I literally mentioned Danny Glover literally like an
Michael
hour ago.
Rooker, yeah, Michael Rooker.
Yeah. What the fuck?
Wait. One more.
Fake.
Oh my god!
What?
No
way,
what the fuck?
What is happening?
Oh my god! That looks like.
Alright.
Why does it look like a GTA poster?
It's just GTA. I don't understand.
Right?
I was watching this like
dogs, brackets. It sounds like a GTA knockoff on mobile
This
phones. Why did they
could
name
be
it that?
The biggest pile of shit ever, and I would still play it. I think.
I'm honestly
Yeah.
kind of in too. I'm invested.
Dude, I'm so fucking
Why
in.
is he holding the bat like he Negan?
I'm
I'm
watching this
Vanilla
trailer.
Ice, Danny Trejo, and fucking Chuck Norris.
Dude, listen, I'm so into that ain't pulling out. This bitch getting knocked up. I'm telling, dude, this is so good.
The whole time I was watching that trailer, even aside from just the art style of the game and the way that the stylistic choice of the trailer, I was like, yep. Rockstar's putting their money to good use. Rockstar's the only company that could afford this cast. And then I learned it wasn't Rockstar. I was like, excuse me?
505 Games. What else have they made?
Let's look it up. I'm not actually sure.
What?
505 Games. Oh, I probably click all.
They spent their entire budget.
They are a mobile game company.
No, they don't. They made Payday 2 and Sniper Elite 3.
Oprah asked anyone getting on the High on Life game.
They're a publisher.
The High on Life, is that the I heard High on Life game?
I was making sure. Yeah, so High on Life, I fully intend Abzu was good. I fully intend on playing High on Life on stream probably next week. My intention is to give my mods the ability to control a cringe counter, and I am going to try my damnedest to think the game is good and that the jokes are funny. And I'll leave it up to my mods to decide if I'm cringing too hard and don't like it, and we can see how funny how high that number goes.
Dude.
I hope it's not too cringy, but man, the trailers didn't look good.
Oh yeah, we watched the trailers on the podcast.
Oh no, they did Dead by Daylight.
Yeah.
What?
Death Stranding director's cut. Don't Starve. This is the publisher.
Yeah, they're the publisher, bro. That's what I was saying before. Yeah, so it's TN Game Studios.
Are we sure it's TN Game Studios?
So it says at the bottom right.
Yeah, it sure does. I googled TN Game Studios and I didn't find shit. Unless
They're
it's
an
this.
invisible
Traeger?
company.
This is new, guys. This is our first game. Everyone be chill.
In-game studios. I don't see that anywhere else. Oh, that's the fucking red lines in the way of the eye.
We got baited.
Oh man, nice.
We created a new gaming company.
Okay, well let's look up. Fucking what was In Games? Is that what it was?
Yeah, somewhere.
In-game studios.
There it is.
Okay.
Games. Oh my god! Look at this website.
Czech Republic.
Oh, that's cute.
Their website's kind of cool. A little laggy, but you know.
Yeah.
We are crafting an atmospheric, cooperative first-person shooter game for PC and next-gen consoles. I like that it's co-op focused. Our focus is on fun gameplay, dynamic experience, non-linear narratives, and team play. Stay tuned for more news. I like that description. I mean, it could just be written by an AI looking for buzzwords, honestly, but I liked it.
Is this their first game?
It looks like they had a lot of developers work on a lot of older games. Like they have UFO Silent Hill down there and all that stuff. Look, Downpour, Cold War, Bigger, and Shadowgun series, UFO, Silent Hill, Downpour, Cold War. I mean, Cold War.
Kingdom Come Deliverance, the one I was thinking of, where you had to like learn to read.
Yeah, it's dead. Oh my, no, that's not the one we have to. Well, your character does need to learn to read, but man, that game's really cool. That game's like really simulatory. Yeah, I don't think that game gets the respect it deserves, to be honest.
I've heard good things. A lot of people that have played it enjoyed it, but
for this specific dev team, they have not released a game, and this cast being the cast for their first game as a team together is kind of wild,
insane.
Kind of intimidating as like a consumer. Like they have some huge fucking shoes.
They're
to fill
really
now.
good at atmospheric narrative FPSs. Like that's the team that they've stacked.
Yeah.
So maybe that's what they're gonna try and do with this.
Either
I'm
way,
excited.
definitely
I'm in.
something that came out of nowhere that I was very excited to see.
No
Wild.
prenup needed. I'm sold.
I want it.
Also,
sold.
Drowsy said something about that Our Project pick gives Crisis vibes. I got that too. I absolutely got that as well.
This is a game I'm playing on release, by the way.
This is a game that I had a team for ready to go before it was announced.
I need a
I have
team.
I have no team to play this with. I'm just
Poppy,
gonna
do you
go
need a
with what I
team?
go. What's that?
You and me, Poppy. You and me. We play some
Yeah,
Baldur's
fuck it. Let's
Gate.
do it, man. That'll be cool.
I
It
mean,
is
we're already
literally
planning to play
Divinity 2.
Divinity. I'm down with it.
This is the
I want
next
to do
game
Divinity again.
after
So fun.
Divinity 2 that Larian Studios made, and holy shit, has it been... I don't know. I go back and forth every couple of days with like,
Just
I
edging,
haven't had
dude.
that hard of a time waiting on playing Baldur's Gate 3, and then remembering it exists and goes, fuck, I want to start it right now.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I'm not
Giving us a
suffering.
timeline now.
Yeah,
I wonder.
yeah,
made
a
me
timeline.
suffer.
Tell me, why have you come here?
If you haven't heard of this game yet, chat, oh my god, this is going to
We
be an
must all
RPG to
rid
shake up
ourselves
RPGs.
Of the entire cult of the
At
absolute.
least the tabletop style.
I've traced people like you. People with parasites in their brains. All the way here from Baldur's Gate. You may just be the godsend we've been praying for.
You're the same as me. You have a mind flayer tadpole in your brain. Let's try to find a solution together before it's too late.
Oh, so that's the
Gust of
story.
wave about you, but it's a mere breeze. I need a tempest.
Oh, I'm so about this. It already looks so fun.
I like the close-ups on the characters too. That wasn't in Divinity.
Let's make this interesting.
They have a lot more
Oh, this
personality.
music is gorgeous.
The soundtrack for Divinity, I still use constantly
Just
in
hope that when
D&D.
our time comes, there is someone else to take our place.
Or I stand.
My, this place is fun.
Can't wait to abuse game mechanics to summon limitless things.
There's someone I want you to meet. A
I'm
friend
sold.
who sees the world.
I'm sold.
But the problem is that I'm scared. Hold on. I'll wait until.
Yeah. I wanted to
things are-
say, only 4 people would get this, and I think most of them are asleep. But Baldy here, Baldy, this is how I, as a DM, view your character in my campaign.
In simple terms, not just a friend, a legend. He's not the kind of man who takes kindly to captivity. The cult captured him. I almost feel sorry for them.
That is kind of how my character is.
Yes.
He's a little psychopathic, just a touch.
That's
That
sick.
game looks so good. I cannot fucking wait to play that with Branny, who I mentioned earlier, another great friend of mine, Stubbs, and my partner, Lady Shib. We have a stacked fucking team, and we are ready to go. It's the we all beat Divinity 2 together, and
I think
the moment we
my
finished it, we were like,
only-
if they make another game, we're playing it. And it was a month later they announced Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah. I think because I don't know. Probably we talked about playing Divinity at some point, but I don't know when you plan to do it at all.
You wanna?
So it's like I mean, yeah, me and Puppy talked about it for a while. I don't know if he has a stacked team already.
We
But-
should organize time. The problem is, okay, so I've got the subathon coming up,
Yeah, I remember that.
so we could pick a day, and every day that day on the subathon we'll play.
One thing I will say, Baldy, for your sake, Jamie has said that he wants to make sure that he plays it with people who have never played it before.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have played it once.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
To
the
be
only
fair,
problem.
I could go a complete opposite route and have a different story.
Yeah,
think
no,
his-
I hear. It's more for like a purist playthrough. Like I just want to get like that unique.
He wants
that
to
unique feel.
accidentally go into the fights where you die immediately and learn from that and have that
Yeah.
shape the experience. And yeah.
Yep.
Fair.
That's why I told Debbie I can't, because I can't play with Debbie. It sucks because I really want to.
I understand.
And same with you, Baldy. But like, yeah,
I'm happier that you will experience it and enjoy it as I did, as opposed to me.
Yeah. I'm
So
very
not
much
upset
about like the
it.
pure experience of getting a game and playing it for the first time.
Yeah.
All right.
Because good or bad, it's gonna be fun.
Last
But for
trailer.
Baldur's Gate, I get you.
This one I'm kind of interested in. Hey,
I am very interested, mostly because first off, not a super common genre, but definitely not a universe that has been like in the mainstream until now. So I'm kind of excited to see this world getting more, vision and more people kind of dipping their toes in it. And I think this type of game makes a lot of sense, despite being very ambitious for this world, I think. But either way, very, very excited for this game. Or at least to see more.
It starts in the desert. You cling to life. You find others, friends. You wander the dry, dirty streets of civilization. In the ancient halls of the testing stations, you find answers. You seek the secrets of the ever-shifting sands. Spice.
Ah, Spice. I fucking love Spice, boys.
Me and the boys love a little bit of Spice.
I'm more of a Spice Girls kind of guy.
I mean, we could create like a stack of people and call our clan the Spice Girls.
I mean,
it is an MMO, so I mean, surely there will be.
It's an
MMO.
You had me at Spice.
This is a MMO survival RPG.
Of what happened.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm very curious now.
So this has the potential to be Fallout 76, but not complete and utter trash.
Yeah.
That would be nice. That'd be nice to not be utter trash, you know?
That very concept.
Yeah, I'm pretty eager to see more about that game.
There's
not a lot.
I'm gonna be honest. I've been sitting here waiting for a new game that I can just sink a long time into.
Yeah,
like a long time into. And if this is gonna be the game, I'd be more than happy for it.
Maybe it replaces my old school RuneScape addiction.
Well, now that we've sorted all that out, I am curious of the trailers and things that we watched. Which one are you guys most excited
Hades 2. Hades 2 has been in my heart.
God. When are they saying they're releasing Baldur's Gate? Is it next year?
August.
August.
August?
Okay.
Like,
I gotta say Baldur's Gate 3 then, man.
I think Baldur's Gate.
I thought it was gonna be like a couple of years coming out. If Baldur's Gate's coming out, no, Baldur's Gate.
Y'all know I'm a sucker for a good RPG, and I think Baldur's Gate looks incredible.
Baldur's Gate. That is actually the title of every stream, 100%.
Oh my God.
It's gonna be.
It's gotta.
Oh my God.
No, I think Baldur's Gate looks like so fucking tight. I like that they showed gameplay as well. Like, that's cool.
Yep.
I actually had the balls to show gameplay. Hey, out of interest, with Baldur's Gate, do you think they were planning on originally releasing it episodically until they got the backlash?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Because they released that first episode.
Divinity 2 did the same thing. They released the game into early access before it was finished for publicity's sake, and because they wanted, they made a big deal about this, about they wanted player feedback bad. So they made it open or early access for Divinity 2 for the purpose of user feedback, implemented a shit ton of feedback, and then fully released the game. I think they're doing the same thing.
Okay.
That's really fun, honestly. I like that method way more.
I like the idea of getting player feedback. I think that's good.
Yeah. It worked.
Genius design.
It worked really well.
I mean, when it's done well, so it really depends if you've got someone who knows how to handle that feedback, right? Like, you look at Sean Murray from No Man's Sky at Hello Games, right? The whole reason that game survived is because Sean Murray was really good at handling feedback, right? So he took, instead of getting upset everything that people were saying and shit, he took all the feedback and organize it into a priority listing. So like how many people were complaining about this, how many people were complaining about this, put them into priority listings. Then he turned off all social media for his office and had it directed to him. And then he just told his employees, work on these things. Don't say anything on social media. Don't read social media.
Yeah, and he like sent out a company-wide statement every like 3 months or something in between, and he was like, "Thank you for all the feedback. We are currently working on the project," to make sure that people knew they were still doing stuff.
And they didn't patch just here and there. They just released these big patches. So I think when it's handled correctly, community feedback is so valuable. But you need the company to not be arrogant enough that they think they know better.
Yeah.
Todd Howard.
Yeah, Todd Howard's a good example of that.
Poor Todd Howard.
What other stuff are you guys anticipating? Like, let's say Baldur's Gate is like, I think it's pretty unanimous. Everyone's excited for that, right?
I will say, funny enough, I'm not excited for how many people are going to ask me to play Hades 2 on stream. Because I don't think I want to. I don't think I want. I think I kind of ruined Hades for myself by making it a stream game. I think I want to play Hades 2 like proper, and I don't think I will get the same experience if I do it on stream. Because I have a really hard time focusing on like plot, and it all like every conversation I have with the god about anything relevant at all in the world's lore was just right out of my head the moment it was gone because I was focused on chat.
I am a whore for lore, so I end up dropping chat real bad with those kinds of games, which is why I don't play story games often.
I am excited to play Death Stranding 2 on stream. I do want to make that one a stream game. Gosh,
I think for me, Armored Core 6, like, I don't know, man, like that trailer was like mostly cinematic and stuff, but dude, I'm excited for it. I think it looks really cool to me.
I think
not a lot of games
Software,
pull off that aesthetic, but I think it looks cool. And it's from Software, so.
Yeah, I think From Software are the only company that could release an entirely cinematic trailer, and you're like, yeah, I'm still excited for that because From Software they just don't miss.
Yeah.
Name a bad From Software game in the last decade. Go on, I dare you. That's what I thought. There is none. In fact. Have they even had a bad game?
The PC release for Bloodborne, awful, unplayable.
Well, that's
literally unplayable.
I'm curious of chat's most anticipated games. Chat, you guys have been here. You've been watching in the background, especially Fire God. I know you've been here the entire time. So, what are you guys excited for when it comes to these trailers and announcements? If you have a thought later, you can also always tweet it at us as well. But I think. Funny enough, I was most excited for the Game Awards because I was like, yeah, I'm really excited to see this showdown between Elden Ring and Ragnarok, and then the announcements were just like...
It became all about the announcements, man.
Wow. Blew me the fuck away. There were more cool announcements.
I don't think anyone is expecting 2023 to be looking as good as it is.
It looks incredible.
Yeah, there's a lot of games coming out. Like,
was it you that tweeted out that was like, 22... You're like 2022 had to suffer so that 2023 could like.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said 2022 to suffer so that 2023 could shine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, Advi, not all of those games were AAA. I think a majority of those trailers were definitely AAA, but like Earthblade, that one definitely wasn't AAA.
Yeah, Earthblade will be like $25, dude.
I do feel like the gaming industry, as of recent, has been carried on the shoulders of the indie developers.
Oh,
and it's
hard.
really bad.
I think anyone's trying anything new.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nope.
AAA's just gotten generic and boring.
Yep.
I'm honestly really excited for Crime Boss. That game just looks like fun. Run around and fuck shit up with guns.
I didn't even think about that.
I don't know. I think it looks interesting. Like, the problem is I could see
I don't
it
know
going.
if I'd get into it.
I could see it not working if they try too heavily to emulate GTA and not just do their own thing. I could see it being not good.
I'd worry about that as well.
True.
Shumo
I think I'll
had
have
a
fun
lot
with
of
it anyway.
answers. Shumo said Jedi Survivor, Tekken 8, Earthblade, Judas, Hades 2, The Lords of the Fallen.
I think Judas is probably going to be my pick. I think that I love the BioShock series. And I think Judas has like so much potential.
I'll speak for Aravan here and say Judas.
Yeah.
Is the one he's most excited for.
Wait, did we
Oh man, like dude, Judas just looks like it has potential just based off the fact that the creator is so
does look super
so
fun
good.
and the style too.
There we go.
Like it's just gonna make you feel like you're playing BioShock again.
Yeah.
which a lot of people are nostalgic for. Games aren't made like that anymore.
Oh, I disagree with that because you've got Arcane Studios.
Arcane Studios, what did they make?
They do Dishonored and they did
Oh yeah,
Deathloop.
Dishonored. True. Yeah, I forgot about them. God damn.
They kind of have that like.
It's just not. It's not like one of those hyper popular styles. Is more what I was like getting at.
Yeah, I get you. I think Final Fantasy 16 is a game that I'm very interested in, but Final Fantasy 16 is one of those games I'm tentatively anticipating.
Yeah, I think I think the inner me is like really excited, but also inner me is also like, don't get your hopes up.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't
It really
trust
sucks
again.
being a fan of a series and like having to feel that way. Like,
you have to like
wanting to be excited, but knowing that if you do get excited and attached, that it might just break your heart.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Still play it anyway.
Shimo, definitely pick those up. They're really great. They do feel a little old now, so just be warned. They came out in that 360 era, but they are just great. And like, don't look up anything about the games before you do, because they have giant story-based twists.
If you claim your games on Epic a lot, I think they did give out BioShock, like the collection, a few times.
Yeah.
So you
I'm gonna
might
be
have
honest.
the games, honestly.
I also feel like BioShock is one of those games like Final Fantasy VII where it's like it doesn't completely ruin the game. Like, it's not unplayable if you know the story elements, but God, it's so much better if you don't.
Yeah.
Like the game hits so much harder.
Much love.
Yeah, have a go on, Baldy.
Bye, Baldy.
Mwah.
I miss Baldy.
Where's the airbag?
We can still see him in the camera. He's okay, but he's now he's gone. Okay,
he's gone. Yeah, by the way, if you guys have heard from Aravand or Baldy, if you want to like go knock on his door on your way to work or something, that'd be great because we still haven't.
Oh, do they
heard
live together?
Yeah, they live together.
Oh, I literally didn't even know that.
At least I'm pretty sure they still live together. Yeah,
they do. They Baldy lives in an apartment 2 stories above him. It's kind of the way it's set up. It's weird. It's hard to describe because Billy's like really condensed. Like, you know, like one building that they own is like 3 floors. It's weird to talk about. It's like a flat.
Yeah.
And since we were intending on talking about AI for a few minutes, I'm going to replace that conversation and tentatively put it on the back burner for a future Joysticks and Mouse conversation.
That's a good idea.
We went way longer than we thought we were going to.
And in place of talking about AI, I have instead generated an outro by AI to sign us off for the night. So thanks for joining us on another episode of Joysticks and Mouse Clicks. We hope you enjoyed the ride and found something useful to take away. Don't forget to follow us on social media and join the conversation. Until next time, game on.
Jesus Christ.
Game on.
Do you know how flawless that was? I didn't even realize you'd started it.
Yeah. Jesus.
Much love. That was fun.
Yep. Let's find out who we want to raid. Any ideas? Any ideas from chat?
Who's live right now?
Well, okay. I'm just gonna say this. Drew's son is currently playing God of War Ragnarok.
My whole community has already seen that whole game, and I've raided Drew's son like 3 times while he's been playing.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Okay. Who else we got?
I thought about raiding Bond. I'm not sure how Jamie's chat would like Bond though. The chaotic energy might get them through it, but they are a VTuber.
No, they wouldn't like that person. That person's playing League. Disgusting.
A majority of my online streamers are VTubers still, because I made way too many I mean, not too many, like I'm complaining, but I made so many VTuber friends compared to real like people streamer friends.
Same.
Face cam streamer friends. I need to figure out the wording for this still. It's been like a year and I'm awful at wording it all.
Man, it is very quiet on Twitch today, it feels like.
Isn't it? Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one that
I can recommend a guy. He's a bit of a larger streamer, but
yeah. So Adby, I reserve the term flesh tuber for VTubers gone facecam streamers. I think the transition between VTuber to facecam streamer is the flesh tuber in my brain.
He's playing Callisto Protocol right now.
Oh, okay. We can bug him about his takes.
True.
Let me check him out here real quick. All right, cool. Yeah, that seems fine. All right, guys. Then AI outros aside, really, thank you for joining us. I hope you guys had fun. Hopefully, Airvent's fine, and you can hear from him next week.
Yeah.
He can fill you in on any opinions that he may have missed his opportunity to say. I will also tweet whenever he confirms that he is alive, just in case you're concerned. So if you're worried about Airvent's well-being, feel free to follow me on Twitter. And then finally, as one more thing that I want to bring up one last time, I just do exclamation point Twitter. This is the charity that I've been promoting this month, and if you are interested and have the disposable income and you are wanting to make a difference in somebody's life, this One Simple Wish organization is a charity event where they find children who have been in, bad situations, living situations at home, or they've been through the foster care system. It gives them a place on the internet to make a wish and gives you the ability to be a superhero for them and grant that wish. I'm going to be making another $25 donation after the end of the stream because of how generous my chat's been during the Ragnarok streams. And then you boys, do you have anything that you would like to shout out before we go on? I know you have a big event coming up, Jamie.
Yeah, so for anyone who doesn't know, we last year held the record. Last year, sorry. Held the record for the world's longest subathon. Obviously, it was beaten. But we're going to be going for that again. So if you'd like to come and see, don't even have to support, just come and witness the mayhem. I'm going to be on camera 24/7. That means sleeping on camera, eating on camera. I won't be
Shitting
pooping on camera.
Oh, okay.
No, well, maybe stick a little selfie cam up there. It's going to be a good time. We're going to see what happens. No expectations, just all laughs ahead.
What is
That'll be
the
starting
current
January the 1st.
record?
The current record, I don't know if she's still going. It was like 100 and something days.
You're trying to beat that?
I'm not trying to actively, but if we do, we do.
Okay, I see.
Fair.
What about you, Chunk? Anything exciting?
Yeah.
For me, not a whole lot other than like obviously the One Simple Wish, which I am also, a part of, like supporting and stuff. And also just want to make sure there are actually a list of wishes at the bottom of the page that you can support directly if something sticks out to you. And you have something that you relate to a little bit more, or you can donate by going on the right side of the page and following that link. So do keep in mind, you can donate directly for a lesser amount if you don't feel comfortable donating to a full wish. It's completely fine. And whatever you can spare, don't feel pressured. Whatever you can do is more than enough.
Yep.
100%.
Outside of that, no, I'm just follow me. I've been trying to stream a little bit more here and there. Right now playing through Fire Emblem, so if that interests you, join in.
All right.
I've been following him for weeks. All he does is go to Wendy's and then back home.
I will. I'll let Airvan send us out. Airvan. Wow. So much passion. Such passion.
Honestly, very, very driven.
Man.
Very, very driven.
All right.
It's just so true, man.
There's the raid message.
I
Raid
know
1,
Nima
2,
comedy.
and 3 are going to be based on how your different levels of subscription. Raid 1 is no emotes, so you don't have to be subscribed. Raid 2 and Raid 3 do require you to be subscribed. I highly recommend checking out Raid 3 because it's the cool one. Spam this guy's chat. I don't know him, but it's going to be fun. He's playing Callisto Protocol, which I'm excited to see if he thinks it's any good. But for those of you who follow my channel, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Since we beat Ragnarok early, I guess we'll figure something out. But have a nice night, everybody. And Jamie, Chunk, and Baldy, who is gone, thank you very much for joining us. I'm also going to do a / shout out for Baldy really quick. I mistyped it. There we go. All right. Baldy was the other gentleman. Oh, only one shout out can be active at a time. Twitch.tv/Baldy. He's a really cool guy. You should go check him out. Okay. I love you all. Have a wonderful, wonderful night, and I'll see you tomorrow.